So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto had a powerful bloodline during Chunin exams. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 3. Comment down below. And let me know before I start, please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 13. Naruto followed Sarutobi closely as he was led to a place he'd never been before. Oh, he'd been in the general vicinity. Anko had taken him to the forest of death many times just to cut him up in private. Training ground 44 was her own little sanctuary. Listening to her talk about the cute fuzzy animals or the beautiful foliage made it sound like a zoo or the botanical gardens. Of course, that was not the case at all. Anko's cute fuzzy animals were cousins of Bengal tigers that were the size of freaking elephants. Her beautiful foliage could actually eat a man. Eat a man. Needless to say, Naruto thought his eccentric sensei was more than a little off in the head. He missed guy already. Sarutobi unlocked a gate that Naruto had never been shown before and the two went down a set of stairs into a stone walkway. Naruto noticed that there were lights only every so few feet, giving off a very creepy ambience. He kept close to his grandfather, hoping that wherever he was being taken, they would arrive soon. Eventually, after walking for what seemed like forever, they reached a heavy steel door, which Sarutobi opened by channeling chakra into a seal. As the door began to swing open, light filtered in around the edges until it opened fully, the glare from the sun letting them know they were back outside. Naruto rubbed his eyes, getting used to the brightness after being inside the tunnel. He looked around with bleary eyes to find Anko sitting on a large rock in the middle of a grassy field, eating dango and drinking red bean soup. As his vision became more and more normal, he took a better glance at his surroundings. Not far in the background were the enormous trees of the forest of death. The field they were standing in was particularly peaceful, and that alone bothered him. With Anko around, nothing was ever peaceful. He saw her hop off the rock and walk toward his grandfather, who had an eerie smile on his face to match hers. Anko placed one foot in front of the other, swinging her hips as she walked, like she was on a model's runway. The leer she gave Naruto made him cringe inside, dreading what he knew was going to be an awful time. Sarutobi was starting to get a little hot under the collar and was starting to wonder if he'd made the right decision in entrusting Naruto to such a woman. Anko bowed to the Hokage and righted herself again to look at her pupil. Her smirk could have made a statue of marble wince. It was the same smirk that always promised pain for Naruto. Have you informed him of why he's here yet, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi shook his head in motion for Naruto to step forward. The blonde did so reluctantly, having no idea what he was in for. He took a deep breath and looked his sensei dead in the eye. Anko took note of this and smiled. Points for courage, brat. Now, Hokage-sama, please inform him why we're all here. Sarutobi coughed into his hand, getting Naruto's attention, and put his hands behind his back. Naruto, it is my decision that you will now begin to learn about the ways of the assassin from Anko. She will teach you everything she knows. Everything. You will learn how to kill properly and you will learn how to interrogate people. You make your most able assassin ever and you will have to embrace this role. I know you don't like to kill and that is good. Never enjoy it, but realize that it is an important part of your job. Your sessions with Anko will take precedence over all your other arrangements. This is your new assignment. Naruto nodded and turned his attention back to Anko, who was uncharacteristically serious. Alright Naruto. As Hokage-sama said, after school, you're mine. I'm going to show you everything there is to know about being an assassin. How to kill properly, how to leave no trace of your presence, how to get information out of a prisoner, how to be a proper assassin. I'm going to run you into the ground and once I can't pound you into the ground anymore, you'll dig your own hole just to try to get away. Naruto's eyes widened the more she explained and he turned to his grandfather to find him deadly serious. He was actually going to be an assassin. He didn't know what to think. His thoughts were broken by Anko snapping her fingers in front of his face. Wake up, brat. Can't have you drifting off like that during training. Not all of our training will be physical. Oh, that'll be a big part of it, but we'll be doing mental training as well. My colleagues and I will be showing you how to keep your emotions in check on a mission. You don't have to be a cold killer, but you need to learn when to rein in your emotions. She began to pace back and forth, never breaking eye contact with her student. I'm going to teach you how to eliminate your target with minimal evidence you were there. With your ability, you should be the most effective assassin ever. We're going to have to up your training with you as well. You'll need to be able to melt in and out of your environment on a whim. That overgrown butter knife you carry. That's gonna get a workout as well. Naruto's eyes were cutting back and forth as she paced, nervous as to how this would turn out. Anko stopped in front of him again and leaned down to eye level. You will do everything I say to perfection. I will expect nothing less from you. By the time this year is up, you'll be the best genin to ever come out of Konoha. We'll worry about the best ninja when you can actually beat some of your senses. She smirked as she stood upright and put a hand on his head, ruffling his hair. Don't worry kid, we're gonna have a lot of fun. And if you're a good boy, maybe I'll give you a treat. She disappeared suddenly and draped herself over his shoulders, tapping a kunai to her heartbeat on his cheek. Naruto grit his teeth and steel himself. He wouldn't let her get to him. Anko took the kunai away and rubbed her cheek against his. Just think of Naru-chan. For the next year, you're all mine. The blonde stifled a whimper and looked to his grandfather for help, only to find that the man had a slight nosebleed from the sight before him. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Time for some revenge. He shrugged his shoulders hard, ridding himself of Anko, and put his hands in the ram's seal. Hey Gigi. Check this out. Wark no jutsu. Sarutobi's clouded mind barely registered the word sexy jutsu, and he turned to the billowing cloud of smoke as Anko hopped back. His eyes widened to impossible degrees as he rocketed backward from his nosebleed. There was a full-grown blonde woman with his grandson's whiskered cheeks, boobs of impossible proportions, naughty bits covered by the tiniest bit of smoke. Naruto struck a provocative pose and turned to Anko, blowing her a kiss. I told him I'd get him. He had that coming. What are you looking at? Anko was looking at him with a devilish glaze to her eye. She licked her lips and grinned savagely. I like you naked as a female. Very hot. But, I wonder. Are you just as hot as a guy? Naruto made a choking sound and let the hinge drop. Anko advanced on him quickly with her kunai at the ready. Hold still and let me cut some clothing off. Hell no. Anko missed a swipe and growled as Naruto dove headfirst for a tree and melted inside. She pounded on the bark for a while until Sarutobi laid a hand on her shoulder, his nosebleed and the evidence of it miraculously gone. He's not here anymore, Anko. He's more than likely already home. Let's call it a day. Anko pouted like a 2-year-old but followed him toward the tunnel. Sarutobi glanced back over his shoulder with a stern look. Not one mention of what happened here today. I'll demote you to D ranks for the duration of the year. Anko pouted even more. She'd hoped to at least have a small bit of leverage against the old man with that little bit of knowledge. The following day came and went and Naruto found himself walking down that dimly lit tunnel to that field to meet Anko. He was excited to train with Anko, but at the same time, he was scared stiff. This was his biggest step toward adulthood yet and another huge step toward assuming his duty as the next Hokage. He channeled chakra into the seal on the door and closed his eyes as it slid open. Once the light had subsided, he could make out Anko sitting on the rock again. When she saw Naruto, she sunshined in front of him and stared down at him, once again any humor in her face was gone. Alright brat, listen up. No more games. No more teasing you. We're in this for real now. From this moment on, it's you and me. Some of the things I'm going to teach you will be hard to stomach, but I know you can handle it. Are you ready? Naruto straightened his backbone and nodded with determination. Anko kept up her stern look and motioned for him to follow her. She leapt onto the rock again and patted the place in front of her. Naruto sat down opposite her and crossed his legs. Anko looked off into the forest, somewhat distant, before turning back to her student. Naruto. The path that has been chosen for you is hard. I know that Hokage-sama has told you this before, but the path of an assassin is especially hard. It's hard on the body and it's hard on the mind. Any of those who have been in Anbu can tell you this. It's how you decide to cope that determines how your life turns out. Naruto nodded and raised his hand. Anko sighed as she slapped his hand down. This isn't school. Just ask your question. How do you cope with ninja life? Anko put her finger to her chin and grinned maliciously. I embrace the blood. Instead of letting it get to me, I revel in it. Is that healthy? Anko shrugged and let the grin slide off her face. It's better than curling into a ball and mumbling to yourself in a padded room. My way isn't everyone's way, Naruto. Guy copes by training himself to exhaustion. Kakashi, who I assume you've met, reads those little smutty books of his. My colleague, Ibiki, who you'll meet later, copes by letting his sadistic streak out on prisoners. We all cope in our own way. Naruto sat in silence for a moment before looking Anko in her eyes. How should I cope? In whatever way leaves you with a smile on your face at the end of the day. Our way of life isn't easy, Naruto. You've already taken a life. That's good. But that was in defense of your mother. You've yet to take a life in the name of your village because it was your job to do so. I'm going to change that though. Naruto's eyes widened. Surely she didn't mean it. You're not going to take me on a mission, are you? Anko smirked as she stood up, beckoning him to do the same. Yes, I am. I've already cleared it with Hokage-sama as soon as I deem you ready. Now, let's start. We've got a long way to go. We'll start with that toothpick on your leg. Show me how you can handle it again. Naruto drew his field knife and got into a strong stance, the blade forward. Anko repeated the gesture with a kunai and the two lunged forward. Naruto learned a lot in his time with Anko. While during the day, he was your normal, attentive student, as normal and attentive as he could be. At night he trained to be the best of the best. Anko drilled everything into his head twice over. He knew the best way to a man's heart was not through the stomach, but in the most painful way possible, at least, according to Anko anyway. Anko, to her credit, having never taught anyone before, was incredibly pleased with her student. They'd been at it nearly 3 months, and she'd come to the conclusion that the boy was a natural. He just needed to be guided in the right direction. She nearly sighed when she thought back to how they'd started. Naruto, being young, had thought that assassination required the use of cool moves and neck snaps. While true in some cases, Anko had broken him of those illusions quickly. So, let's say that your target is in a room guarded by 4-level shinobi. He's asleep on his bed at the moment, totally dead to the world. Your mission is to eliminate him and then bring his head back as proof of the kill. How would you go about doing this job? Naruto thought for a moment before starting. I guess I'd eliminate the guards first. Stab them through the heart and break their necks, something like that. Then I'd go in, kill the target, and cut his head off. Anko glared at her charge and whacked him over the head several times with a magazine she'd been holding. No, no, no. Damn, Naruto, show a little bit more imagination. You have it, that would have made that easy and you never mentioned it once. I'm sure you intended to use it, but details are everything in assassination. Name some assassination moves. Okay. There's inner decapitation, stab through the heart, cut the neck, stab to the brain, sever the spinal cord, Chidori. Anko held her hand up, signaling for him to halt. Stop. Never mention Chidori again as an assassination move. But why? It's classified as an assassination move. It should be included. She narrowed her eyes and glared at him. Since you know the name of that move, I'll assume you know why it's called Chidori. Naruto nodded in affirmation. That's exactly why it shouldn't be called an assassination move. It's too damn noisy. Your target will hear you coming a mile away. That's nothing but a fancy elemental that Kakashi likes to flatter himself into thinking is used for assassination. His target has to be nearly completely immobile, his hidden Sharingan eye has to be active, and he needs a short moment to prepare. To me, that's not very useful. Naruto nodded slowly, letting the information sink in. Anko chose her next words carefully. Not that it isn't useful. It's just insulting to me as an assassin to have that move labeled as being in my line of work. By the time Kakashi is through posturing and making the hand signs, I could have already buried a kunai in the target's heart and began to cut his head off. I'm going to teach you how to kill the old-fashioned way, with your thrown in. If you can become an excellent shinobi without the use of, imagine what you could be when you use them when you have to. Naruto's eyes widened at the thought, and Anko decided to end the lecture there. Glad you understand. I was getting tired of talking. Now let's go. I'm going to show the places where you can bleed a person out. By using you as an example. They'd covered a lot in such a small time. It helped that the boy was a sponge, soaking up literally everything she told him. And Anko had been true to her word. She'd shown him everything she could. How to hold the knife properly when you go for the heart. How to cut and leave minimal evidence and blood loss. How to cut the head of a target off cleanly. How to kill without using any chakra at all. Anko had drilled it all into him by using him as an example, or rather, his shadow clones. When the information came back to him upon their departure, he would nod to her and then proceed to mimic her over and over on his clones. It was strange in a way, killing yourself over and over, but it was necessary. Each time, he would get the information feedback and adjust the way the blade went in slightly until it flowed in smoothly. He'd learned quickly that there were certain things you just didn't do. Neck snapping was a quick way to kill someone, yes, but a trained ninja could hear the snap and come investigating. Then you were in trouble all over again. Stealth was silent, plain and simple. Anko had given him the target situation again a few weeks later and Naruto had gone into more detail. He would bypass the guards with his and come up underneath the target as they lay asleep. He would melt into the mattress and clap his hand over the man's mouth as he drove his field knife into his brain. The death would be silent and quick, with minimal blood loss. While the guards were still outside, he would cut the man's head off, seal it into a scroll, and melt back into the floor, leaving no trace. Anko had never been more proud. The boy was finally showing promise in the field of killing. Practical application was the next step. But before that, she wanted him to know how to interrogate an enemy in the field if information was required. Anko wanted her pupil to be so well-rounded that he'd put circles to shame. She'd decided that she would need Ibiki's help for this, since their approaches were so different. It had been 3 months since Anko's declaration that he would learn the assassin lifestyle. He'd been living a double life, joking with his friends by day, learning the best way to kill by night. It had been hard, but he was coming along. The two were currently in a dimly lit room watching as Ibiki worked over a ninja from Kumo that had been caught inside Konoha's borders. Anko held her hand on Naruto's shoulder to let him know that she was with him as he watched Ibiki pick the man apart. Ibiki started by tying the man to a chair and forcing his head up as he asked all manner of seemingly inane questions. This was to make the man feel that Ibiki didn't know what he was doing, that he was green at interrogating. But Ibiki was planting seeds of doubt in the man, seeds that he would nurture, and when they were ready, they'd eat the man from the inside out. He made prisoners doubt their own minds, made their brains work against them. Naruto watched with interest as Ibiki tore the man's mind apart, leaving him a stuttering mess that spilled whatever information he knew. As the man was hauled away, Ibiki turned to his audience and smirked. The bear of a man put his arms behind his back and strode toward Anko and her new pupil. "So brat. Enjoy the show?" Naruto looked up at the man, but he didn't grin like he usually would. "I can't say it was something I'm used to in Ibiki-san. You broke that man's mind." Ibiki nodded and turned to Anko. "Is Hokage-sama sure he's ready for this line of work?" Anko shrugged, offering no real answer. Ibiki sighed and turned back to the whiskered blonde before him. It wasn't his job to question orders from the Hokage. His job was to follow them. Whatever. "Now then, Naruto, I'm here to help Anko show you the finer points of interrogation. I know it's not a glamorous part of being a shinobi, but it is a necessary part and everyone has to do it at some point. I'm not part of the crowd that believes we should shield our young shinobi from this fact, but I'm only one vote among thousands. You are going to be my flagship example of why we should introduce it earlier. When Anko and I are through with you, you'll be able to get information from almost anyone." Naruto nodded, still not happy with the situation. Anko looked down at him and let out a groan. "Look brat, Ibiki just told you it's a necessary evil. You don't have to enjoy it to realize that it has to be done. These assholes aren't gonna just give up the information voluntarily." Naruto thought for a moment and glanced up at the two. "What about the Yamanakas? They can enter a mind, can't they? Wouldn't that be easier?" Ibiki frowned and Anko snorted at that. Naruto wasn't happy that his idea was dismissed so easily. Anko decided to elaborate a bit more. "We've tried that before brat. It's a good idea until someone with a strong mind comes along and overpowers the Yamanaka while they're inside the other's mind. We lost some good ninjas that way, valuable ninjas. It isn't worth the risk." Naruto frowned and nodded. He hadn't thought of that. Ibiki saw this quickly going downhill and decided to get back on track. "Look Naruto, you've seen my way of doing things. In a little while, Anko is going to show you her way. The trick is to make up your own way of getting information. It's just like any other facet of ninja training. You take what you learn and you make it your own. There is no set way of doing things. We might as well get this over with while you're here. Anko, tell them to bring in the next one." Anko nodded quickly and bounced out of the room like a kid on a sugar high. Ibiki sighed and grabbed Naruto by the shoulder, maneuvering the boy to a different part of the room. "My way is different from Anko's, as I've told you. I prefer to break the mind, she prefers to break the body. But just because my way doesn't leave physical marks doesn't mean I don't do damage that isn't irreparable. Bones can heal, minds can't. My way is actually more detrimental to enemy ninja. It just doesn't show right away." Naruto nodded and watched as Anko came in humming happily with a man in tow. She shoved the man down in the chair and strapped him in. The man looked around the room and settled on Naruto's small form. He turned to Anko and growled. "You people are sick, making a child watch this. He doesn't look old enough to even be a genin yet." Anko just grinned as she laid out her weapons of choice. After several minutes she threw a kunai and it lodged itself into the man's shoulder. He winced and ground his teeth when Anko appeared before him and twisted the knife, a sickening grin plastered on her face. "That is my pupil over there. He's here to learn how to do this properly so that when the time comes, others won't have to. I appreciate you helping him learn. Now then, let's continue shall we?" Naruto watched intently as she beat the man, cut the man, bled him. She used her snake summons to bite him, swell him up like a balloon, and then drain him of the poison. By the time the session was over, Naruto was a bit green in the face, but he held firm and watched the entire procession. Ibiki couldn't help but be a little proud of the boy. Not many could stomach watching Anko work. Anko wiped the blood off her kunai and dismissed her summons before looking towards Naruto and found the boy still standing on his feet but wavering slightly. So, he hadn't thrown up. That was a good sign. He still looked sick though. She crossed the room and Ibiki left to tell the ninjas on duty to dispose of the man. He had spilled his guts, literally, of everything he had known about what his village was doing. Naruto had to admit the two were good at what they did. He just didn't know if he would be. His head snapped up to meet Anko's gaze when she laid her hands on his shoulders and for once she looked genuinely proud of him. Anko smiled at him and bent down to his level. "That was hard to watch, huh brat? Not as subtle as Ibiki, but I got the information and in the end, that's all that matters. I don't like mind games. I've had enough of those in my life. I'd rather take the straightforward way to get what I want. You don't have to take either of our paths. Like Ibiki told you, find your own." Naruto nodded and took a deep breath to hold in his discomfort. Ibiki came back and patted him on the head. You did well, Naruto. I guess having taken a life already gives you an edge above other kids in this area. We'll have you sit in on a few more sessions, take part in some, and then, when we think you're ready, we'll have you conduct your own. Will you supervise me? Of course. We'll watch from the wall, but you'll conduct the interrogation. We'll only jump in if necessary. Naruto was glad for that knowledge. At least he wouldn't be alone for the first time. 4 months passed and Naruto had come far in all he was taught. His ability with his was superb. He could go in and out of objects at will, move through solids at his full running speed, and was, if Ibiki had his way, a shoe-in to take over for the man when he retired as the head of interrogation. Not that Naruto wanted it. He was already being groomed for other things as well, namely Hokage. His friends at school were worried about him. He would come in looking dead tired and flop down in his chair, but by the time Iruka arrived, he would be attentive again. It was strange, but other than that life was normal. Hinata and Naruto had gotten over their embarrassing moment with the kiss and everything was right with the world. Naruto was having a rare day off. Anko was off doing something besides torturing him, Asuma was on a date with someone, and Sarutobi had told him to take it easy. He had decided to look up his friends since it was the weekend and there was no school. Fortunately for him, they had decided to look him up instead. And they had a new addition in tow. Naruto blinked when he saw the fuzzy white thing running alongside Kiba. The group came to a stop and Kiba beamed as his new friend leapt into his arms. Naruto, say hello to Akamaru. He's gonna be my partner from now on. Akamaru, this is Naruto. The little pup jumped down and walked up to Naruto cautiously, one paw in front of the other, and sniffed his leg before leaping back and barking at Kiba. Yeah, I know he smells like a fox. I don't know why, he just does. He's a cool guy though. Naruto gave the dog boy a blank stare and looked down at the now wagging puppy. Did you just talk with your dog? Yeah. So? Naruto knelt down and patted the puppy's head, making it lean into the touch. Nothing. I just didn't know you could do that. I know Kuromaru can talk, but Akamaru obviously can't. Just wanted to know how that worked. Kiba shrugged and picked Akamaru up, setting him down on his head. Don't know. Same way Shino communicates with his bugs, I guess. Just do. Now come on. It's the first weekend you've had off in ages from Hokage-sama and you can relax with us. We're gonna go eat at Ichiraku's to celebrate getting mine. How about it? Naruto grinned and stepped up beside Hinata and Shino, chatting with the two all the way to the restaurant while Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba joined in. Nothing could ruin his day. The group, now smaller because Choji, Shikamaru, and Shino were dragged away reluctantly by their parents for other duties, sat enjoying the steamy goodness that was a bowl of Ichiraku's ramen. Kiba and Hinata kept up a small conversation while Naruto chugged unbelievable amounts of ramen, keeping Tucci and Am quite busy in the kitchen. Naruto was the happiest he'd been in a while. No prisoners to worry about torturing, no getting cut up to satisfy a certain sensei's bloodlust, no practicing till he dropped, just a laid-back day spent with his friends. He was just about to suggest that they go do something else when Anko appeared in a puff of smoke, her eyes quickly settling on Naruto. Oh good, you're here. You, me, now. Come on, we gotta go. Before he could protest, she grabbed him by the arm and sunshine away. Kiba turned to Hinata and blinked. Is it just me or does that kid never have a say in what he does? Hinata sighed, sad that her friend was gone again. He probably wouldn't be back today and they wouldn't see him till the next class day. She giggled as Akamaru lapped up what Naruto had left in his bowl and stood to leave when they both heard a coughing noise and turned to find Tucci with his arms crossed. And who's paying for all this? Kiba looked at Hinata and she had the same annoyed look he knew he was wearing. Both pretty much had the same thought. I'm gonna kill him. Naruto finally regained his footing as they stopped inside the Hokage office. He glanced around quickly to find an Anbu, Ibiki, and his grandfather occupying the space. Sarutobi nodded to Anko and made them stand at attention. Now then, time is of the essence. A prisoner has escaped who we believe may be working for the enemy. You four are to chase him down and stop him from leaving Fire Country. Use whatever means necessary but take him alive if possible. Naruto looked around and found everyone's faces quite stern. Cautiously, he asked the question that kept tugging at the back of his mind. Sensei, why am I here? Anko grinned and clapped him on the back. This is that mission I was talking about, brat. You're going to catch this guy and then you're going to interrogate him. If he can't be taken, you'll eliminate him. Plain and simple. But Anko-sensei, I'm not ready. You're ready. You're more than ready. You've been ready for weeks. Now let's go. We've got a bit of ground to cover. As the three adults turned to leave, Naruto shouted for them to wait. Hold on. I don't know anything about who we're chasing and what is an Anbu doing here. Sarutobi sighed and tapped his pipe. He should never have taught the boy protocol or mission parameters. The Anbu is here to help evaluate your skills, Naruto. As for the person, I believe you'll have a vested interest in him. Naruto cut his eyes to his grandfather. Who is it? Mizuki. The look of understanding slowly spread over Naruto's face. Mizuki was a dangerous person and psychotic as well. If he was working for the enemy, he had to be stopped. Naruto nodded and stepped back beside Anko. Sarutobi reached into his desk and pulled out a plain blank Anbu mask and a dark cloak. Wear this, Naruto. You're not an official ninja yet, so we can't have you being seen in any capacity. Naruto took the mask and placed it over his face before slinging the cloak over his shoulders and turned to Anko. She took in how he looked and decided she liked it. Well, brat. Are you ready? The mask bobbed up and down and she could feel his resolve steel itself. Hi, Sensei. I'm ready. Chapter 14. Naruto followed the three superior ninja closely, his blank mask firmly in place and his new cape billowing behind him. Being the junior in a group of experienced ninjas made him very nervous, especially considering all three were there to help apprehend one man. Naruto had read the file on Mizuki before. The man was a high, low-level ninja, but had been passed up for the rank because of mental issues. Anko noticed her pupil's silence and guessed he was brooding about what he was going to have to do. They were behind Mizuki by nearly a half a day, leaving them with little time to plan. But it was now approaching nighttime, and that would be a big boon. It helped that the man was in such a rush that he was leaving noticeable signs of where he was going. A broken twig here, a drop of blood there, a thread of clothing attached to a branch, the man left a sign everywhere and the skilled Anbu who was with him followed the small trail like it was a freeway. Hey brat. Whatcha thinking about? Naruto cut his eyes over to her briefly, not that she saw it behind the mask. He took a leap onto another branch and kept up his pace while they spoke. I'm trying to think of how you want me to capture him without killing him. I have a few ways I can think of, but he might lose a limb. Anko smirked and leapt lightly from branch to branch. Learning how to talk and tree hop at the same time was a skill vital to Konoha ninjas. Doesn't matter if he loses a limb, just so long as you get the information. Capturing him is the easy part of Naruto. The hard part will be getting information from him. The blonde nodded and turned his gaze back forward. Before he could retreat into his thoughts again, Anko's devious side struck. So? What's the deal with you, the Hyuga, and the Yamanaka? You three got a little three-way going on? Ibiki and the Anbu visibly perked up when they heard this, but kept their eyes on the path. Nothing like some teasing to lighten the tension. Anko grinned since she could practically feel the heat coming off of Naruto. Sensei. We're on a mission here. Try to be a little objective. Aw come on Naru-chan. Who's the better kisser? Who's got the better body? The world wants to know. I'm 12, you psycho. But you're almost 13. You'll be 13 not long before you graduate. Don't tell me you haven't already cut a pony from the herd. Ibiki and the Anbu landed in a small clearing not far ahead of them and Anko's smirk grew bigger when her charge wouldn't answer her. Naruto. Still no answer. So? You're not gonna tell me which girl you like better? Silence. Anko used her superior speed to get behind him and draped herself over his shoulders, one of her favorite positions to tease him from, as she rubbed her cheek against his. Or? Are you saving yourself for a little old me? Do you have a fetish for older women? I'd love to be the one to pop your cherry. Ibiki and the Anbu chuckled when they heard the boy gurgle and decided to stop Anko before she began undressing the poor lad. Anko, Naruto, come over here. Mizuki isn't far ahead. He's been running all out for hours now and he's probably either stopped completely or is running slower. We've found no indication that he has soldier pills or that he ran across any travelers or other ninjas with supplies. We will assume he is armed though and he has his thought he should be about out of chakra. He is more than likely hungry and his thinking and reactions will be sluggish. The Anbu looked from one face to the other and noted with some surprise that Naruto didn't look confused in the slightest. The rumors that the boy was somewhat mature beyond his years was not unfounded. The Anbu blinked behind his mask and focused on Naruto. We didn't have much time to prepare you for this mission. In truth, we could have taken a few moments to let you go and get some gear. But this is part of your appraisal. You'll be placed in situations sometimes where you'll have nothing but your hands. Luckily, you carry your field knife with you at all times, so you have that. That's all you'll have this go around. Your mission is to subdue the enemy without killing him. You'll have to interrogate him later. Naruto nodded and fingered the hilt of his knife, comforting himself with the way the leather felt against his fingertips. He just couldn't wrap his mind around what he was about to do. Anbu-san. I'm not even a genin yet and Mizuki is a high-level ninja. All I have is my field knife. Anko frowned at her student and whacked him in the back of the head. You also have personal training from the best ninjas in the village, which nearly guarantees success, and a mind that will allow you to plan this through. You have every weapon you need. You'll do fine, Naruto. We'll be just on the perimeter, watching you. If anything goes wrong, we'll jump in and stop it. The blonde settled down noticeably after that and began to plan ahead for what he was going to do. The Anbu stiffened suddenly and nodded to Ibiki. The cage Bunshin I sent ahead has confirmed that Mizuki is a mile away, hiding in a cave that goes back about 50 feet. He has set a few rudimentary traps around the entrance to alert him to any pursuers and has somehow procured a few shuriken and kunai, from the looks of things. The white mask that the blonde was wearing bobbed up and down at the report. Anko and Ibiki stayed quiet during the talk. This was Naruto's show, to run as he saw fit. Did the clone see how Mizuki himself looked? He was huddled in a far corner, drifting in and out of sleep I believe. It was hard to tell in the dark. You can tell he's fatigued though, because his traps, though crude, were poorly and hastily laid. He shouldn't be much trouble for you. Thank you Anbu-san. If you can create a clone to lead me to the cave, I'll begin extraction. Anko blinked, surprised at her student's professional tone. She could only hope and pray that things would go smoothly. With Mizuki as tired as he was, it shouldn't be too hard and then Naruto could make his first interrogation. She could only imagine what his methods would be. Ibiki shook her from her thoughts and motioned for her to follow him. They followed the Anbu to just outside the cave and waited for the fireworks. Naruto wordlessly followed the Anbu's shadow clone, weaving through the brush like a ghost. The clone never once looked back and when it got to the edge of the clearing around the cave, it turned to Naruto and bobbed its head in a nod before dispelling itself. Naruto took his knife out of its scabbard and closed his eyes before melting into the ground slowly. He opened his eyes to the black and white world of the melt, the sensations that came along with it assaulting his senses, but he quickly got them back under control. He saw the traps Mizuki had set up and shook his head. It wasn't becoming of a ninja of Mizuki's caliber to set up such slipshod traps. What confused him was the fact that there was more than just Mizuki's tracks present. He hadn't been told that there was more than one man they were pursuing. He moved through the ground slowly, cautiously approaching his prey. He was becoming more and more excited by the minute and that reflected on the thoughts of the demon inside him. The hunt. The chase. The thrill. The blood. Naruto was too excited himself to even pay attention to Kyuubi's ramblings. He was caught in the moment, all fear gone, the adrenaline kicking in. This was what was expected of a Konoha ninja, to kill in the name of the village so that your friends and family would be safe. That thought steeled his resolve. He wouldn't ever let another incident like the one with his mother happen if he could help it. And if eliminating these missing nins was part of that, then so be it. He maneuvered through the ground until he came to the stone of the cave and moved through the new material seamlessly. He and Anko had done extensive work on being able to move through substances without stopping and the fruition of their efforts showed here. Naruto moved to the roof of the cave and observed his quarry. Two men were asleep beside a small fire while one sat on watch for the hunter nins. They were all obviously tired and the one on watch kept nodding in and out of sleep. Naruto weighed his options and began to move to the top of the cave. He had had information deliberately kept from him. If it weren't for the fact that he was undetectable while using his, he would have probably been killed by the three men. This was a test for him though and he had to pull through. He couldn't disappoint his grandfather and all his senses after all the work they'd put into him. Mizuki was to be taken alive if possible and the other two were expendable. Naruto shuddered as he thought of that word. Expendable. Like they were items to be used and thrown away. Odd humans in general are expendable. Naruto was halfway convinced by now that the Kyuubi couldn't really converse with him and that he was picking up the beast's random thoughts. He could be wrong. But he wasn't about to try to make contact with the thing. Now he had to think how he would go about this. He couldn't just go in and capture Mizuki while he eliminated the other two. Or could he? Naruto formed 6 clones and sat down cross-legged to discuss strategy with them. Okay look. I need 2 of you to take out the unknown ninjas. Quiet, just like Anko-sensei taught us. I want them to feel as little pain as possible, so I want you to put your knives through their brains. Just try to be humane. 2 of the clones nodded and Naruto turned to the rest. I want you all to focus on Mizuki. We have to take him alive so subdue him and I'll run damage control. Remember, if we eliminate the other 2 first, it's for the better. We don't know what they're capable of so they have to go. Alright, let's do this. The clones nodded and watched as Naruto melted into the stone before following suit. The blonde in the white mask watched as his doppelgangers moved into position and waited for the moment to strike. Months working with him had yielded very fruitful results. Having nothing to go on, it was like building a model from the ground up with no instructions. You put a piece here, see if it fits, and if it does, go with that. They'd found out that not only was Naruto faster in the ground and able to melt into virtually anything, but his clones could melt as well as he could, albeit at a slower pace. It was still extremely useful. And potentially deadly to the enemy. The only thing they hadn't ventured into was trying to melt into and with other humans. Naruto didn't want to think about what might go wrong, and Anko wasn't willing to let him experiment on her if something did go wrong. He could understand that, but the possibilities. His clones were in position and Naruto forced his arm down, signaling for them to begin. One of the clones moved toward the upright man, while another went to the sleeping ninja. At the same time they melted out of the ground. The man who was on guard had been dozing lightly when he felt a hand clamp around his mouth and his eyes opened just in time to stare into the fire before light burst into his vision and everything faded to black. There had been a slight twitch in his temple and everything bled black. The clone had clapped a hand over his mouth before jamming the field knife in the man's head and twisting. The sleeping man never even woke up or noticed that he had been killed. The clone jammed the knife directly into his ear, killing him instantly. The man had met the Shinigami without ever knowing how in the hell he had gotten there. Naruto melted out of the ground slowly, the cloak around him giving him an amorphic shape, his white mask yielding nothing about his expression. The sight behind the mask would have given anyone pause, as the usually cherry blonde's face was frozen in a grimace of acceptance. He didn't want to do this, but he had to. The clones that had killed the men stepped behind him and watched as their fellow clones melted out of the ground and knelt beside each of Mizuki's limbs. They turned their blank masks to Naruto and he gave them a single nod to start. They turned back to the man laying spread eagle on the floor and two grabbed his ankles while the other two grabbed his hands so he couldn't perform any. Mizuki felt his hands being clasped and leapt to his feet. The clones let him stand before the two behind Naruto ran forward and slammed their shoulders into Mizuki's torso, throwing him against the wall and holding him there while the others melted into the wall, effectively nailing him to the stone behind him in a crucifix position. Mizuki's eyes were wide and he was now fully awake and aware of the bodies holding him. He looked across the dimly lit cave to see the small figure that stood unmoving, its features hidden by the cloak and mask. His breath caught in his throat when he realized what had happened. Anbu? His gaze darted around until he found his cohorts lying on the ground and slumped against the wall, both dead with wounds to the brain. This person, for he did not know who it was, had snuck into the cave, evaded their traps, and killed his cohorts without waking any of them. He did the only thing he could think of. He screamed. Anko, Ibiki, and the Anbu heard the shrill scream and immediately rushed into the cave, skimming over all the crew traps. Anko was the first one in and was just in time to hear Naruto growl exasperatedly. "Would you please shut the hell up?" Mizuki didn't have time to answer before Naruto flipped his blade over in his hand so that it was held backwards and jammed the hilt forward right into Mizuki's forehead, knocking him out cold. His body went limp in the clone's arms and Naruto turned to the entrance. "About time you three showed up. You could have told me that there were two more guys." Anko winced at the coolness of the boy's voice. It was a tone that didn't suit Naruto and she knew he was trying to maintain his composure. He just didn't like to kill, even though he had done so beautifully. The two lying in steadily widening pools of blood were evidence that the boy had talent. "Naruto, this was a test. Albeit a hastily thrown together test, but a test of your skill nonetheless. You only have one more part to complete. Can you do it?" The blank mask swung to Ibiki and he gazed back at the boy as if disinterested. He had to know if the boy could go through with his initiation. Naruto looked toward where Mizuki was held against the wall and sighed. Anko walked over to him and put her hand on his shoulder. "Do you want to go back to Konoha and take some time before the interrogation?" Naruto shook his head and shrugged her hand off as he turned to face Mizuki. "No. Better to do it here while I still have the nerve to do it." Anko stepped back to Ibiki and the Anbu. She couldn't guess what her protege would do. Naruto grimaced behind his mask and took a few deep calming breaths. He'd need all his nerve to do this, all of his wits. Any mistakes could be disastrous. He couldn't afford to slip up. Without turning around, Naruto queried the Anbu. "What do I need to find out?" "Mizuki has been involved in questionable acts for many years now. We need to know who he is working with and anything else you can figure out." Naruto nodded and turned back to the man pinned to the wall. His clone simply stared at him as he walked forward. Once he stood before Mizuki, he cocked his fist back. "Make him feel pain." And slugged Mizuki in the jaw as hard as he could. The silver-haired man's eyes fluttered and he slowly raised his head. He couldn't figure out why he couldn't move his arms until he looked to the side and found his body held to the wall by hands that came out of the wall and two clones of the man before him. He started to scream again when the cloaked figure appeared in front of him and clamped a hand over his mouth. "Quiet. Do not scream. I have questions to ask you and you will answer them. If you answer my questions to my satisfaction, I will speak to the Hokage about lessening your sentences." He removed his hand from Mizuki's mouth and the man glared at the white mask, having regained his composure. "I don't believe that for a second. Like a nameless Anbu has any pull with the Hokage." Naruto reached his hand up to his mask slowly. "The nameless Anbu having to pull with the Hokage? No. But," he pulled the mask all the way off and threw the hood back, revealing who he was to his one-time sensei. "The grandson of the Hokage. Yes. Now then, let's talk." Mizuki snarled and lurched against his captors, yielding no results. "Damn demon. Even here you torment me. You should be dead, you should have died when you were sealed." "I'm not the demon. It is sealed. Now then, my questions." I'm not telling you anything, demon. You worthless piece of filth. All my supposed crimes against Konoha are nothing compared to yours. I owe you and the village that turned its back on me nothing. Naruto smacked the man in the mouth, keeping that emotionless look on his face. It was hard to keep it up, but the more Mizuki talked, the less he cared about the man's welfare. Interrogating a man that he loathed made torturing him all the more satisfying. If he won't talk, make him bleed. Naruto grit his teeth and shook his head. He didn't need Kyuubi to speak up now. He needed to concentrate. You'll tell me who you are working with and why. You'll tell me what I want to know. Or I will make you wish for death. Mizuki sneered and spit in Naruto's face. The three older ninjas watched unflinching. This was the usual back and forth that most went through. Very rarely would an enemy crack at the beginning. A very loud growl cut through the silence, and Anko shuddered, making the other two turn to her as she whispered lowly. Kami. I hate it when he does that. The Anbu watched as Naruto bared his fangs and advanced on Mizuki again. He had to admit, the boy got points for intimidation and enthusiasm. If things persisted in this way for very long though, he would have to call him off. How does he do that? Does he massage the throat with chakra? And can it be taught? Anko shook her head and watched as Naruto grabbed Mizuki by the throat. It's a natural thing. He doesn't use chakra to make that noise. It's been confirmed by Hyugas. We think it's a defense mechanism from having the Kyuubi, kind of like his fangs. Scares the hell out of the people when he does it though. Naruto slammed Mizuki's head back against the wall and gripped the man's forehead tightly, forcing him to make eye contact. Mizuki was scared stiff after that growl. It only confirmed that the boy was indeed the Kyuubi. Fear. The fear is so tasty. Tell me what I want to know or I'll make you wish that the Shinigami would come to claim you. The demon. Naruto slammed his fist to the left of Mizuki's head, leaving an imprint in the rock. He was tired of mind games. No wonder Anko preferred the direct approach. I'll make you wish I was the demon. Who are you working with? I won't tell you anything. Naruto could see that Mizuki was breaking. Time to pull out some more stops. So. The man was afraid of Kyuubi, huh? Well, he'd give him Kyuubi. Naruto stepped back from Mizuki and cracked his neck. This might break the man's mind, but he wouldn't know until he did it. Naruto's hand sunk into his cloak and he subtly made the sign for Kage Bunshin. One burst into existence and Naruto bade it come closer so he could whisper into its ear. Get behind me and change into a smaller version of the Kyuubi. Then, while the smoke obscures the vision, I'll melt into the ground. You act as it would. The clone nodded and moved behind him to do as it had been told while Naruto turned back to Mizuki. If you think I am the demon, then who am I to try to change your mind? I'll give you what you see. I'll give you your demon. Just remember, Mizuki, you could have done it the easy way. The clone behind him performed the henge and as the smoke covered him, Naruto melted into the ground. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a snarling, frothing Kyuubi in miniature form advancing slowly on Mizuki, 1 inch at a time. The silver-haired man began to shake violently and struggled against the clones, but to no avail. No. No. Damn you all. Stop him, he's let the demon loose. Yes. Fear truly worthy of gazing upon my visage, even in a smaller form. The three senior ninjas stood silently, amazed that Naruto would use such an underhanded tactic to prey on the man's fear. Anko was both proud of her pupil and sad that he had taken to her profession so well, even against his better judgment. It seemed the boy truly had no say in what his life would lead him to. Naruto watched from the ground as Mizuki began to rant and rave. He promised to tell them anything they wanted to know, as long as they would take the Kyuubi away, seal it away again. In the pit of his stomach, Naruto felt sick. He had preyed on a man's fear to get information. But it had to be done. In the name of Konoha. Mizuki cried and pleaded as the clone advanced ever so slowly until Naruto melted out of the ground in front of the fox look-alike. Dispel yourself. Your job is done. The fox looked Mizuki dead in the eye and waved its tails widely before a huge grin split its face. The man whimpered and looked to Naruto for mercy. Please. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just don't let him near me again. Tell me what I want to know. Mizuki told him everything. That he had been marked by Orochimaru, that he had planned to steal the forbidden scroll before he left, but the security was too tight, that he had killed teammates before for being weak. The more Naruto listened to the man, the more his pity and loathing for the man grew. Mizuki was a pawn who knew nothing. He didn't know where Orochimaru was or any of the man's plans. Mizuki had been mentally disturbed, but no one had reached out to help him. He had been jealous and greedy for power, by any means necessary. Naruto closed his eyes, afraid to open them for fear of seeing Mizuki's face. One last thing, Mizuki. Why do you hate me? There was no hesitation in his answer. Because you're a demon. Naruto opened his eyes and turned to the three behind him, the Anbu in particular. Is that enough? The Anbu nodded once and Naruto stepped forward to Mizuki and drew his knife. Your crimes against Konoha are heavy, Mizuki. There is only one punishment for your transgressions. Mizuki started to scream when he saw Naruto heft the knife, but before any sound escaped his lips, cold steel had embedded itself into his throat. Naruto watched the man gurgle and eventually his eyes went blank, signifying his death. Without a word, Naruto dispelled his clones and turned to go outside, not paying attention as Mizuki's body hit the ground with a thump. Death. Not a kill to be admired and proud of. Anko reached out to him as he passed by. Naruto. He didn't say a word as he brushed past her. Anko looked to Ibiki for help. Go talk to the brat. He needs someone right now. It was his first real time. And he did it beautifully. We'll take care of the cleanup. Anko nodded and started to chase after the boy, but retrieved his knife first. Naruto always felt better with his knife in his hand, and it might comfort him now. She didn't have to look far. He was sitting on top of the cave entrance, about 20 feet up. She leapt into the air and landed beside him. Here's your knife, kiddo. You did good back there. I think the Anbu was impressed. Naruto said nothing, just stared out into darkness with his arms wrapped around his knees. Naruto, you did what had to be done. Hokage-sama will be so proud of you. He still said nothing, and she saw tears forming at the corner of his eyes. Anko sighed and sat his knife down beside her before she enveloped the boy in a hug. Come on Naruto, just let it out. I won't tell anyone. And he cried. And he wailed. And he bawled. Anko just held him with her eyes closed. This was perhaps the first time that a man had gotten this close to her without getting his throat slit. And the only person who had ever been close to her chest. She might be a tease, but Anko was picky about her men. And no one had ever been good enough. She waited until Naruto's sobs quieted down and he settled into small sniffles and hiccups. He finally began to shift out of her grip, but she kept her arm around his shoulder. So? Ready to talk about it? Naruto shifted around, getting more comfortable in her hold. I can't believe I did that, Anko-sensei. I preyed on that man's fears and broke his mind. I killed him. I could see the fear in his eyes as I took his life. Am I a monster? Anko squeezed him tightly and forced him to look her in the eyes. Listen to me, Naruto. Listen well. You're not a monster. Everyone has told you this many times over the years. You did what you did in the name of Konoha, as a ninja of Konoha. There's one problem with that, sensei. I'm not a ninja of Konoha yet. The two were silent after that. It was true, Naruto wasn't a ninja yet. But he had the heart of one. He had gotten past the most difficult stage as best he could. So what if he broke down and cried? He was just a boy. Now, he was more. I can hear it, sensei. Anko looked down at her student and squeezed him tightly. Hear what, brat? Naruto smiled softly at that nickname. It comforted him somewhat. Kyuubi. I was speaking while I interrogated Mizuki. It said my kill was something to be admired and something to be proud of. Anko stiffened and her grip loosened slightly. Does it talk to you? Naruto nodded and turned his eyes to the ground. Does the Hokage know? Naruto nodded again. Yeah, but I won't talk back to it. I don't acknowledge it. I refuse to. I won't let it influence me. Anko grinned and stood up, dragging the blonde up with her. I'm proud of you, brat, and I'm sure everyone else is as well. Let's go home. And remember to clean your knife off. Blood leaves stains otherwise. Naruto smiled sadly and wiped the blade off on his pant leg. Eventually, everything would be alright. Sarutobi stared at everyone in his office, the three ninja and the lone academy student. Report. The Anbu gave a very detailed report of the proceedings, with everyone else chiming in at the appropriate time. The only one who remained silent was Naruto. Naruto, I've heard all that your superiors have to say. Do you have anything to add? The blonde slowly let his vision settle on his grandfather. All I want is to just enjoy the rest of the school year with no more missions, no more paperwork, no more hardcore training. Let me be a normal student for the rest of the year. Please, Jiji. Sarutobi nodded his head in understanding. If anyone deserved a break, it was Naruto. Not even a full-fledged ninja yet and already fulfilling his duties in the name of the village. Very well, Naruto. I agree with that. Consider yourself on leave from your duties. You'll still need to keep your skills sharp though, so Anko will help you on her off days. Naruto nodded and bowed to his grandfather. Can I be dismissed now? I'd really like to rest. Sarutobi nodded. I'll see you at home later, Naruto. Once the boy was gone, Sarutobi folded his hands and leaned on the desk. Now, tell me your unbiased opinions without the boy here. No sugarcoating. Eri had been waiting up for Naruto for what seemed like hours, Yahiko trying to keep her calm. They'd been through several pots of tea already, but nothing seemed to settle her nerves. When she heard the door slide open, her head flew up and she gasped when she saw her son. Naruto was the epitome of a broken child. Gone was her innocent son. In his place was a shinobi who wasn't even yet a shinobi. She wrapped him in a hug, ignoring the blood on him. She didn't have to ask what had happened. It had already been explained to her beforehand. Mom. Can I sleep with you and Dad tonight? Just this once? She smiled down at him and kissed the top of his head. Of course, son. Just this once. Naruto showed up at school like nothing had happened. He had talked it over extensively with his father and grandfather, with Anko and Ibiki standing by, and had come to terms with what he had done. Anko had told him to find something to help him cope and he was currently searching. He'd find something soon enough. He had to. Or he'd go crazy. He'd paid Kiba and Hinata back for the ramen and apologized. He'd played Shikamaru in a game of Go and lost. He'd swapped chips with Choji and caught bugs with Shino. He'd played the good student. He'd beaten Sasuke down in every battle they had. He had been genial with Ino and was starting to let her in a little more, much to her delight. He was starting to notice a subtle difference in the girls around him, most notably Ino and Hinata. They seemed to be developing. Anko still teased him about a possible three-way. Naruto had found how he could cope for the time being. He threw himself into his life. He relished in his friends and family. He watched as Konohamaru got his own private tutor, a nice man by the name of Abisu, who was indifferent to Naruto at best. Naruto just shrugged the man off. He wasn't his sensei after all. His 13th birthday had come and gone with no incident. His family had gotten him a custom-tailored cloak to work with his. Anko had promised to try to get him as her apprentice. Guy had not been able to come, being out on a mission with his team, but had sworn to make it up. Naruto couldn't believe he hadn't met his old sensei's team yet. He kept shy of Sasuke and his little fan club if possible. He got closer to Hinata when possible. He was trying to work up the courage to ask her on a small date, just something simple. His mother insisted the two looked so cute together. Naruto just thought Hinata was nice. It had been a good few months, and now it was 1 week from graduation, and Naruto was sitting in the Hokage's office, chatting with his grandfather and Anko. I've been trying to decide who will be on teams, but I need help. Naruto, I want you to help me decide who should be divided amongst who. Your old academy sensei Kurenai has recently become and has requested a team to ease into her new title. She, Kakashi, and your uncle Asuma are all viable candidates for teams. Naruto looked at the list of names and the team assignments. When he got to his name, he froze. Why am I paired with Uchiha Sasuke? Anko slammed her hand on the table in anger. I thought he was going to be my apprentice. Sarutobi leveled a glare at the two, and the killing intent he let out nearly suffocated them. Be quiet you two. I won't have such insubordination, especially from you two. Anko, I never promised to make him your apprentice. The boy needs to learn team dynamics. You may still teach him on the side. Anko's shoulders sagged, visibly crushed by the decision. She'd been looking forward to being a proper sensei. Not even being allowed to help could cushion the blow. Sarutobi felt bad about his decision, but turned to an angry Naruto. Sasuke needs someone to be a rival to him. He needs someone to measure himself against. You're that someone. Naruto looked at his grandfather in exasperation. Gigi, haven't you read the psychology reports on Uchiha Sasuke? He hates me and he only wants power. Putting the two of us together is a volatile situation just waiting to happen. I won't do it. You will do as I say, Naruto. I need someone I can trust to keep an eye on that boy. I may be your grandfather, but here, in this office, I am your ruler and superior. What I say goes. Naruto glared at his grandfather. He was tired of being told what to do. No. I won't be on his team. Sarutobi's scowl could have lit his desk on fire. What did you say to me, boy? I won't be on his team. This idea is stupid, Gigi, especially for one of your intelligence. It won't work. I'll kill him the first week. And Kakashi is our sensei. The man doesn't care two wits about me. He'll spend all his time with Sasuke because they share the Sharingan. Sakura. She hates me because Sasuke does and the team dynamic just isn't there, Gigi. You may as well just put me with Anko-sensei. At least she and I get along. Anko smirked at the boy's counterpoint, but Sarutobi would not be swayed. You will be on that team and that is final. My word is Naruto. You will do as I say. Tradition has the Hokage on a team of 3 and then you will take a team of your own when the time comes. Naruto stalked to the door. He could have melted out of the office, but he really felt like slamming something at the moment. He turned to his grandfather with fire in his eyes. Tradition, tradition. It's always tradition with you, Hokage-sama. I guess it was really traditional to seal a demon in a goddamn baby's stomach as well. Fuck tradition. Sarutobi hollered out as the door slammed. You watch your mouth, boy. The slam was deafening and he slumped back in his chair, looking at Anko. He's picked up your language, I see. Anko merely glared at the Hokage. She'd get her word in as well. Like I said before, Hokage-sama, traditions have to be broken sometimes for the good of all. The boy asks for so little. Don't make him suffer just to make someone else's life easier. She bowed to the man and left, a lot quieter than her pupil. Sarutobi looked at the picture of the yondaime and sighed. Minato, what should I do? The Uchiha is a flight risk, the psychologist said. I need Naruto to watch him since he's the only one I can trust. But his happiness and growth is at stake as well. What should I do? That thought plagued him for a couple of days until he made his decision. He would do what was best for. Chapter 15. Both. Sarutobi had decided he would compromise and do what was best for both. It wouldn't be what all sides wanted, but that's what a compromise was. An agreement between two parties that left them partially satisfied but wanting more. Anko wanted Naruto as a student, but he couldn't give her that. What he could do was give her access to him on a limited basis, so his training as an assassin could be supplemented. Naruto didn't want to be on the team of a boy that hated and had sworn to kill him, a girl who could care less about him, and a teacher who didn't care for him one way or the other. So he would refix the teams according to the graduation standings. It was still traditional and suited his needs as well. Konoha's needs were that Uchiha Sasuke be watched like a hawk. Sarutobi felt a talk with Hada Kakashi was in order. If the boy showed any signs of stepping out of line, he wanted him brought back in place. If Naruto refused to watch him, then Kakashi would have to. Sarutobi lit his pipe again and leaned back in his chair. He had sent for Naruto and Anko over an hour ago, and they would soon be alone. He could always count on those two to be prompt at least. Neither of them had spoken to him since the incident almost 4 days ago, and considering he saw Naruto at home, that hurt. It amazed him sometimes how his job came between him and his family. He and Asuma had had a falling out over Asuma's leaving for the Guardians, and it had taken years for them to talk again. Hell, they were still getting used to being cordial with one another. He didn't want that with Naruto. He'd alienated the boy enough as it was. He blew a ring of smoke into the air and watched as it dispersed in the waft of the air duct. He had all but obliterated his grandson's childhood, making the child fight for any scrap of normalcy he could. He'd introduced the boy to the darker side of shinobis before he was even a shinobi. Perhaps. He had taken his job too seriously. It had always been Konoha first, family second. It was his job to be Hokage right now, not Naruto's. That would come later. It was his responsibility to shoulder the burden of the office and all that it held. He only wanted what was best for everyone. But had forgotten that Naruto was still a child, and while he was mature, he still maintained a childish innocence in some respects. It was only right that the boy be allowed to have a small measure of happiness by being on a team that could tolerate him at the very least. Putting him with Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi was a bomb waiting to go off. And Naruto himself would likely be the fuse. It was true that Uchiha Sasuke had openly declared that he would kill Naruto once he had killed Itachi, and that was not to be taken lightly. Naruto certainly didn't take it lightly, and if push came to shove. Well. The boy had been killed already. And a death threat on a ninja of Konoha was a serious charge. Sarutobi turned his chair to look out the window to the Hokage mountain and sighed heavily. His predecessors stared back at him impassively, and he could almost feel Minato scowling at his village in contempt of how his son had been treated. Not that Sarutobi could blame him. He was only grateful that Minato and Kushina weren't here to evoke their wrath upon the people. The knock at his door heralded the arrival of his appointment for the evening, Anko and Naruto. He bade them enter and listened to the shuffle of their feet as they walked and stood before his desk. Without turning around, he asked if they knew why they'd been called. No, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi winced at the cool chill of Naruto's voice. It was time to face the music. He spun his chair and stared at the two, his pipe clenched in his teeth. Both of you sit. We have much to discuss. The two sat down with no ceremony, staring straight ahead, like good soldiers. Sarutobi rose from his seat and walked to his door, sticking his head out and calling to his secretary. No one is allowed to enter this room. I don't care what the emergency is, no one is allowed to enter here. Understood. The secretary nodded her head fearfully and breathed in relief when the door latch clicked. She felt sorry for the two who were inside. Sarutobi flipped through some hand signs and soundproofed the room before walking back to his chair. He noted that his guest still hadn't looked anywhere but straight ahead, and that saddened him. He only hoped he could repair some of the damage he'd caused. Anko, Naruto, I wish to speak to you about the other day. What I'm about to do does not leave this office, and it is not often I say it to anyone. Anko and Naruto's eyes widened as Sarutobi stood from his chair and bowed to the two of them. I'm sorry. I have been a Hokage to you, Naruto, but not a grandparent in my decisions. Anko, I have neglected you as well. Naruto has been a good influence on you in your time together, and I have failed to see that until now. I want to apologize for my actions the other day. Anko immediately stood and bowed to her leader. Hokage-sama. No, Anko. Don't apologize. What you said the other day needed to be said. Take your seat and we'll talk this out rationally. But Hokage-sama. No. Now sit and we'll talk about what I've decided. Anko sat down, still bewildered, and Sarutobi turned to a somewhat disgruntled Naruto. Do you have something you wish to say about Naruto? Not really. I believe the word compromise is going to be implemented here, and that means that I'm only going to be partially satisfied with your decision. Sarutobi sighed and glared at Anko when she smirked. I knew having your father teach you logic and politics was a bad idea for one so young. You're right, of course. I can't give you both what you want. Anko, you're too important in the role you fill now to devote your time to Naruto. The best I can offer is to let you take him with you think it's a mission he can handle, or if it's an enemy you think he can crack. Anko's smile turned into a frown, but she accepted it as graciously as she could. If that's the best you can do Hokage-sama, then that's the best you can do I guess. I'm not happy about it. Duly noted. I'm sorry Anko, it truly was the best I could do. I hope my apology was at least some consolation. I can't do that in front of anyone but you two. It wouldn't do to have a commander appearing beast. She nodded her head and listened intently to see what would become of her pupil. Naruto. I'm not going to put you on a team with Sasuke. But you will still be on a team. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is one of the few compromises I've ever made in my tenure as Hokage, Naruto, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. Since you have thrown my previous plans out of whack, I think it is only appropriate that you help me make up the new teams. Naruto stared at Sarutobi hard, not knowing where this was going. Why would you let me do such a thing? Wouldn't that show some bias on my part toward my friends? Yes and no. I'm going to greenlight what you pick, but I'm also going to make helpful suggestions beforehand. You have 6 candidates for your team, and then you're going to arrange the other teams as well. You'll need to consider who is best for what job and which sensei is best for that team. Of course, Kakashi and Sasuke are already together so that just narrows it down. I believe you're going to put Haruno Sakura with them as well. Naruto nodded and reached across the table for the files, but was stopped by his grandfather. Remember Naruto, that this is just another job that a Hokage has to deal with. You have to be objective here and consider all sides of the issue. I want you to look at this in my light for a moment. Who is the worst student grade-wise in your class? Naruto glanced down at the papers and was surprised to find Shikamaru. But he's a freaking genius. Why is he the bottom of our class? Anko snorted and leaned back in her chair. Because he doesn't apply himself. He's bored, I can tell. I used to be the same way except I'd actually do the tests instead of half-assing them. That's why his grades suck. Naruto sighed and shuffled Shikamaru's folder to the side. I guess, in a way, it's for the best. Besides Shino, Shikamaru would be able to deal with Sasuke the best. He analyzes things and would most likely be the voice of reason in their group. Truth be told, I don't think Shino would put up with it. He can be cold when he wants to be. Sarutobi nodded and puffed on his pipe some more. The other team? Naruto shuffled the folder some more and laid 3 side by side. This team will do well under Uncle Asuma. Hinata, Shino, and Choji would all benefit from being under him. I was going to put Hinata with Kurenai-sensei, but I think she'd do better under Asuma. He's less likely to coddle her, and I think she'd appreciate that. Shino and Choji. Shino could use someone who isn't so rigid to loosen him up a bit, and Choji needs someone to push him. Asuma is lazy, yes, but given the right incentive, he'll teach them what needs to be taught. Tell me Naruto, what is the purpose of this team? Naruto looked hard at the files and took a deep breath. I've tried to make the teams as balanced as possible. Having overly specialized teams was a good idea since it gives them more practice in that area, but over-specialization can do more harm than good. On Asuma's team we have a tracker in Hinata, as well as a Taijutsu specialist in Shino we have a tracker as well as detainment, and in Choji we have the tank. Sarutobi nodded his head and knocked his pipe out. Very good Naruto. I know who is on your team now and I can pretty much guess why, but we'll save that for later. I believe you should switch Shino and Shikamaru in their roles. Asuma's team would be too specialized if you don't. Naruto looked at the files again and blinked. You're right. Shino can take Sasuke and Sakura's verbal abuse, and they need a tracker. Shikamaru can detain the enemy so Hinata and Choji can decimate them. It's perfect. Anko smiled and ruffled his hair. See? You're smarter than I thought. Naruto knocked her hand aside and glared at her. Sarutobi laughed at their antics and shuffled the folders into separate piles. Now, explain to me why you've chosen Kiba and Ino on your team. Last I heard, you didn't get along with the little Yamanaka very well. Well, Kiba makes the best tracker, so I'm kind of biased there I guess. As for Ino. Well, besides Hinata she's the only girl who's ever tried to be nice to me, I guess. It was the only way to divide the teams up so they were all even. I guess that is that then. Who is your sensei? Yuugi Kurenai would be a good one I believe. She is unbiased and would help us all the best. And your underlying motive for choosing her? Naruto glared at Anko as she grinned back and rubbed the back of his head. I suck at it and she's a mistress. I kind of thought she might be able to help me. Anko thought he needed a little more needling and leaned over in his direction. Are you sure it isn't because she's hot and you have a schoolboy crush? I do not have a schoolboy crush. But she is hot. Naruto groaned and put his face in his hands. Plead the fifth. Sarutobi let out a bellow of laughter and scooped the files into his arms. Let's call it a day shall we? Anko, I'd like it if you would accompany us to dinner at my estate. And put something decent on please. I have an impressionable young grandson. Anko laughed hard before excusing herself to go to her home to change. Dinner at the Saratobi household would definitely be interesting later that night. Naruto sat at his desk, eagerly awaiting the teams to be announced. The test had been a mere formality for him, he knew he could pass. And as expected, all his friends had passed as well. Iruka droned on about how they were now ninjas of Konoha and how the fun and games were now over, yada yada yada. The poor man had given the speech so many times, even he seemed disinterested in what he was saying. Naruto's thoughts turned to what he had to do as a concession from his grandfather for allowing him some say-so into the arrangement of the teams. Naruto had promised he would make the effort, but he wouldn't press the issue if Sasuke proved it hostile. I'll announce the teams now. Try to get along with each other, since you may be with these people for several months or years. Remember that you are now shinobi of the Leaf Village and should hold yourself as such. Now then, Team 1. Naruto blotted out everything until he heard someone's familiar name. Team 7 under had a Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Aburame Shino. Sakura leapt to her feet, screaming something about true love conquering all, and Naruto could swear that he heard Shino let out a deep breath that sounded somewhat like a growl, the only sign that the bug user was not happy with his situation. Naruto felt sorry for his friend, but if anyone could handle it, it was Shino. Team 8 under Yuuhi Kurenai, Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino, and Inyazuka Kiba. There were no loud declarations, but Naruto caught Kiba pumping his arm in the air in victory and Akamaru wagging his tail happily. Ino sat behind him so he couldn't see her reaction, but he could guess she was still somewhat bummed that she wasn't on Sasuke's team. He'd hoped she'd gotten over him, but old habits die hard. Team 10 under Saratobi Asuma, Akamichi Choji, Hyuga Hinata, and Nara Shikamaru. Hinata smiled sadly. She'd so wanted to be on Naruto's team, but Choji and Shikamaru were good friends of hers as well. She'd simply have to make do. Shikamaru leaned his head up off his desk long enough to grin at Choji and smile at Hinata before letting it fall back with a thump. Iruka gave one more small speech, congratulating his former students, before turning on his heel and leaving the room, telling them their senseis would be along shortly. Naruto steeled himself and stood from his chair, making his way across the room. Everyone tensed when they saw where he was heading. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke saw him coming out of the corner of his eye and readied himself for whatever was to come. He slowly lowered his hand from his mouth to his shuriken pouch, just in case. Naruto stopped just short of his desk and stood there with everyone waiting for the ensuing fight. Sasuke, I have something to say to you. The dark-haired boy looked up into blue eyes and stood as well, his hands in his pockets. What do you have to say to me, Uzumaki? Finally come to admit I'm better than you? Not likely. I'm here to offer a truce between you and I. We've been at each other's throats since I started attending this academy, and as fellow ninjas of Konoha, we need to at least be neutral to one another. So, what do you say? Truce. Sasuke looked down at the offered hand as if in disbelief. He'd never had anyone offer anything but pity or well wishes. Now here was someone he had told personally that he would kill offering neutrality. Perhaps. He should accept. At the very least he'd have someone who could stand up to him and offer a challenge on neutral ground. Then his Uchiha pride kicked in and he slapped the hand away. He would not be patronized by a person who didn't know his pain. He wouldn't admit equality to one below his station, someone who didn't even know their real family. He would not admit neutrality to a demon. Take your offer and shove it into Uzumaki. You're just trying to get out of your inevitable defeat and death. You will fall before me once I've taken care of him. Naruto let out a slow breath and turned his now cold eyes on Sasuke. I feel sorry for you, Sasuke. You live in your own little fantasy world where everyone is below you just because of your family name. I offered you my hand and goodwill and you spit on it. You won't get another chance from me. If you ever want my respect now, you'll have to come forward yourself. Without another word, Naruto turned and walked back to his desk, thoroughly unsatisfied with the way things had gone. The entire class let out a breath they didn't know they'd been holding, and the tense atmosphere disappeared. As if on cue, the door opened and Kurenai walked in wearing her dress that looks like bandages. She smiled at the class and waved. Hello everyone. I'm here to pick up Team 8. If you'll just come with me. Naruto waited for Kiba and Ino to walk past before he turned to Team 10 and whispered to them. Good luck to you three. Just remember that Uncle Asuma is kind of lazy, so it'll be up to you, Hinata, to motivate him. Shikamaru sure as hell won't do it. Hinata giggled and nodded her head, while Choji chomped on his chips happily and Shikamaru snored. Naruto then turned to Shino and stuck out his hand. I'm sorry about your team, Shino. I don't think I could do it. The bug user pushed his shades up further and blinked. I believe I will be able to handle Naruto. If things become too much for me to handle, you will be the first to know. I'll expect you to fill out the paperwork for my transfer yourself. Naruto laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his head. So? You know about that aspect of my job, huh? Indeed. My father does not shelter me from such things. I am privy to information that many our age aren't, besides yourself of course. I'm sure your bugs have nothing to do with getting said information. Shino's right eyebrow raised slightly, the only indication that he was smirking. That's why I'm a tracking specialist. I play my role well, as do you. Naruto. Let's go, we have a team meeting. Coming sensei. I gotta go to Shino. I'm sorry. Shino watched the blonde bound out of the door and sighed as he turned to his teammates. He could only hope that Kami didn't hate him too much. Kurenai led her team to her favorite place in the village, a small tea shop in the market district. It was easy to enjoy the peace and quiet that the small shop offered, despite being on one of the busiest streets in the village. Her genin sat down in a booth, Naruto and Ino on one side, she and Kiba on the other with Akamaru on Kiba's head. She smiled at the thought that they were her genin, her responsibility. The idea almost made her shiver with excitement. There weren't many kunoichi who got to her level or beyond. Most stayed at level or were relegated to the mednin role. Kurenai had bigger aspirations. Tsunade Sams had become a legend by being the best mednin ever. Kurenai wanted to become a legend in her own field. She smiled as she looked around the table. She could already say that she had a hand in shaping a future Hokage. That alone was something to be proud of. Kiba would one day be influential in the running of his clan, and Ino would undoubtedly surpass her father if she stuck to training. The girl was already manipulative enough without adding in her family. Now then children, as you know, my name is Yuhi Kurenai. We've already spent some time together when I was an academy assistant, but I'll be taking a more direct approach to your training. Naruto, you need help with your most of all. Quite frankly, in your own words, you suck at it. Kiba laughed until his sides hurt and Ino giggled at the disgruntled look on Naruto's face. Yes, he had said that himself, but the other two didn't have to hear it said like that. Kurenai coughed into her hand and Ino and Kiba settled down. Now that we've all had a laugh at Naruto's expense, let's introduce ourselves. Kiba looked at her like she was stupid and glanced around the table. But sensei, we already know each other. Kurenai smiled at him, a smile that told him to shut his mouth or he was in trouble. Yes Kiba, we do know each other, but not on the level that a successful team does. We need to know each other on a more intimate level. We need to know that we can trust one another. She looked at the three one after the other, Naruto in particular. He had more skeletons in his closet than a mortician, but she wouldn't press the issue. Despite his outgoing personality, when it came to talking about himself the boy was intensely private. I'll start. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I enjoy making new things, drinking various teas, and taking care of my garden at home. I dislike perverts, idiots, chauvinists, and those who put down women in my profession. My hobbies are reading a good romance story and keeping my friend Anko in line. My dream is to become world-renowned as a genjutsu mistress and to take you three all the way to the top. Kiba, you're up. The Inyazuka child grinned widely and folded his arms. I'm Inyazuka Kiba. This is my partner Akamaru. I like playing with Akamaru, hanging out with my friends, and perfecting my clans. I dislike jerks like Uchiha Sasuke and cats. Can't stand cats. My hobbies are playing with Akamaru and checking out girls. My dream is to be the best tracker Inyazuka has ever seen. Kurenai nodded and smiled at Ino. My name is Yamanaka Ino. I like working in my own private little garden, shopping, and reading. I dislike Haruno Sakura and all the others who come between me and Sasuke-kun. My hobbies are studying people and solving puzzles. My dream is to get closer to Sasuke-kun and be the one to help him heal, and I want to be a great kunoichi. Naruto and Kiba groaned when she mentioned Sasuke. Kurenai kept a smile on her face, but inside she was groaning as well. She thought that Ino had made progress in her fascination with the Uchiha boy, but apparently she'd had a backslide somewhere along the way. That would have to be fixed, one way or the other. Kurenai turned from the starstruck Ino to Naruto. My name's Uzumaki Naruto. I like my family, my friends, and learning new things. I dislike bigotry and stupidity. My hobbies are learning new things and reading up on history. My dream is to be the best ninja of all time. Kurenai clapped her hands slowly and smiled at her students. Now that we have that out of the way, I have a proposal. We can either do the test today or wait until tomorrow. It's your call. The three whispered amongst themselves for a moment before sitting back in their booths. We'll take it now. We think we can do it. But sensei. We've already taken the academy test. Kurenai stood from her seat and motioned for them to follow her. As they walked, she told them how things really worked. You've passed the academy test, but not my test. If you want to be a true genin, you'll need to pass the test I give you. If you can't, the three of you get packed back off to the academy, where Iruka will give riveting lectures for another year. We wouldn't want that now, would we? The three genins shook their heads furiously and followed her in silence. Naruto smirked to himself when he remembered part of his conversation with his grandfather and Anko over dinner. Naruto, if I had forced you to be on Sasuke's team, what would you have done? Naruto grinned and put his fork down. I wouldn't have passed. On purpose. Anko nearly spit her drink out and pounded on her chest. Sarutobi blinked. What do you mean you wouldn't have passed? I would have failed on purpose. I'm not on that prick's team. You have to remember Gigi, I'm not a ninja yet so technically, I'm not under your orders yet. I would have failed that test just to make a point. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow and looked around the table to find interested faces. And what point would that be? Naruto grinned and took a sip of his drink. I'm not always going to agree with you Gigi. And Uchiha Sasuke is a subject that we will never agree on. What are you thinking about Naruto? Naruto shook his head when he heard Kiba's voice and smiled at his friend. Nothing much. Just remembering a conversation a couple days ago. They pulled up short when Kurenai whirled on her heel and faced the three genin. My test is a little different from others. I have a friend that will help me administer it. All you have to do is touch me. I won't move an inch. My friend, however, will be making moves to stop you. She's very good, so I suggest that you don't hold back. Ino raised her hand tentatively. Sensei. Who is your friend? Oh, I'm a very good friend of Kur-chan, aren't I Naru-chan? Hiba and Ino turned to Naruto to find that woman draped across his shoulders. Naruto had his eyes closed in resignation, fully understanding that he and his new team were officially fucked. Anko was not known for being gentle during training sessions, and since this was probably an official training session. Well, he'd just have to touch Kurenai. Anko noticed the smirk building on his face and whispered in his ear. No melting. The smirk immediately left his face. Anko grinned and sunshined to her spot beside Kurenai. Kiba glared at Naruto, and he noticed that even Ino seemed a little pissed. That was unexpected. Kiba was never one to let sleeping dogs lie. I hate you. You always find some way to have hot women hanging off you and you don't care. Naruto glared back at his friend. Don't worry Fido. You're about to find out why her draping herself all over you isn't a good thing. Oh Naru-chan. I thought you liked my boobies. I thought we had something special. She latched onto Kurenai and began to sob into the woman's shoulder while Kurenai tried to hold back her laughter. Kur-chan, Naru-chan doesn't love me anymore. My boobies aren't good enough for him. Kurenai patted Anko's back, soothing her. It's okay Anko-chan. I'm sure by the end of this session, Naruto will be all yours again. You know he can't resist your charms. Anko sniffed a bit and wiped the crocodile tears from her eyes before grinning and pulling two kunai from her trench coat. I can't wait. Okay kiddies, come and try to get Kur-chan. And Naruto. I hope you've been eating candy lately because your blood needs to be a little sweeter. Kurenai raised her hand and dropped it, watching as the genin disappeared. Anko pouted and turned to her. Oh, they ran away. Now I have to wait to cut someone up. Kurenai sighed and folded her arms. Anko. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Anko grinned and relaxed her stance. The genin wouldn't be attacking just yet. Let's discuss my favorite fox, shall we? Did you know he went on his first mission with me the other day? Kurenai curled an eyebrow. That hadn't been in the files. Do tell. Naruto looked around the underbrush. He had to find his teammates before they did something rash, like crush Anko. She might not kill them, but they didn't heal like he did, and Anko was less likely to care. He'd been around the Hokage office enough and filed enough reports on genin teams to know that the tests were always about teamwork. Now he just had to implement that. Unfortunately, he was restricted from using his. He snuck through the bushes and found Ino hunched over behind a shrub, staring out at the two talking women. Naruto rolled his eyes and snuck behind her before clapping a hand over her mouth. Ino started to squeal and struggle before Naruto bent down and hissed in her ear. Quiet. She'll hear us. We need to find Kiba and Akamaru now. The only way we'll pass is if we work together. If we don't work together, we'll fail. Ino nodded and he took his hand off her mouth. So where is Kiba? I don't know. We'll have to look for him. Keep behind me and hold my hand. Anko-sensei is very vindictive and she won't hesitate to pick you out because you're the weakest of the three of us. Ino scowled at him and smacked him in the back of the head. I'm the weakest. What the hell does that mean? Physically I mean. Anko-sensei is a very physical woman and she won't hesitate to strike out even if she's supposed to be guarding Karina-sensei. She gets bored easily. Come on, we have to find Kiba. It didn't take long to find Kiba since he and Akamaru burst out of the bushes and ran straight for Kurenai. Anko never stopped talking to the woman as she stepped in front of Kiba's assault and grabbed him by the collar of his jacket before wrapping Akamaru in her Sanei-Jashu snakes and hurling them across the clearing and back into the shrubs. Naruto and Ino immediately bolted towards the point where Kiba had landed. Anko could sense them running and was slightly disappointed in Naruto for not concealing himself better. But then again, he was towing a very green genin behind him. So, he's already killed 4 people. And done an interrogation. Yup. He's my prize pupil. You better not let him get soft. Naruto and Ino finally reached the spot where a knocked-out Kiba was being licked by a limping Akamaru. Anko had thrown both right into a tree, but Kiba took the brunt of it, saving Akamaru a broken leg. Naruto smacked his friend across the face and stood up when his eyes fluttered open. Come on Kiba, get up. We have to work together to get past Anko-sensei. Kiba stood up and shook his head before picking Akamaru up and stuffing him inside his jacket. And how are we going to do this? She's too fast and strong. Anko-sensei is surprisingly easy to fool if you know how. You just have to offer her something she wants. Ino queried an eyebrow. And that would be? Naruto answered by shucking off his black shirt and peeling off his mesh undershirt, making Ino blush at his well-toned body. He threw the clothing aside and rolled his shoulders before pulling his knife from its scabbard. You offer her a fight in blood. She'll leave Kurenai-sensei's side and you two will rush in to touch her. Akamaru first, then Kiba, then Ino in a straight line. Ino got her blush under control and her eyes widened when she saw his field knife. She hadn't really noticed it being that big and now Naruto had it in his teeth as he tightened his eight. What are you going to do? I'm going to engage Anko-sensei. She can't do anything any worse than she usually does in training. Just do as I told you to and everything will work out fine. What do you mean by blood? Anko-sensei has a thing for making people bleed and she says she likes the taste of my blood. I'm going to offer it up to her. Now just wait for me to lead her away. Without another word, Naruto walked out of the brush and calmly made his way to the center of the clearing. Kurenai saw him coming and whistled. Wow, he's pretty buff for a kid. You make him work out a lot. Anko turned and found one of her favorite sights in the world, a shirtless Naruto, ready to bleed. She licked her lips and turned back to Kurenai. Her eyes followed the blonde across the clearing till he stood on the opposite side he'd come from. The smirk he had told her he had something planned. Hey, Anko-sensei. How about a game of chase? If you win, you get to cut me up. Anko whimpered and looked from Naruto to Kurenai and back again. She'd promised to help Kurenai, but he was offering her blood and… She whined piteously. Kurenai sighed. Just go get him Anko. He's the more dangerous of the three anyway and I only promised not to use my hands. I never promised not to use those that I've mastered without seals on them. Anko grinned and took off after Naruto, who yelped and turned to run. Wait up Naru-chan. I just want to make you bleed. You know you like it. Kurenai turned to where Akamaru, Kiba and Ino came charging out of the brush and set up to hide her position. The three halted in their run and looked around. Kiba sniffed the air. She's still here. She's using it to hide her position, but she didn't mask her smell. Ino, you're better than I am so try to dispel it. Ino nodded and put her hands in the release sign, dispelling the low level. Kurenai smirked and formed a few buncheons to catch them off guard, throwing in it to fool Kiba and Akamaru's smell receptors. Kiba sniffed the air and dodged a punch when the clone got too close. They smell real. I think they're shadow clones. If we can hit them solidly then we can dispel them. Ino dodged a kick from the teacher lookalike and rolled forward. The buncheon threw another punch and Ino lashed out, her kick going right through it. That one was fake. I'm not nearly as good at jutsu as you and Naruto. Kiba growled and pulled a kunai out, lashing out with abandon. He dispelled the buncheon and jumped back beside Ino. Well, the brains aren't here so it's up to you. You're smarter than me so think of something. I'm not going back to that academy. Give me a second. Ino continued to think as Kiba fought off the buncheons and it suddenly came to her. All we have to do is touch her right. Yeah, so? Get Akamaru and follow me. I'll explain as we run. Kiba scooped up his puppy and followed her in a sweep around Kurenai's flank. His eyes twinkled once she was through explaining and they changed course running right for their sensei. Kurenai raised an eyebrow and sent a few more buncheons their way, disguised as Anko. Ino dodged their swipes and bent low, allowing Kiba to use her back as a springboard. Kurenai watched with interest as he launched a wide object through the air. She followed its descent with her eyes and blinked when it landed on her head. She glanced up only to have Akamaru lick her in the face. Kurenai laughed and dispelled her buncheons. The exercise was over. That's enough. You passed my test. Technically, one of you is supposed to touch me, but since Akamaru is Kiba's partner and therefore an extension of himself, I'll count it. Now let's go save Naruto before Anko bleeds him dry. The two genin nodded and followed their new sensei to find their wayward teammate. The sight before them left Kiba wide-eyed and somewhat fearful of females and Ino slightly jealous, afraid, and aroused. Kurenai just covered her face with her hands and groaned. Naruto was laid out spread eagle on the ground, his waist still bare and his arms and legs held down by pythons Anko had summoned. Said woman had cuts littered all over the blonde's body and was moaning in ecstasy whenever she licked his blood from her kunai. Kurenai coughed into her hand and Anko looked up, grinning like a maniac. Hey Kuru-chan, squirts. Want some? It's really tasty. Kiba and Ino shook their heads quickly and Kurenai sighed. The test is over Anko so you can let him go now. I need to talk to all three besides. Oh, but I just caught him a little while ago. I haven't even gotten to his pants yet. And I'm sure Blondie over there is curious as to what's in them from the blush on her face. Ino squeaked and Kurenai grabbed Anko by the collar. Dispel your summons please Anko. You can have him after we're finished. Anko pouted but waved her hand, dismissing the summons. Naruto stood up and cracked his back before grinning at his teammates. So, we passed. They nodded dumbly. Kurenai smiled and put a hand on his shoulder. Yes, you three did. That was very noble, sacrificing yourself so your teammates could get closer to me. Foolhardy, but noble. Now, teammate is officially passed my test. We'll meet at the Hokage Tower tomorrow at 8 AM for our first assignment. Kiba, Ino, you should go home and rest. I'll try to liberate Naruto from Anko. Kiba and Ino nodded and left for home, both offering Naruto sympathetic looks before scampering off to celebrate with their families. Kurenai turned back to find Anko nuzzling Naruto's cheek and the blonde rolling his eyes as if it was an everyday occurrence. Naruto, Anko has told me certain things about you that I was not aware of. How about we all go out for some dango and discuss your. Shouldn't Ino and Kiba have come along too? Kurenai shook her head and smiled. Not just yet. Those two have the biggest mouths in your graduating class. I'd like to let them know slowly if possible. Besides, your file is mostly classified and as your sensei, I want to know more about my pupil. I expect the same courtesy you show Anko. Naruto's eyes widened and he stepped back. You're not a vampire either are you? Kurenai laughed and went to help him find his clothing. No, I'm not. I prefer less sadistic tendencies. Now get your shirt and let's go. We have a lot to discuss. Oh, I prefer him shirtless. Not now Anko. A few minutes later found Naruto in the company of two beautiful women in a dango shop. He couldn't imagine what they wanted to talk about, but from the calm look on Kurenai's face, it must be important. Kurenai swallowed her dango and looked him in the eye. Let's talk about a few things about Naruto. Like your feud with Sasuke and your role on my team. Naruto took a sip of his tea and let out a deep breath. What do you want to know? Chapter 16. What do you want to know? Kurenai pondered the question, rolling it around in her mind. It was such an innocent question, one that had a lot of possibilities. She wanted to know many things. Why he was practically raised in the Hokage Tower. Why he took and assigned missions to Konoha ninjas. Why was he trained by so many different teachers? Why did he hide his true strength and only gave half glimpses and half truths? I want to know everything. I want to know about you, that knife you carry since I've never seen one like it before, and all your training. I want to know about you, Naruto. Anko smirked and elbowed Kurenai in the side, eliciting a grunt from her red-eyed friend. Getting comfy already Kuro-chan? And you were saying I was moving in early? Kurenai frowned and narrowed her eyes. You know, you aren't necessary for this part of the student-teacher conference Anko. If you'd be so kind as to leave now, thank you. Anko's smirk left her face slowly until it settled into a frown. Are you telling me I can't stay in Kuro-chan? Yes, I'm asking you to leave. I'd like to talk to my student alone. He's my student too, you know. Anko. The trench coat-clad woman stood in a huff and pushed her chair back in. Fine. I know when I'm not wanted. I'll see you later, Miru-chan. Goodbye Kurenai. Kurenai sighed at her friend's actions and waved. Anko got to the door of the shop and narrowed her eyes. She might have to leave, but she would have the last word. Cupping her hands to her mouth she yelled out across the shop. Kurenai. Be sure to have your little boyfriend back home by 9 for Betty bye. You know how sleepy he gets after you work him hard all day. Seeing her student and friend glow red and glare at her, Anko stepped out of the shop cackling, her work finished for the day. It was too early to hit the bars. She might as well go torture some poor soul. Rolling her shoulders, she set out to find a victim. Maybe she and Ibiki could tag team a guy. Kurenai groaned and hid her reddening face in her hands. Naruto wasn't much better and they could hear the whispers of the patrons of the shop, making things 10 times worse. Kurenai peeked out from behind her fingers to look at Naruto's beet red face and groaned. Let's just take this conversation to my home okay? I'll get some more dango to go. Naruto nodded, still not willing to look her in the eye, lest he turn even redder. Kurenai slipped out of her seat and walked to the counter. Can I get a few orders to go please? The clerk eyed her warily as he rang up the purchase. Look lady, I know you come here a lot, but I don't want no child mole. Kurenai growled and leaned over the counter so only he could hear. That is my student over there. My friend that left earlier will be getting hers later for embarrassing me in public like that. Just give me my order and let's forget what she said, or I'll make sure you sing soprano for the rest of your life. I'm embarrassed enough as it is. The man gave a quick nod and handed her a large order of dango. On the house, to atone for me. Mistake. I didn't mean to offend. Kurenai smiled and bowed her head slightly to the man, taking the offered dango. Thank you. I'm sorry for my outburst. Please accept my apologies. The man kept his eye on her but waved his hand dismissively and Kurenai motioned for Naruto to head outside before anything else potentially embarrassing could happen. They walked to her house in silence, complete and suffocating silence. The day had started off so well for her and her students and Anko had completely ruined it. Kurenai's only thought was that she was glad that Ino and Kiba hadn't been there to see that. She'd get Anko back later. Oh yes, she'd get her back, but it would have to be later. Once they reached her house, Kurenai ushered him in and told him to sit on the couch, which he did very stiffly. The red-eyed beauty sighed and sat the dango on the coffee table before him as she sat out to make the tea. As the kettle began to heat up, she added the pouch of tea to the pot and turned back to look at her pupil. She was terribly curious about him. After all, how many could say they had a hand in shaping the Hokage's grandson and a future Hokage as well? But he was such a mystery. His was unheard of, that knife he carried was something she'd never seen, and she was curious as to how he felt about harboring the Kyuubi. As the law went, she couldn't ask him about it, but if she could guide him into talking about it. Kurenai-sensei, are we going to talk or not? Kurenai shook herself out of her little stupor and smiled at her student. The tea could wait. She crossed the room and sat on the other side of the coffee table, on a pillow on the floor. We're going to talk. I was just making tea so we'd have something to drink. After Anko's little display, I need something to calm my nerves. Now, how about we start by telling you a little about yourself? Naruto tilted his head and blinked. Sensei, we already did this exercise earlier today. I told you about me. No, you told your teammates about you and you didn't say much. I know you and Kiba are friends, but you keep a lot from him. I take it you and Ino are just now starting to talk to one another. As your sensei, I want you to be able to talk to me about anything. To do that, you can't hide things from me or I can't help you. Just tell me about yourself. Naruto looked down at his hands and twiddled his thumbs nervously. He'd never actively spoken to anyone about himself outside of his family and senseis. But Kurenai was his sensei now and he should treat her as such. He took a deep breath and locked his blue eyes with her red ones. My name is the Melt. It allows me to disappear inside of solid objects as long as they can contain my mass. I can move at very high speeds while using my ability and can attack from anywhere. My field knife is unique to me. I don't know anyone else that has one and it handles differently from a kunai or a short sword. I know a few, but I'm not truly a specialist. I'm more close to combat and assassination. Kurenai winced when he said assassination. She knew it was a useful thing in the ninja world and she had assassinated some people as well, but for one so young to accept his role. It was just as Anko had said, the boy took his path in life seriously. A bit too serious. Very good Naruto. Show me. The boy nodded and Kurenai watched with wide eyes as he began to sink into her couch. She watched closely, her trained eye searching for any when she remembered. Naruto couldn't use it. And there weren't any she knew of that allowed one to move on the earth. Anytime someone seemed to disappear into a solid object, it was either an illusion or they had replaced themselves with some type of clone. But Naruto actually vanished. You know Kurenai-sensei, you have a really nice house. I can see a lot of it from my position here and it's very comfy. Kurenai spun round and round, searching for the source of his disembodied voice, but found none. Naruto, where are you? Above you. Kurenai looked up and gasped. Naruto's head was the only thing visible from the ceiling as he grinned at her, more and more of his body becoming visible until he stood upside down on the ceiling. Kurenai was amazed. That is truly astounding. To think, I have a rare user in my group of genin. Now come down from my ceiling and try not to leave footprints. I'll have you give a better demonstration to me and your teammates tomorrow. Naruto nodded and melted back into the ceiling before appearing again in his cross-legged position on the couch. Isn't tomorrow a little soon, sensei? The whistle of the teapot interrupted the two and Kurenai went to take it off the burner. As she poured the tea, she continued their conversation. No, it's not. If we're going to focus on team dynamics, then we need to know what each member is capable of. And you're going to have to tell them eventually. Naruto nodded and took a sip of the tea she offered him. He didn't want to talk about this, but he knew that it would come up eventually anyway. Would you like to discuss the Kyuubi? Kurenai stopped mid-sip and looked over her cup at her student. This had come a bit earlier than expected. I can only discuss certain issues if you want to talk about Naruto. Do you want to? He nodded his head yes and Kurenai smiled. After this, there truly would be virtually no secrets between them. As you know sensei, I'm the container of the Kyuubi. I found out a few years ago. I'm sure you've seen my profile about what I've done so far. Kurenai nodded her head. Well, that profile only contains the information that isn't classified. All the other stuff I'll have to tell you. I'm too valuable as a container and as a future Hokage to have too much information out about me. Kurenai winced at the word valuable, like he knew that he was just a pawn. A child shouldn't feel like that. So? How did you find out? Who told you? I figured it out myself. It wasn't hard after listening to people whisper and doing a little digging in Gigi's library. I have to tell you something though. You might as well know that. I can hear it. Kurenai's eyes widened to impossible proportions. He has okay. He's killed before he was even a ninja, okay. He's Sandame's pick for taking over after his reign is over, okay. He can actually hear the demon and might listen to it. Not something she wanted to deal with. Have you talked to it? No. I refuse to acknowledge it. But I can hear it sometimes, usually when I'm stressed or in a fight. It gives me advice or. I think it does. Sometimes I think I just pick up its random ramblings. But I can hear it. Naruto. Never respond to it. I'm sure you've been told that before by Hokage-sama, but don't ever talk about it. I don't want to think about what could happen. Naruto nodded and took another sip of tea. He needed something to calm him down after revealing all that. It wasn't often he trusted someone enough to tell them what he was and what he could do. That's pretty much it, Sensei. Those are my big secrets. I'm good with my knife, but nowhere near as good as Asuma-sensei. My taijutsu, Kalarippate, is very odd for a Konoha ninja. I start with soft blows to try to dissuade the enemy, but by the time I'm finished increasing the pressure, Guy-sensei said it's like being hit with a 2-ton weight. I can interrogate and have been told by Ibiki-sensei and Anko-sensei that I have talent. Truth be told, interrogation isn't all that bad. It's all in how you do it. Kurenai's eyes widened slightly. She hated to interrogate people, and she didn't want another Anko on her hands. How do you interrogate people? Naruto calmly took a sip of his tea and locked eyes with her. Fear. I make them fear me. After all, if they see me as a demon, they'll tell me anything. And how are you? The low, rumbling growl filled the air, and Kurenai shuddered. It was like there was a beast in the room with him. She took in Naruto's visage and noticed his elongated fangs, the way his eyes were cold, and that growl. It shook her to the bone. As quickly as it was there, it was gone. That's one of the ways I do it. If we ever have to interrogate anyone, Sensei, I'll do it. I know from your file that you hate to do it. She queried her eyebrow and frowned at him. And how do you know what's in my file? You're not supposed to read files on. Who do you think picked you for the academy? She gasped and sat her tea down. You picked me? But I thought of Hokage-sama. Did you ask me to pick a suitable replacement for Mizuki and I did? You were the only viable candidate and I thought you could straighten out the girls. Besides, it gives you valuable time with your future team and lets you know some of our strengths and weaknesses ahead of time. Kurenai shook her head and took a bite of dango off the skewer. The more she delved into Naruto, the deeper and more mysterious he became. She'd already found out what she wanted to know, but now. She just had a few more questions. Naruto. Do you want to be Hokage? His spine straightened, his eyes snapped open fully, and his mouth gaped. No one had ever questioned him on that. Digi is correct when he says that I don't have much choice in what I'm going to do because of my condition. I don't really have any other options. Kurenai shook her head again and locked her ruby-red eyes with his cerulean blues. That's not what I asked, Naruto. Stop avoiding the question. Do you want to be Hokage? He turned his gaze toward the floor and sighed heavily before looking back up. I don't know. I don't know what I want in life. I never have much say in what I do, Sensei. I've learned to just go with the flow and take what little freedoms I have as blessings. As I'm a sacrifice and that's what my whole life has been. My whole life is a sacrifice and no one cares what I've had taken away or what I'm denied. Kurenai was listening intently. This wasn't the polite child or the bright and sunny child or even the cold, aloof child he normally was. This was a wounded individual who obviously bottled things up. The least she could do was let him rant and rave. No one ever really stops to think about what I want. From the time I was 4, I've been trained to take that hat from Gigi. I didn't get to play much, I never got much time out, my nose was either in a book or buried in the ground courtesy of Guy-sensei. Then my manifested and everything changed again. I virtually had no time for what few friends I have. Kurenai was entranced by the battery of emotions flooding across his face. It was almost surreal listening to a 13-year-old talk about such things. I have to put up with the villagers and their stupidity. I have to put up with Sasuke and his idiocy. I had to kill Mizuki. I had to take and assign missions to ninjas who looked at me with indifference. That hurts worse than hatred or love when someone doesn't care one way or the other about you. I cherish my friends. I cherish the time I spend with them because when I'm with them, I don't have to be the kid in the robes or act as a Hokage should or set an example for others. I can be Naruto. His voice got lower as he spoke his final part, wrapping up his little diatribe. Do I want to be Hokage? No. I don't. But I realize that I have to if I want things to change. I don't want anyone else experiencing my life. If going to the top is the only way to change things, then I'll go to the top and show them who Uzumaki Naruto is. I'm not a demon, I'm not a monster. But if this village keeps it up, I might end up as one. You don't have what it takes to be a monster. Naruto stiffened, his eyes widening, and Kurenai rushed to him immediately. What's the matter? His voice was barely above a whisper. It spoke to me again. It told me I don't have what it takes to be a monster. She decided a change of subject may be in order if it was listening. Why do you and Sasuke hate each other? Naruto's eyes hardened at the mention of the boy's name, and he frowned. He hates me because his dad said I was a demon in human form. He thinks that he's going to kill me after he kills Itachi, excuse me, if he kills Itachi. Sasuke is nothing but trash. The Uchihas do not taste very good either. Naruto snorted and Kurenai asked him what was so funny. It said that the Uchihas don't taste very good. Kurenai decided that his raw emotions were what helped the beast communicate and it would be best to end their talk now. I found out all I want to know about Naruto. You should go home and rest. After all, we start those really fun D-rank missions tomorrow you know. She smiled when he groaned and held out her hand to help him up. I think we're going to do fine Naruto. Our team will do just fine. Now go home and rest. We have a big day ahead of us tomorrow. Naruto nodded and made a single hand sign. Kurenai blinked. Naruto, what are you? The feeling of a slight breeze was her answer and he disappeared before her very eyes, shining home. Kurenai blinked again before laughing to herself and picking up the dango and tea. At least I won't be bored with that kid around. Kiba hollered out that he was home as he entered the kitchen and was greeted by the sight of his mother, sister, and their canine familiars. Tsume smiled at her son and motioned for him to sit. So, how was your team? Kiba grinned and sat Akamaru on the floor. It's great. I've got Yamanaka Ino and Uzumaki Naruto on my team. Tsume's smile widened a bit more. The Hokage's grandson huh? I expect big things from your team then Kiba. I've heard that that boy is a tank when it comes to battle. Training with Guy would do that to anyone though. The Yamanaka girl I'm not so sure of. You, however, had better be on your best behavior. Mom? I'm always on my best behavior. Tsume snorted and his sister Hana laughed as well. Kiba, I don't think you've had a good day in your life. I bet mom can't remember a time she had you under control either. Tsume put her finger to her chin and med. Nope, can't remember a time at all. The boy has always been a handful. Kiba was steadily getting angrier as their teasing went on and Tsume decided to stop before he destroyed something. Oh stop it son, don't get your panties in a wad. We're just teasing you. Now when is your test? We already took it. We passed. Tsume and Hana both shared a look and turned to him at the same time. Well? What was the test? Kiba shuddered, remembering Naruto's little sacrifice. We had to touch Kurenai sensei while she stood still in the middle of a field. Tsume frowned and folded her arms. That doesn't sound too hard. Well some chick named Anko protected her. Hana snorted and tried to stifle her laughter. She'd had to work with Anko on a couple of occasions when the woman needed a tracker and the bitch was crazy. There's no telling what the kids had done to get past her since Anko didn't know how to hold back. So how'd you get past her? Naruto said she liked to drink his blood so he took off his shirt and offered himself up as a sacrifice before leading her away. Ino and I attacked Kurenai sensei, she used some and I threw Akamaru on top of her head. Then we had to rescue Naruto. Tsume and Hana both had silly grins on their faces as they thought of what Anko had probably done to the boy. The woman was completely batshit loco. Suo? We found him held down by big snakes and she was cutting him up and licking the blood off her kunai. The strange thing. Naruto was laying there bored like it was an everyday occurrence. Tsume muttered to herself that it probably was. Hana, on the other hand, was a bit more curious. That kid has guts challenging Anko. You know, from what I remember of him, he's pretty cute. Maybe I need to come meet your team. Hell no. You stay away from him sis. You're way too old for him. Hana jerked back and glared at her brother. Kiba clapped a hand to his mouth, realizing what he just said. He immediately bolted for the door before she came to her senses. Who the hell are you calling old? Tsume sighed as her children took off out of the house. The two were way too rambunctious. Perhaps being on a team with Naruto would help Kiba calm down. She'd seen on occasion while observing the boy that he was polite and his mannerisms reminded her of the Aburame at times. Probably from hanging around that Shino boy so much. Her son's life would definitely not be boring from now on. Especially with a future knockout like the Yamanaka girl on his team. Screams from outside indicated that Hana had caught Kiba and Tsume chuckled. Things were definitely going to be interesting. She could see the dinner table conversations already. Yamanaka Ino had run home as fast as she could to tell her parents that she had passed. She burst through the door of the flower shop, scaring some of the patrons, and rushed for the counter where her mother was arranging a flower assortment for someone's anniversary. Mom, I passed. My team passed. Yamanaka Yuri smiled at her daughter and pushed the arrangement aside for the moment. She had to hear this. That's excellent, dear. I'll cook your favorite meal to celebrate tonight. Now how did you do it? Yes sweetie, how did you do it? Yamanaka Inoichi walked out of the back carrying a few bulbs in his hand and sat them on the counter. The patrons had all stopped as well to listen in on what had happened. Ino regaled them with a tale of how she was on a team with Inuzuka Kiba and Uzumaki Naruto. Inoichi was ecstatic and her mother smiled at the mention of the blonde's name, but she noticed that some of the customers had frowns on their faces. When she got to the part about rescuing Naruto, Inoichi was about to die from laughter. So, the kid offers himself up to Anko and she ties him down and starts taking blood from him. I think the kid has a masochistic streak in him. Anyone who would willingly let Anko cut him up is crazy as hell. Ino nodded in agreement when something came to mind. You know what, daddy? Now that I think about it, by the time Naruto found his shirt, most of those cuts were healed up. Is there anyone that can do that? Inoichi began to sweat slightly. This was going into dangerous territory and he needed a way out. Tell me sweetie, what do you think of Naruto? Ino looked off into space, as if envisioning her fellow blonde. Well, he's really nice and usually laughs and jokes around. He's really good looking and without clothes, he's actually pretty buff. I mean, he even has a six-pack. Inoichi, seeing that he'd steered her out of dangerous waters, now had to reel his hormonal daughter back in. So? He's better looking than the Uchiha boy. Well, he has a better body. Daddy. Inoichi laughed and waved his daughter over to her mother for what he called girl talk. He had customers to take care of. Ino walked over to her mother, thoroughly embarrassed. She'd almost admitted that Naruto was better looking than Sasuke. That was a close one. Her mother, however, wasn't one to let an opportunity to tease go. She put her cheeks in her hands and leaned on the counter. So Ino, who has the better body? Mama. 8 a.m. came early for teammate the next day. Naruto, Ino, and Kiba were already waiting for Kurenai when she arrived. She smiled at her team, the 3 genin that she would mold and put her hands on her hips. Now then, we can go in and get a mission from the Hokage, or we can have a team practice. We'll do both today, but I'll let you choose which we do first. Naruto grumbled under his breath and Kiba turned to him. What did you say? I said let's do the mission and get it over with. The sooner we get done the better. Ino and Kiba looked at him quizzically. The blonde girl was the first to question him. What do you mean? You'll see. Kurenai smiled and walked past them, pushing the door open and ushering them inside. Naruto, if you'll be so kind as to guide us there. The whiskered boy grunted and made his way to the office where Sarutobi would hand out mission assignments in the morning. He'd been there often enough to walk there in his sleep. He sighed heavily and opened the door. Sarutobi smiled and bridged his hands together, resting his chin on them. It had been quite an affair when Naruto came home the night before and they'd had quite the little shindig. He saw Naruto's disgruntled look and knew exactly why the boy was so melancholy. D-rank missions were a shinobi's bane. Naruto knew this, but his teammates were about to find out firsthand. Teammate, led by Yuuhi Kurenai, reporting for our first mission Hokage-sama. Sarutobi smiled at Kurenai and pulled out the D-rank scroll. Now, Kurenai-chan, no need to be so formal. I'm glad to see you 4 here this morning. You're the first genin team to pass this year you know. The 3 children grinned and Sarutobi glanced down at the scroll, a wicked gleam in his eyes. This'll get you back for that work no jutsu, you little brat. Let me see now. No, here we are. Tora the cat has escaped again from his owner, Daimyo's wife. Teammate, your mission is to find and capture the cat. Kiba and Ino stood gobsmacked. This was a ninja mission. Kurenai was trying not to giggle at their responses until Naruto marched over to the desk. Give me that damn scroll. There's got to be a better mission than that. I'll assign it myself. Naruto. Naruto winced at the harsh sound of that voice. He only heard it from his grandfather when he did something wrong. And he realized where he had messed up. He bowed his head in shame. Naruto. You don't assign missions anymore do you? No Hokage-sama. Do you have any say-so in this tower at the moment? No Hokage-sama. You're supposed to set an example for your teammates, Naruto. I'll be having a talk with you this evening. Now teammate, go capture that cat. And Naruto. Don't kill it. Teammate followed out behind a crestfallen Naruto and Kurenai turned to apologize to Sarutobi, who smiled kindly and waved his hand. He's been assigning missions so long that he thought he'd be able to pick his own. He's going to have to adjust to genin life now. Might as well start him at the bottom of the barrel. Kurenai nodded and closed the door behind her. She never saw Sarutobi's wicked grin or heard him whisper to himself. That'll teach you, you little pest. She did hear him cackle however. That was strange. Ino and Kiba rounded on Naruto as soon as they left the tower. What the hell was that all about Naruto? You used to assign missions. I knew you worked in the tower, but that. Ino stared at her blonde teammate in awe. What all had she missed about him in the years she had given up his friendship? Kurenai walked up behind Naruto and patted him on his shaggy head. Now Naruto, I know you hate D ranks, but they're necessary. Besides, the more you get done sooner, the faster you'll get a C rank. You know that. Ino, Kiba, Naruto will be happy to tell you more about himself at our team meeting later. Right now, we have to catch Tora. Naruto grumbled and kicked a stone as they walked away from the door. Stupid cat. I hate cats. Yeah, me too. Akamaru barked in agreement from Kiba's jacket and Ino walked up beside Kurenai. Sensei, are these really missions? They seem kind of dumb. Kurenai smiled at her pupil and stopped in the road. They are, but they serve a purpose. They promote teamwork between team members and give the genins a little pocket money before they move up to C ranks like protecting people and stopping bandits. Tora is a special case. The Lady Daimyo has been losing that pet for years now. There have actually been several Toras over the years, but the one thing that they all have in common is that they are away from her. Kiba seemed to be in deep thought, a rare occurrence for the boy. Hey Kurenai-sensei. Is Daimyo's wife here in Konoha? She tilted her head and looked at him. Yes. Why? Well, if she has something with his scent on it, me and Akamaru can track him down sooner. I'd like to get this over with and get some actual training done. Kurenai's smile brightened. Perhaps the boy wasn't quite so dense after all. That's an excellent idea, Kiba. Let's go find her. It felt like they'd been in the woods for hours. They were hot, they were sweaty, and if they didn't catch that damned feline on the next go, all three genin had sworn to start using actual. Tora had evaded them every time they made a move against him, and Kurenai was starting to fear what her genin might do. Naruto had been assassinated after all. Kiba had the cat scent again, and the three genin and puppy moved in a box formation on the cat's location. Naruto could see the damn thing in the bushes and noticed a small puddle behind it. Perfect. He tapped his communicator and Kiba and Ino halted. Hold your positions. I have an idea. Naruto formed a cage bunchen where Ino and Kiba couldn't see and had it melt into the ground. It came up behind the cat and formed the Suro no Jutsu, trapping the cat inside the impenetrable water ball. Naruto tapped his communicator again. Pest caught. Move in. The three genin walked up to where the clone held the cat in a ball of water, the now soaked feline fighting to be released. Naruto reached his hand inside the prison and grabbed the cat by the nape of its neck. Tora hissed at Naruto, and he let out a bone-chilling growl that made even Akamaru's neck hair stand on end. Tora flew into Ino's arms and sat there, nestled safely into her bosom. The girl frowned at the feel of the wet cat and glanced over at a self-satisfied Naruto. What the hell was that? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Naruto shrugged and gave the cat another withering glare. It worked, didn't it? The cat doesn't look like it'll be running anytime soon. And besides, I used to growl at you Sasuke fangirls all the time. Kiba slapped him on the back and grinned. He was a pretty cool man. Can you teach me that? Naruto grinned back and scratched his head. We'll see. I'm not a very good teacher. Can we go now? Kurenai landed beside them and cast an appraising eye on them. That was a very good team. You worked together well, although it took longer than I would have thought. Let's take him back and receive our mission pay. Then, we'll have that team meeting I talked about. They followed her back to the Hokage tower, Naruto, Kiba and Akamaru growling slightly to keep the cat firmly in Ino's arms. The girl was fretting over the smell of wet cat on her clothes and Kurenai rolled her eyes. She certainly wasn't bored with these three. Sarutobi smiled when they came in, nearly laughing at how the two boys and dog growled at the cat and told the daimyo's wife where to pay. Kurenai reported the mission complete, Sarutobi crossed it off the list completely and teammate left to get lunch and have that talk. Naruto was noticeably nervous. So obviously nervous that Kiba and Ino had called him on it several times. He brushed off their concerns, but the closer they got to the training ground assigned to them, the more he began to sweat. Kurenai noticed it and coughed into her hand once they were settled in. I had a talk with Naruto last night and he has agreed with me that you should know certain things about him. You are a team now and there shouldn't be any secrets as to what you can and can't do. Naruto, if you would. She motioned for him to stand and he did so reluctantly. He hated to reveal this, but these people were his team and he could trust them. I have a Kekkei Genkai. I'm the only one who has it that we're aware of. With it, my specialty is assassination. And it works spectacularly. Ino and Kiba's attention was front and center as he spoke. Kiba immediately asked what it was. It's easier to show you. Just watch. The two genin watched with steadily widening eyes as Naruto began to sink into the ground until he was completely gone. Kiba sniffed the air, trying to find him, and Akamaru did the same. Naruto's disembodied voice filled the air. Don't bother trying to smell me, Kiba. I'm actually part of the ground now. You couldn't find me if you had the best nose in the world. Watch that tree to your left. Kiba and Ino swung their bodies to face the tree and watched as Naruto melted out of the tree with a grin on his face. Pretty cool, huh? I can melt into virtually anything except liquids. And I'm pretty quick with it. Ino, still amazed, asked him how quick. Naruto sank back into the tree and was behind her in an instant with his arms around her waist. This is quick. He gave her a squeeze with his fingers, making her shriek, while Kiba and Kurenai laughed. Kiba stopped laughing at Naruto dodging Ino's blows and wiped the tears from his eyes. That was great. That's an awesome ability, man. I'm sure it'll come in handy. You can sneak up on anyone with that thing. It'd be great for peeking. Ino growled and socked Kiba in the jaw, sprawling him out on the ground, while Kurenai shook her head disapprovingly. Naruto sighed and helped his slightly concussed friend back to his feet. Guys, I have one more confession. I've killed already. I've killed 4 times. Ino gasped and Kiba just stared at him. Sure, Naruto wasn't your average guy, but to have killed already? They'd just become genin. I did it before I was even a ninja. Once on my 10th birthday when a guy tried to kill my mom, and a few months ago I was sent to interrogate and assassinate the traitor Mizuki. You killed Mizuki sensei? Naruto nodded to Kiba and the dog boy sat for a while, pondering. Ino walked up to him and looked him in his eyes. How was it? What? The kill. What did it feel like? Naruto looked up to the sky and sighed. It felt weird. You feel detached when you kill the first time, like you're standing there watching from outside your body. The next few times, you actually feel it as you kill them, you see the blood and you feel the pounding of your heart. But you have to keep going, you can't let it eat at you. At least, that's what Anko-sensei says. Kurenai clapped her hands and the genin all turned toward her. Eloquently put Naruto. I couldn't have said it better myself. Ino, Kiba, this is part of the harsh reality of being a shinobi. Naruto has experienced a lot before he even became a ninja. I'd like you 3 to discuss it amongst yourselves today. Consider this your training for the day. Devise a strategy based on your abilities. Learn to work well together. Become more comfortable with one another. Ino looked over to her sensei. Where are you going, sensei? Kurenai turned and put her hand into the sign for Shunshin, grinning as she did. I'm going to a bar to meet up with the other instructors and gloat a bit. None of the others had their test till today and I want to see how your competition did. She disappeared in a whirl of leaves and Ino and Kiba turned to Naruto expectantly. He looked from one to the other and shrugged. What? Kurenai rolled her shoulders as she walked into the bar. She could already hear the sounds of Anko making a scene inside and the boasting of Guy as he tried to con Kakashi into something frivolous. She set her face into a smirk and walked inside. Asuma greeted her cheerfully and she smiled back at him before walking over to Anko and sitting beside her. The eccentric woman turned to whoever had sat down beside her and grinned. Kuro-chan. So, how was today? It was alright. I'd like to hear how everyone else did though. Asuma took a drag on his cigarette and grinned. He already knew her team had passed. Naruto was his nephew after all. My team passed with no trouble. All they had to do was find me within an hour and capture me. Hinata found me and Chaoji herded me toward Shikamaru, who captured me in his cage main. They'll do fine. A few more instructors announced their team's failure and Kurenai waited patiently for Kakashi to speak. There were very few teams that passed and she knew that the one with the Uchiha boy on it was pretty much guaranteed to pass. Everyone waited for Kakashi to announce his team's status but nothing ever came. Thank Kami for Guy. Kakashi, my youthful rival. Tell us how your team did today. Kakashi glanced up from his porn and blinked slowly. You say something Guy. His job of annoying Guy beyond measure done, he turned to the others present and gave them an eye smile. My team passed. They didn't work well together at first, but they eventually passed my test by helping each other after the initial test was over. Shino can be quite persuasive when he wants to be. Kurenai couldn't help herself any longer. How is their teamwork Kakashi? Is Sasuke willing to work with the others? He does so begrudgingly. I'll have to work with him on that. Sakura will follow whatever Sasuke says and Shino. Well. Shino is Shino. I think they'll work out in the end. He turned a lazy eye to Kurenai. And you Kurenai? How did your test go today? Kurenai smiled. Here was her moment to shine. I had my genin take my test the day of graduation. They had their first D rank today. Their only goal was to touch me as I stood still in the middle of a field. The other instructors groaned at the ease of the test, but Anko grinned, knowing her part in the story was coming up. Kakashi snorted and opened his book again. And here I thought you were a little more hard-nosed Kurenai. My genin had to touch me while Anko guarded me, authorized to use whatever means she deemed necessary. The entire place went quiet and Anko snickered. She was glad that Kurenai got to show the jackasses up. Kakashi, while interested, didn't show it on the outside. How did they pass? And? Who was your genin again? My team is Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, and Uzumaki Naruto. They passed when Naruto offered himself up as a sacrifice to Anko and led her away from me. Ino and Kiba used teamwork to get past me and threw Akamaru at me to end the exercise. The place was quiet for an instant before Guy's voice broke the tension. What happened to my former pupil? Oh, Anko caught him eventually and held him down while she cut him and drank his blood. Nothing big. Anko-san, that was most youthful. My student did not deserve that. Anko merely smirked and flipped a kunai in her palm. He's my pupil as well and I'll cut him if I want to. Kurenai drowned out the two as they bickered and grinned at Kakashi and Asuma. So? What do you think? Asuma shrugged and grinned back at her. My nephew is something else. Not many would challenge Anko like that. Kakashi shook his head and snorted. I doubt that Naruto could beat Sasuke or Shino. I know your other two genin couldn't. Asuma backed up slightly, knowing how Kurenai's competitive nature would come out. said woman narrowed her eyes and grit her teeth. Let's just see in due time then. I'm pretty sure they'll meet in competition soon enough. When the time comes, I'll expect you to put money on that. Kakashi smirked under his mask. He never passed up a bet. It's a deal then. Whenever we have the opportunity to have the two of them face each other in friendly competition, I'll put money on Sasuke. Kurenai grinned and stood to leave. I'll hold you to that. Well, I'll be taking my leave now. Good night, gentlemen. Kurenai stifled a laugh as she left. Kakashi fell for her trap hook, line, and sinker. There wasn't any way Naruto would lose to Sasuke. She had faith in her student's abilities. Her day was complete. She'd watched her genin get tortured by a D-rank mission, had Naruto reveal his to his teammates, and set up an irreguarantable win in a bet with Kakashi. Her step was light as she walked home. Life was good. Asuma clapped Kakashi on the shoulder and shook his head when the man turned. You know you've been suckered, right? Kurenai's got that bet in the bag. Seriously, Kakashi, did you even read the reports on the prospective genin? No, I didn't. And I don't think so. I've never seen a genin with more promise than Sasuke. Naruto might be good, but when Sasuke unlocks his Sharingan, Naruto won't stand a chance. Asuma snorted and Kakashi blinked. Whatever you say, man. I'm just saying I know my nephew better than you, and the Sharingan is nothing but a roadblock. He'll find a way around it. He always does. Asuma left the bar, leaving Kakashi alone with his Seiken book. The one-eyed looked toward the exit and shrugged. He knew Sasuke could win that fight. Right? Chapter 17. What? Ino blinked and Kiba just stared. Naruto sighed and flopped to the ground unceremoniously. Their training ground would have to do because these two weren't leaving until they had a few more answers. Alright. Sit down and we'll talk. Don't know why Sensei wants us to do this. Ino sat down gingerly right across from him, lest her behind get bruised. Kiba sat down just as Naruto had, Akamaru jumping into his lap and curling up to take a nap. The camouflage-clad genin looked around for anyone that might be listening and, having found no one, took a deep breath before turning his attention to his teammates. Okay, look. I don't know what you expect me to say here. My ability, as you saw, lets me go into the ground and disappear. You can still hear my voice and I can still interact with you. I can't be seen by either the Sharingan or the Byakugan. I can fool those. But, once I'm back above ground, it's open season again. I can't melt into liquids. I just can't. Probably has something to do with the composition of molecules or something. Ino nodded, barely keeping up, but Kiba's jaw hung somewhat slack. What? Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. He forgot that Kiba didn't know big words. For a moment, he wished that Shino or Shikamaru were on his team. But then again, Kiba could be taught. You could always teach a dog new tricks. I'm saying that I just can't melt into liquids. It has something to do with my body. I can't go into humans either. Well, we don't know that for certain. Gigi just thinks that it wouldn't do to have me hurt myself or someone else just to find out. I can't really think of anything else. You're next, Ino. Hey, why is she going to go next? Ino smirked and slipped her hair back over her shoulder. It's called being a gentleman, Kiba. You know, ladies first. The dog boy scoffed and ruffled Akamaru's fur. You're no lady. Before the blonde girl could wrap her hands around Kaiba's neck, Naruto appeared behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. No, Ino. We need him as a teammate. No killing Kiba. Kiba, stop antagonizing her. Oh, come on, Naruto. We don't need him. I'll hide the body and we can get a new partner next year. Naruto sighed and plopped her back down where she had been sitting, where she crossed her arms in a huff. Ino, come on. What are your abilities? Well, I'm pretty good with my family's intention. It allows me to swap my mind into another person's body and take over their actions. The downside is that my body goes limp without a mind in it and I'm helpless. It's pretty much a straight shot and takes a second to get into their mind. So, I need someone to hold the target or they need to be tied up. I need someone to look after my body as well. She put her finger to her chin, thinking of anything else. I guess beyond that, I don't have much at the moment. Daddy's told me he'll train me in the next one once I get better with Shintention, but that might be a while. I know the Academy to Jutsu and the 3 Academy. I'm more supportive than anything. My chakra control is pretty good though. Kiba started laughing again and Ino glared at him. Got something to say, mutt? Kiba wiped his eyes and grinned. You know, maybe if you stopped jazzing after Sasuke so much, you'd be able to get a little training in. I've seen you fight, Ino. Naruto and I could probably beat you with our arms and legs tied up. Ino swung her head to Naruto to find out if he agreed and was somewhat saddened to find his face blank. Naruto. Do you think that too? The blonde boy sighed and nodded his head slowly. It's true, Ino. Outside of Hinata, you were the Kunoichi with the most promise, but you haven't really shown any. You spend all your energy chasing Sasuke when you could be training or studying. But I don't chase Sasuke that much. What's the principle behind the bunshin? What color underwear did Sasuke wear last Tuesday? White silk boxers. Naruto and Kiba shuddered and Naruto looked at Ino disapprovingly. I didn't actually expect you to answer that, but. Whatever. Look, the point is Ino, Kurenai-sensei told all you girls to be more serious and none of you did. Kiba and I are going to need you to back us up and we can't do that if you have Sasuke on the brain. Ino hung her head and Naruto sighed. He hadn't meant for this to be a bash at her abilities or integrity. He cautiously put a hand on her shoulder and shook her. Ino, we just got accepted as ninjas. We're adults now. We have to be serious about this. We can still have fun and everything, but there's a time and place for it. She remained silent for a moment and then looked up at him with a very pissed look on her face. Just get the dog boy to talk so we can go home. Okay Ino. Kiba. Kiba was somewhat uneasy now. Joking was definitely not something to do when a female was pissed off. He'd learned that much from his sister and mother. Best thing to do was to give a generalized version of his abilities and retreat to a safer distance. Hopefully, she'll be better tomorrow. Yeah okay. I'm pretty good with my family. I can do the Juijin Bunshin and Akamaru and I have started synchronizing pretty well. I'm still attempting to get another family down at the moment but I'll keep that under wraps for later. I'm really good at Taijutsu, up there with Naruto and Sasuke. Other than that, I don't get much. He turned to Naruto and frowned. I almost forgot. What the hell was that Bunshin today? That thing was able to cast a normal Bunshins can't do that. Ino's head flew up and stared at Naruto, who suddenly felt like he was under scrutiny. That was my Kage Bunshin. It's a solid clone that has its own chakra pathways. Gigi gave it to me as a gift. It's really useful. Can we learn it? It takes a lot of chakra guys. I don't think you have enough. I have a lot of excess chakra so it's easy for me. It splits your chakra in half so I don't think it'd be a good idea for you to learn it yet. Kiba sighed heavily and slumped his shoulders. Bummer. It looked pretty cool. It would have gone great with what I'm trying to learn. The three sat in uncomfortable silence for a while until Kiba hopped to his feet, Akamaru tumbling from his lap. The puppy got to his feet and growled at Kiba, who looked between his teammates sheepishly. Well, I think we've said all that needs to be said. I'm going home now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. The two blondes waved as he jogged off, Akamaru following him closely. Ino was just about to walk off when a hand closed around her wrist. She followed the arm to its owner and found Naruto. You and I need to talk. If Ino had ever been told that she'd be walking beside the Hokage's grandson on the way to a restaurant to eat, she'd have scoffed and then brained the offending person upside the head. Not that she found Naruto unattractive, but she wanted Sasuke. And eating with Naruto ruined her chances because Sasuke saw her. Naruto, as if reading her mind, coughed and she cut her eyes toward him. It's not a date Ino. I just want to talk to you over something to eat. I'm starving and I'm sure you're hungry as well. I don't think this'll hurt your chances with Sasuke any more than usual. It better not. I don't want Sasuke-kun thinking I'm unavailable. Naruto sighed. He'd been doing a lot of that day. He opened the door to the restaurant and let Ino walk ahead of him. Her respect for him rose a tiny notch. Not many guys his age would have done that. A waiter showed them to a corner booth that Naruto requested and they settled in after giving drink orders. Naruto had wanted to put off this particular conversation till a later date, but Ino's mood earlier had hastened what had to be said. His team couldn't function if Ino was going to fret about Sasuke all the time. He had thought once upon a time that she was getting better, but apparently she'd had a backslide. The only question was, why? Ino slurped her water through a straw while Naruto nursed his tea. He didn't really know how to begin this. So? What did you want to talk about? Well, thank goodness Ino was Ino. I wanted to talk to you about you. And our team. Ino raised a delicate eyebrow and was about to ask what he meant when the waiter came over for their orders. Ino ordered a very light salad. Naruto frowned at her order with disdain and ordered a bowl of sweet and sour soup. Ino looked at him quizzically. What? Why did you order a salad? I offered to buy you dinner, not a snack. That is my dinner. I'm on a diet. You're a kunoichi, not a runway model. What do you need to diet for? If you train like you should, calories wouldn't be an issue. I have to look good. Sasuke will notice you. Am I right? Ino. You know he doesn't care about any of you. Her eyes lit up with anger and her palms came down heavily on the table. Don't say those things about Sasuke-kun. He's had a hard life. There are people who have had it harder. Sasuke's life is hard, as you put it, because he wants it to be that way. He could have a caretaker if he wanted one. He could have another family if he so chooses. He doesn't. Ino straightened her back and stared at him haughtily. Yeah, well, no one can ever compare to the Uchiha clan. Naruto narrowed his eyes and Ino sat back a bit. Not many people ever questioned her loyalty to Sasuke. Who can Ino? They were a strong clan, very powerful, but they weren't the strongest ever. Sasuke isn't the greatest thing since sliced bread. Coming from you, I think that's a little biased. The two of you don't get along after all. Naruto fisted his hands in his hair and growled. He wasn't here to talk about Sasuke. He had to get back on track. Look Ino, I'm not here to talk about your wanna-boyfriend. I'm here to talk about you. Things like ordering small portions of food that can't possibly fill you up, stalking Sasuke instead of training, slacking in your studies. Those things have to stop. I'll have you know. No, I'll have you know Ino. I'm not about to watch a teammate die because our team was unprepared as a whole. Sad as it may be, what Kiba said earlier was true. Either of us could take you on and win easily. I want you to think of Ino. Think about the Sannin. Any one of them could take on the other and it would be a close fight. I want our team to be like that. We can still have fun, but we're going to have to get serious. She looked down at the tablecloth, weighing his words. It wasn't like her father hadn't ever said those things before, but she had let it roll off as him being a father. Hearing it coming from a teammate, however, made it seem a little more real. The waiter, noticing the somber mood, sat the bowl and platter down as quietly as possible and told them to enjoy their meal before scuttling away. Naruto moved his chair back and stood up, walking around the table and put a hand on one shoulder. Ino, I know we're still not the best of friends, but we are teammates now. We have to look out for each other. Sasuke and I may not see eye to eye, but that doesn't mean you and I shouldn't. We need to look out for each other, and that starts now. Teammates should know things about each other, and we'll need to start hanging out more. Kiba might be a jerk sometimes, but he's our teammate too. She looked up at him and he smiled back at her. Now, I know that salad isn't going to fill you up Ino. I might not be your best friend, but as your teammate I know a few things, and I happen to know that you love sweet and sour soup. Eat it. I'll see you tomorrow. She stared at him incredulously. How did you know that? He grinned and turned to walk away, calling back over his shoulder. Information gathering is another of my specialties. Ino watched his back as he left and turned back to the soup and salad. With a smile she pulled the bowl closer and took a sip. Maybe being on a team with those two idiots wouldn't be so bad after all. Even if Kiba was a jerk and Naruto could be a little too serious, they at least were honest to her and wanted to know about her. She finished eating and went to pay the bill, only to hear a swoosh of wind and found Naruto standing next to her, rubbing his head sheepishly. Almost forgot to pay the bill. She blinked as he happily paid the man for a meal he didn't eat and then turned around to face her. He grinned widely and put his right hand before his face, index and middle fingers extended. Oh yeah, don't tell anybody what our team talked about today, okay? We need the element of surprise as much as possible. Our team's abilities need to remain secret. That means don't tell your parents either. She put a hand on her hip and smirked at him as she flipped her ponytail. Does Kiba know that? His eyes widened to impossible levels. Oh crap. I forgot to tell Kiba. But the poofy was gone, leaving a lone blonde girl staring at the spot where he'd been standing. Ino smiled and walked outside to head home. Her life was definitely going to be fun from here on out. She might not be on Sasuke's team, but this one was a close second. She doubted Sakura would actually be able to train with Sasuke blinding her all the time. She rubbed her full tummy and trotted off home, thoroughly satisfied with her first true day as a genin. Kiba had taken his time going home, playing with Akamaru as they went and had run into Shino as he walked home. He laughed as the bug user explained how his test had gone. Shino had practically had to bully and threaten Sakura and Sasuke into working with him to fight Kakashi, and that hadn't helped. They'd run out of time, leaving a fuming Sasuke, a sad Sakura and an absolutely livid Shino. Not that it showed outside his coat. The knotted eyebrows were a good indicator though. They'd only passed when he had offered to share his bento with Sakura once they'd been given a second chance, and Sasuke had followed suit after some not so gentle nudging from Shino. His analytical mind had read beneath Kakashi's underneath the underneath and he just had to get his teammates to understand. He didn't take kindly to Kiba's needling at having such unsavory teammates and had threatened to neuter his friend if he didn't hush up. Kiba, being the canine he is, whimpered and bade his friend goodnight and a pleasant tomorrow before scuttling off toward home. At least his teammates weren't stuck up. His mother had greeted him when he came in the door and Kiba flopped down at the table, excited to tell her about his first day. She'd laughed that he had received Tora as his first mission and practically roared at his story of how Naruto had tried to assign his own mission. She'd affirmed that he had indeed assigned missions to the ninjas for several years, but that had been part of his job. It then came time for him to tell her about the rest of his day, and Kiba grinned. Oh, you'll never believe this. Naruto told us a secret about himself. Tsume nearly froze. Surely Naruto wasn't so reckless that he would tell his brand new teammates his most guarded secret. Before she or Kiba could speak a word, she felt a chakra signature in the air and heard the familiar swoosh as someone sunshined into her house. The sound of flesh clapping over flesh revealed Naruto with a hand over a wide-eyed Kiba's mouth. The hilarity of the situation was not lost on Tsume. Either the boy had excellent luck or the most accurate sense of timing she had ever seen. Kiba began to struggle against his hold until Naruto bent down to whisper in his ear. Don't tell your mother anything I told you today. It's a huge secret Kiba S-class. My isn't something to be spread around. I want it kept a secret. Can you do that? The brown-haired boy nodded his head and Naruto released his grip on Kiba's mouth. Kiba took a huge gulp of air and glared at his teammate. Man Naruto, what was that all about? I hadn't said anything yet. You were going to. Don't say anything about what our team can do to anyone. That takes out the element of surprise. Not even my mom. Especially your mom. She goes drinking with some other and who knows what she might say. Tsume frowned and put her hands on her hip. I can hear you, Uzumaki. I don't particularly like the slight against my character. You can take down A, but let's see how you do against A. Naruto grimaced and made his seal to Shunshin away subtly as he spoke. You have a very lovely home, Tsume-san. Are those real china plates? Nice try, brat. Come here. Before Tsume could get around the table Naruto yelped and was gone. She stopped just short of Kiba who had thrown his arms up in defense and growled. I'll get him next time. Kiba lowered his arms slowly and blinked as she went back to chopping up meat for supper. Hey ma? What was that? That was Shunshin Kiba. When you get a bit better with your control, I'll teach it to you. Now go practice with Akamaru until supper. I'll call you. He was out the door as soon as she said that, with Akamaru bouncing behind him. Naruto stepped out of the swirl of leaves in the family's backyard and sighed heavily. Being on this team would be the death of him, he could feel it already. As soon as he opened the door, he was bowled over and back outside by a missile known as Konohamaru. Naruto looked up dazedly at his younger brother, who sat on his chest with his arms crossed, a pout on his young face. Nai-san, you're supposed to teach me how to beat Jiji so I can become Hokage. How can you do that when you're never home? Naruto grunted and sat up, spilling the young boy onto his back. I can't be around all the time anymore. I'm a ninja now. I have other responsibilities. Konohamaru huffed and sat up. You always have responsibilities. You never have time to play. The only time we ever play is when you have a day off and those only happen on holidays. Naruto sighed and smiled at his brother. How would you like to learn a certain Hokage beating Ko? Konohamaru was attentive immediately. Sarutobi sighed heavily as he walked toward the door of his home. He missed having Naruto around the office to Shunshin them both home. That had been handy. He'd forgotten how long those walks were at his age. He smiled as he neared the door and jumped back when it flung open to reveal his youngest grandson. Hey Jiji. Check this out. Nai-san taught me that I could beat you. The gods no. Here we go. Wark no. But the loud boom of Konohamaru disappeared to be replaced with a very buxom brown-haired version of Miss September in the Uchiha calendar. Sarutobi rocketed backwards and landed with a perverted smile on his face. Unfortunately for Konohamaru, Eri happened to be walking by the door at that time. What the? Who the hell are you? Father. Konohamaru. What the hell are you doing boy? Konohamaru poofed back to his smaller self and cringed under his mother's gaze. I was just beating Jiji with what Nai-san taught me. Eri's eyes lit up with indignant fury and before Konohamaru could scamper off, she collared him before shouting upstairs. Uzumaki Naruto. You get your ass down here now. Naruto whimpered and melted through the floor to receive his punishment. Damn little snitching brothers and their whining. The following morning revealed 3 genin headed to their training ground from 3 different directions. They all entered the clearing to their training ground at the same time to see a very upbeat Kurenai smiling at them and all 3 turned to look at the others. Ino was smiling and actually looked like she had come prepared to do damage today. D-rank missions might be more physically exhausting than anything, but she was prepared to pull her weight. And maybe get another lunch out of Naruto. Kiba could come if he wanted. Free lunches were like crack to Kunoichi. Kiba looked energized and Akamaru was practically bouncing on his head in anticipation. They had gotten a little further along in their family and that pleased Kiba supremely. Their third teammate didn't look so good though. Naruto looked haggard and tired, like he'd been through the ringer. His eyes blinked sleepily and he yawned every few moments. Kurenai raised an eyebrow as she bade them to sit before her and snorted when Naruto collapsed like a tree that had been felled. Ino took the time to poke him in the side and he swatted her hand away while moaning. Leave me alone. I'm sleepy. Kurenai giggled and nudged him with her foot while the other 2 laughed. And why, pray tell, are you so tired this morning? Have a wild night. Naruto looked up over his stomach long enough to blink at her and his head collapsed back to the ground as he stared blankly at the clouds. I taught my brother a certain unmentionable to make Jiji faint and mom got angry at me. Jiji made me run around Konoha until just before dawn and then told me to come to the training ground. Kurenai curled an eyebrow and nudged the sleepy genin again. There must have been some to make the Hokage punish him that badly. What did you teach your brother? Not saying. You'd hurt me too. Naruto. What did you teach Konohamaru? He sighed and closed his eyes, opening them slowly. It took a lot of effort. My work no jutsu. His sensei's eyes narrowed dangerously and he gulped. He was too tired to fight the inevitable hurt that was coming. Does that entail what I think it does? Probably. She nodded her head and looked at the other two before returning to him. Did you learn your lesson? Or do I have to punish you as well? There was silence for several moments before she realized he was softly snoring. Ino giggled into her hand while Kiba and Akamaru rolled on the ground. Kurenai smiled and bent down to Akamaru's level, petting the puppy's head. Akamaru, be a dear and wake up Naruto-kun for me. The white puppy yipped and bounded over onto Naruto's chest, licking his face the whole time. Naruto groaned and pushed Akamaru off his chest as he yawned. Okay. I'm up. What are we doing first? Kurenai laughed quietly at his obvious discomfort. She'd be lucky if he didn't fall asleep on the job. As always, it's your choice as to what we do first. We can both have a team meeting and improve our teamwork and skills, or we can do a mission first. Your call. Ino and Kiba voted for the mission first and had to jab Naruto in the side to wake him up again. He groggily fell in line behind them as they walked to the Hokage tower while Kurenai steered him in the right direction. Not the coolest way to start the morning or ask for a mission. Sarutobi took one look at Naruto, smirked, and gave them an easy mission gathering groceries for an elderly couple that lived on the outskirts of the village. Kurenai accepted it with a bow and was about to let her team out when Kakashi's team appeared behind her. While somewhat mildly surprised that he had been early, she looked at his team, almost as sleepy as Naruto. He'd probably told them to meet him at 4 in the morning. Sasuke was in a bad mood since he had to wake up early and then wait, and Sakura wasn't far behind him. She took one look at the mostly teammate and growled. Naruto, not being very light on his feet, accidentally bumped her as he went past, and Sakura raised her fist to hit him. Stupid idiot. Watch where you're going. Naruto may have been out of it, but his body recognized danger when it saw it. He deftly dodged the blow and wound around behind Sakura, barely registering what he was doing. Luckily, Kiba saw where this was headed and grabbed him around the waist in mid-step and hauled him out the door before anyone could ask any questions, Ino and Kurenai right behind him. Kakashi watched them leave and looked back at his genin. Sakura was shaking with anger, Sasuke looked somewhat pissed, and Shino looked bored. He wondered idly if any of them had noticed that Naruto had dodged that blow and was about to aim a kick at Sakura's head. The Hokage had seen it for sure. The signs were all there. Kurenai had warned him. Uzumaki Naruto was a genin to watch for. Even when he was nearly asleep. His money was still on Sasuke when the eventual bout came though. Teammate finished their mission quickly and with minimal difficulty once they'd realized Naruto was totally out of it. They'd left him back at the training grounds lying down and returned 2 hours later to find him on his back with a toad perched upon his chest. Kurenai blinked twice and stared at it harder. The little toad looked at them, croaked, and bounced off Naruto's chest and into the bushes. Kurenai sighed and shook the boy awake. Naruto rubbed his eyes and grinned. He felt much better after that nap. Kurenai told Kiba and Ino to spar, light contact only, and sat down next to Naruto. Feeling better? Much. Did I miss anything? Just a D rank. I'll be expecting you to take more responsibility in this team, Naruto. He turned toward her and yawned. What do you mean, Sensei? In Naruto, every team has a team leader besides the Sensei. Ino's bossy enough to do it, Kiba's brash enough to do it, but only you have the true qualities to lead them. I can't be around all the time and you'll need to take direction. Kurenai saw his confused look and decided to explain with more detail. I might be called away on a mission, like I'll explain in a moment. My services are needed above being a sensei after all. I'll need you to take control and keep the ball rolling so to speak. I'll need you to make sure they still train and keep on track. Naruto looked over as Ino barely dodged a sweep kick from Kiba and cartwheeled away. He sighed and looked at his hands held in his lap. Why do I always have to be the responsible one? Naruto, don't whine. It doesn't become you. All I'm asking is that you keep them on track and be a team leader. That's not so much to ask, is it? He slumped his shoulders in defeat and sighed. No, sensei. Kurenai smiled and called for Ino and Kiba to come over. She knew it wasn't normal to call a training session so early, but she had to do a quick courier mission for an important document to an outlying village. She informed her genin of where she'd be and what they should do the following day before going home to prepare. Kiba said he was going home to practice that again and bounded off. Ino wanted to wheedle another meal and chat out of Naruto, but turned around to find him gone. She huffed in annoyance and headed for home. Looked like she'd be arranging flowers for customer orders again. At the last moment, she decided to spy on Sasuke. Surely a small peek wouldn't hurt. Naruto, now feeling somewhat energized, was searching for a certain someone. He wanted to know how Hinata's team had done and thought he might find her with Choji and Shikamaru at their favorite cloud watching spot. Sure enough, there the three were, Shikamaru on his back, Choji sitting while stuffing his face, and Hinata with her knees pulled up to her chest, staring out at nothing. It was different from the way his team did things, but as the saying goes, to each his own. Hinata-chan. Hinata heard the familiar voice and turned her head so quickly that Naruto thought she'd broken her neck. Her face visibly brightened when she confirmed it was him and stood while brushing the seat of her pants off. Naruto-kun. I'm so happy to see you. He grinned as he jogged up and smirked down at his friends. Chouji. Lazy ass. The troublesome and happy smacking floated to his ears and he turned back to Hinata. Hinata-chan, I assume you guys passed. Care to tell me how? She nodded and clasped her hands behind her back. We had to find and capture Asuma-sensei. It was somewhat easy once I found his hiding place. Chouji herded him toward Shikamaru and Shikamaru captured him in his cage main. We passed without any problems. How about you? I had to give myself up to Anko-sensei so she could drink my blood while Kiba and Ino took on Kurenai-sensei. Why would you do that? Surely you could have all taken her on. I'd rather not traumatize my teammates by unleashing Anko-sensei upon them. Hinata nodded and looked downward to her hands that were now held in front of her. Naruto frowned and remembered what he'd come there for. Oh yeah. I was wondering about Hinata. Would you like to go eat with me somewhere? Her face lit up again as she bobbed her head up and down with unbridled glee. Naruto chuckled and led her away toward her favorite tea stand. He didn't see the smirks on Chouji's and Shikamaru's faces. Shikamaru turned to his rot-un friend and grinned. See? I told you he'd ask her out eventually. It was just a matter of time. Chouji smacked on his chips and looked up to the clouds again. You know. She's gonna be spaced out tomorrow. Good thing Asuma-sensei is easygoing. Shikamaru turned his attention back to the clouds and shut his eyes. At least it's not Ino with Sasuke. That would be way too troublesome. And annoying. Naruto led a giddy Hinata into her tea stand and ordered a plate of dango and 2 cups of tea. He noted that she had calmed down somewhat and was now smiling shyly. He thought back to what he'd read in a book on relationships one time. First, you had to get to know the girl. Well, he pretty much knew Hinata. Make some small talk. He could do that. He wasn't counting this as a first date, more like information gathering to see if she was interested. He grinned at her and leaned back slightly in his seat. So? Let's talk about what we've missed with each other since graduating. Chapter 18. So? Let's talk about what we've missed with each other since graduating. Hinata stirred her tea and glanced back up to the blonde sitting across from her. It had been nearly a week since she'd last been alone with Naruto and it felt good to just bask in the glow his presence brought her. Well, we just went on our first D rank today and we had to paint a fence for an elderly couple. They were really nice and invited us in for cookies once we were done. Naruto chuckled and took a sip on his tea. I'll bet you had to beat Chouji off them, huh? Hinata giggled and relaxed a bit more, Naruto's casual demeanor giving her a sense of peace and companionship. Not really. Shikamaru held Chouji back with his cage mane while the rest of us got what we wanted and then let him loose. It still unsettles me a bit how he eats. It's like watching a Tasmanian devil eat. Naruto nodded and waited for her to sip at her hot tea and let a small smile grace his face upon hearing her sigh of contentment. This was probably one of the few rare times she ever got to relax and let her guard down. But then again, it was a rare time for him as well. So? Has anything new happened in recent times besides that? No. Naruto frowned slightly. Usually he'd have a myriad of topics to talk about, but trying to figure out whether or not Hinata would be receptive to being asked out was a chore in itself. The girl was perceptive to a fault and any mistimed twitch or blink would count against him if he wanted to be suave about this. Unfortunately for Naruto, his luck only manifested on the battlefield. He could talk to Hinata as a friend no problem. Trying to find the right words just to see if she'd maybe go on a date with him was damn near impossible. He couldn't imagine actually trying to ask her out. How's it going at home? Hanabi still being a brat. Hinata gave him a small smile and lowered her glass back to the table. She can be. Father is still very strict when it comes to my training and studies. Hanabi misses seeing you around the compound. I heard her mumbling something the other day about things not being fun anymore. Naruto snorted at the thought of the stoic little girl mumbling to herself and took a chug of the now cooler tea. Almost just the right temperature. I can't imagine Hanabi sulking about not seeing me, even if it is only because I cause trouble wherever I go. How about Niji? Is he any better since he started working with Guy-sensei? Hinata's eyes looked down at the table quickly and Naruto was immediately sorry he'd asked. No. Niji still acts quite cold toward Hanabi and me. I believe he still blames me for his father's death. Naruto nodded his head and gripped his tea glass a little harder. He might have to have words with his one-time friend at a later date. The conversation had taken a downward turn and it was now his responsibility to make it swing upward. Hey Hinata. Can I ask you something? She smiled and sipped at her tea. You already are. Har to har. Is there anybody you like from our class? He smirked slightly at the little snort she gave when she choked on her tea and clapped her on the back when she began coughing. She turned her eyes to him and blinked. Well, you see. Yes, I do like someone from our class. Naruto smiled and pressed onward. Obstacle 1, gone. Oh? Care to share as to who it is? Her hair whipped back and forth wildly as she shook her head hard, eliciting a chuckle from the amused blonde. He swore she could power a city block with the heat rushing to her face. Can I get any hints? Hinata ducked down behind her coat's collar and tapped her fingers together. She had grown out of the habit somewhat in recent years, but like all bad habits, they returned to comfort in times of stress. She tried to be as inconspicuous as possible about the boy's identity, but she was sure he would guess it. He's very smart. Kind of narrows it down, unless her definition of smart is broader than mine. He's very sweet. Well, that definitely doesn't narrow it down. Lots of guys act sweet toward her. He's very handsome. To me at least. I'm the only handsome devil I know. And I've known him a long time. That narrows down the field more. Still not 100% though. Naruto smiled at her and leaned on his elbows, putting his chin on his folded hands, grinning like a loon. So? You've got a crush on Shino? Hinata squeaked and glared at him half-heartedly. Shino-kun is very sweet at times and very intelligent, but I don't know anything about what he looks like. Well, there's a point. Shikamaru, he's my teammate. And he's so lazy. That boy will never get a date. Naruto put on a forlorn look and patted himself on the back for being such a good actor. Ah. I see. So it's Sasuke. Hinata spluttered indignantly and stood up, her tea still warm. No, it's not Sasuke. I just remembered I have somewhere to be right now. If you'll excuse me. Naruto watched as she walked out in a huff and sighed before chugging the rest of his tea and leaving some coins on the table. He needed to catch her and apologize. He'd only been teasing. Shikamaru's right. Women are troublesome. Hinata was not known for throwing temper tantrums. She was the epitome of grace and dignity most of the time, if a little shy. As she stomped along the streets to a that would amount to walking slightly fast and scowling, she fumed on the inside. Idiot. I've known him my whole life, told him before that he's handsome, and gave him enough pieces of the puzzle a 3-year-old could put it together, and what does he say? Oh, it must be Sasuke. Idiot. They hadn't been far from her home when they'd gone to the tea shop, and even though she was happy she had spent time with Naruto, right now she was frustrated and upset with him. It was no secret she liked him. Hell, she practically used to feed him at lunchtime. People made jokes all the time about what a cute couple they made. As she reached the gate and nodded to the guards, a familiar voice made her halt. Hinata-chan. Hinata inwardly groaned as she slowly turned around. It wasn't very often that she got mad at Naruto, and right now she really didn't want to deal with him. She knew she was being silly about the whole affair, but being angry felt good sometimes. Her dignity only stretched so far after all. Can I help you, Naruto? Or are you here to play the guessing game again? The guards perked up immediately and straightened up with small grins on their faces. It wasn't often one got to see Hyuga Hinata angry, and she seemed most upset with the young blonde at the moment. Come on Hinata, I was only teasing you. You know that. I do not like Uchiha Sasuke. He is absolutely not my type. I'd soon kiss a dog like Sasuke. One of the guards snorted and Hinata glared at him as he regained his composure before being elbowed by the other guard. She turned her attention back to the blonde and stood a little straighter. I'm going inside for the night, Naruto. Good evening and I'll see you another day. He blinked as she walked through the gate and the guards shut it behind her. His plans somewhat ruined about teasing her, he blurted out the first thing to come to mind. How about a date, you and me? Hinata froze. A date with Naruto was something she had wanted to experience for a couple years now. She forced herself to remain calm. Being excited would not help her case. After all, she had him hook, line, and sinker now. I shall think about it. If you wish to ask me for a date, you must first ask my father for permission. I cannot go without his say-so. Naruto paled and gripped the bars tighter as the amused guards fought back their laughter. The two had activated their Byakugans so they could watch both children's faces, and they had to say, it was priceless. Your father? Aw, come on Hinata-chan, don't make me ask him. Hinata allowed herself a small grin in victory. Kiba was right about one thing. She did have a nasty little joking streak in her, and it seemed to manifest around Naruto. I'm afraid I'm serious about Naruto-kun. Whenever you are ready to schedule a date, tell me and I'll arrange for you to meet my father. Good night. Hinata walked with a normal gait to the door and slid it open. As soon as it had shut, she bolted for her room and threw herself onto the bed, squealing into her pillow with glee. She had done it. She had one-upped Uzumaki Naruto and gotten a date out of the deal. Plus-eyed, she got to watch him squirm, something he wasn't used to doing. Things were looking up for the new genin. Naruto blinked as the door to the house shut and slowly let go of the bars before turning around and walking off. Oh man. Now I gotta talk to Hiashi-sama just to get a date. That ain't right. Knew I shouldn't have teased her. Simple information gathering session turned into a complete clusterfuck. The two Hyuga guards watched and listened as he grumbled and kicked rocks in the road until he was out of sight and burst into laughter. The one on the right finally caught his breath and wiped his eyes. That was one of the funniest things I've seen in years. Who'd have thought the girl had it in her? I know. Did you see his face? Priceless. The older of the guards nodded and tapped his spear to the ground again, his breathing finally returning to normal. They do make a cute couple though. Already argue like a married couple even. Ah, young love. The younger of the two snorted and straightened back up. You're too sentimental for your own good. Naruto opted not to tell his family until after his date how things went if and when the date came around. He didn't want his mother frowning all over him and making him wear something uncomfortable, like a tie. Nor did he want his father explaining the virtues of waiting for sex or the principle of prophylactics. That was a lecture he could do without again. He never wanted to hear the word prophylactic again. Ever. He had decided the best thing he could do was talk to Kurenai Sensei after practice one day when she got back. In the meantime, as he walked to his team's training grounds, he pondered on what they should do first. A mission would be best as it would probably help clear his head and then they could practice. Naruto entered the clearing and found no one else around. With nothing else to do, he melted into the ground and waited for his teammates to arrive. Kiba and Akamaru showed up first, and Kiba leaned against a tree with the puppy in his lap as they waited, stroking his fur. Naruto noticed that Kiba looked somewhat beat up and assumed it was the technique he was trying to perfect at home that tired him out. Ino walked up next with an easy gait, her purple outfit perfectly ironed out and the hooks on it gleaming in the sunlight. Naruto smirked when she put her hands on her hips and started complaining about his not being present. Kiba shrugged and said he'd probably be alone soon. Time to have a little fun. Naruto moved until he was just behind Ino and slowly rose from the ground with a mischievous look in his eyes. Kib, being a consummate prankster himself, said and did nothing to give it away to Ino, although his eyes did brighten considerably. Ino was unsuspecting and that made it perfect. Naruto finally stopped as his feet connected with the ground and grinned as he leaned toward her ear. Boo. Ino shrieked and leapt straight into the air, screaming her head off. Naruto grinned and took a tiny step forward, catching Ino in his arms as she came down. The blonde girl wrapped her arms around his neck and looked up at him with wide eyes as he twinkled back at her. Good morning, Ino. Beautiful day, huh? Her visage went from surprised to vengeful in less than a second as slender fingers replaced her arms while she ground out his name through clenched teeth. Naruto. The blonde boy stopped laughing when his windpipe was suddenly blocked and grabbed her wrists, easily yanking her hands away as she growled and tried to choke him again. Aw, come on, Ino. It was funny. No need to get violent. It wasn't funny. It was hilarious. Shut up, Kiba. And I'll get violent if I want to. Kiba stopped his loud guffawing and stuck to snickering quietly as Naruto lowered Ino back to the ground and rubbed his neck gingerly. Alright, now that we're all present, we can go do a mission and then practice. Kurenai Sensei said that she was putting me in charge for the day and that all we had to do was our normal duties before we could go home. Sounds good. His teammates nodded and they walked off toward the Hokage tower to get their D rank over with. All three sighed simultaneously as they stood in line and Naruto turned to Ino, hoping Kiba wasn't paying attention. Hey Ino, can I ask you a question? You already are. Huh, that sounds familiar. I have a problem and you being a girl, I thought you might be able to help me. She perked up slightly and smiled. It wasn't often that Uzumaki Naruto ever had a problem and being asked to help was even rare. She might get to enjoy this. What do you need? Girl problems. In a manner of speaking. She'd just been taking a stab in the dark on that one and had somehow hit the nail on the head. If she could have pumped her arm in victory, she would have. But that would have been gloating and Yamanaka Ino didn't gloat. Yet. She needed more information before she said anything. Who's the girl? That's for me to know. I'd just like a little advice about what to do on a date. Oh, well, that's easy. A movie, dinner, a walk in a park perhaps, something romantic. I thought you were smart. He frowned and they moved forward in the line. Just one more team and they could get their mission. I am smart. I've never been on a date before though and I thought maybe you could give me some pointers. What makes you think she knows anything about Naruto? She chased Sasuke for all those years. She's never been on a date. Ino whipped around and glared at the now in the conversation in Inuzuka. I know what a girl wants though Kiba, unlike you. You wouldn't know the taste if it ran up your leg and bit you. Kiba set his jaw and growled slightly. Well, you wouldn't know anything either. You've never been on a date no matter how many guys ask you because you're always hung up on Sasuke. What do you know about dating? Her retort was to slug him in the gut and turn back around to face Naruto. Don't listen to mutt boy Naruto. Girls want to be wined and dined and shown a good time. We want to be treated like princesses. Naruto nodded and stepped up to receive their mission. Thanks Ino. I have an idea of what to do now. She frowned and stepped up beside him while Kiba did the same on his other side. But I didn't tell you what to do. Don't worry. I got it. teammate reporting for duty. Sarutobi smiled at the team and rested his chin on his folded hands, his pipe blowing smoke around his head. Ah, good to see you three actually showed up since Kurenai is gone. Most teams would shirk duty, you know, and take a day off. Now then, let's see what to give you. Teammate stood silently as the Hokage flipped through the scroll of D ranks and finally hummed to himself in agreement. I think that you should all be able to handle this one, even with Kurenai absent. There's a farmer out in the eastern sector that had a few of his cows break out and he needs them to be caught and brought back. Your mission is to catch the bovine fence jumpers and herd them back. Any questions? Naruto raised his hand slowly. Do you always give us the missions involving animals and chasing, or is it just me? It's just you. Now, off you go. There are cows to catch and whatnot. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively and teammate glared as they left. Naruto sighed and slumped his shoulders. Well, since this will probably take most of the day, let's just use this as a practice session too. Kiba, we'll need yours and Akamaru's tracking skills for this one. Ino, can you mind walking animals? She put a finger to her chin and hemmed to herself. I guess it's possible. I've never really tried it before and I don't remember Daddy telling me anything about it. Why? He shrugged and they continued on to their destination. I have a theory. Kiba, can you and Akamaru track them if we get a scent? Kiba scoffed and Akamaru yipped. A cow is a cow, man. If we can find some sign of where they've gone then we can sniff them out. I don't know how you intend to herd them back though. There's only 3 of us. Naruto grinned and continued on. I'll take care of that. Don't you worry. We just need to find out where they've gone and how many there are. Ino and Kiba just followed along after him, intrigued as to where this would go. Kurenai followed along behind them as they went, enshrouded in a that obscured both smell and sight. She'd spoken with the Hokage and had finished her courier mission early, wanting to observe how her team did without her. She had a suspicion that they would gel together very well. This type of mission would require the cooperation of all 3 since they weren't allowed to harm the cows and had to instead herd them back. A picture-perfect example of teamwork for Konoha ninjas. She followed along behind them smiling the whole time. It might have been a little presumptuous to name Naruto the team leader, especially after their talk the other night about all his responsibilities, but he was fit for the job. The boy exuded leadership quality. He was born to inspire and lead. At the very least she might have to subtly help them herd the cows. Or watch one of them get gored and sent flying. Either way was entertaining. The old farmer had given them a rundown of what they were facing and Naruto's eye twitched the more time went on. The old fool had basically let a part of his fence rot away, always saying I'll fix it later and putting it off, and now more than half his herd had gotten out. Over 200 of the bovine fugitives. Kiba and Akamaru had found them with relative ease. It wasn't like the walking slabs of beef were trained not to leave a trail after all. They were all holed up in a wide expanse of grass between the old man's farm and a small village. Naruto had sighed and turned to his teammates. Okay guys, here's the deal. We have to herd these damnable hamburgers back to the farm and then patch the fence so they can't get out again. Now, I think we should observe them to see if maybe we can't convince them to go back with little effort. Kiba grunted and shifted his weight on his feet. Why don't me and Akamaru just go down there and scare them back to the farm? Ino huffed and crossed her arms. Because then they'll scatter Kiba and we'll have to catch them all over again. They're in a central location right now. So? They'll be trying to break away anyway. How are the 3 of us going to keep them rounded up? Naruto grinned and tapped his temple. Imagination, Kiba. What if I told you there weren't just 3 of us but almost 30? Could we keep the cattle in line then? Well yeah. But there are only 3 of us in Naruto. I might not be the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I can count. 3 doesn't equal 30. Naruto's grin became smug and he folded his arms. Not unless you're me. I can use Kage Bunshin and we'll have a whole team of wranglers. Kurenai's eyebrows rose as she watched him create 30 clones, much to the shock of his teammates. That was more than even she could do. Hell, Kakashi might have problems with that. She beat back the urge to whistle and kept watching. Now that we have enough people, let's start easing these things back to the farm. Akamaru, try not to scare any of them by barking, okay? The little puppy yipped in response and clambered up to Kiba's head. Okay team. Let's move. Kurenai watched transfixed as her students began to slowly move the cattle out back toward the farm. Naruto's clones ran back and forth, giving instructions and keeping wannabe runners from breaking away. Kiba and Akamaru darted in and out, snapping at edgy cattle and moving them back into the herd. Ino had been instructed to stay with a clone of Naruto's for when he was certain that a contingency of his plan was working. 15 minutes into the cattle drive, he saw what he was looking for. Ino. See that old red cow at the front? She's the one all the rest follow. Get her to lead them and the rest follow. If I get you up there, can you try to use Shintention to manipulate her? Ino nodded slowly and was swept onto the clone's back. She wrapped her arms around its neck and held on as it bounded ahead of the herd before stopping a few feet in front of the old cow. The red bovine watched them warily and Ino quickly made her sign. I don't know if this will work. Just do it and we'll see. Shintention no jutsu. Ino felt her spirit leave her body and when next she opened her eyes she was staring at her slumped form on Naruto's shoulders. Casting her gaze around she saw cows on all sides of her and turned back to the Naruto clone to tell him to take care of her body. Moo-oh. Moo. The clone's shoulders began to shake from laughter and it jumped away with her body to the side. Another clone came up and moved beside her. Just walk forward, Ino, toward the farm. You can get out when we get there. And don't worry about your body. I'll take good care of it. Moo. The clone clapped a hand over its mouth and its eyes turned into U-shapes. Please Ino, don't try to talk. You'll make me laugh. The cow's eyes hardened and it butted him with its head. Moo-oh. The clone scuttled away towards Kiba and Ino began to lead the herd home. Kiba curled an eyebrow as Naruto's clone settled in beside him. What was that all about? The clone snorted and cut its eyes to him. All she can do is moo. She can't say anything. Kiba laughed hard, nearly scaring several of the cows. At least it's an improvement from her normal bitching. Be funny if she oinked instead of mooed. Both clone and dog boy laughed hard at that one. The farmer was ecstatic to see them all and was more than a little surprised as the Narutos and Kiba herded the cattle back inside before hastily fixing the hole in the fence. The old cow blocked off the rest of the cattle from leaving and turned to Naruto with hard eyes. Moo. Naruto leaned over to Kiba and whispered to him. I think she wants her body back. Go get my clone please. Kiba snickered and ran off to find said clone, returning only a couple minutes later to find Naruto riding on the back of the now bucking cow. Iha. Giddy up. Moo-oh. As soon as Ino saw her body, she released and clobbered the clone carrying her when she regained control of her motor functions. She bolted over the fence before Kiba could grab her and ran straight for Naruto. Kiba stopped short of jumping over the fence and placed Akamaru on his head. You're gonna want to see this boy. Ino leapt into the air, tackling the laughing Naruto off his ride and to the ground. His laughter died immediately when he felt a squish beneath him and frowned as he looked up into an enraged Yamanaka's eyes. Ino, get off me. You've done enough damage for the moment. Like hell. I'm gonna. His eyes hardened and he grabbed her arms before she could swing. Ino, get off me now. I'm laying in cowshed. She blinked and looked down at him, noticing the uncomfortable look on his face. The scent hit her nose all of a sudden and she leapt up from the ground. You what? Gross, Naruto. Go wash off. He merely sighed and removed his shirt, tossing it to the side. He ignored Ino's blush and Kiba's howling, deciding instead to take command once again. That thing's ruined. Alright guys, let's go home. We'll tell the farmer he can drop off our pay and we'll head home. I need a fucking shower. Her and I raced off toward Konoha ahead of them, thoroughly satisfied with her team's performance. With that kind of teamwork, they'd be a shoe-in for Chunin in the future. She'd just have to groom them a little more. Sarutobi had been most amused by the shirtless Naruto and his pungent scent as they entered the office, and more so by the looks the young Yamanaka was throwing his heir apparent. He'd given the three his obligatory good job speech and sent them on their way, reminding his grandson to take a shower and learn to wear deodorant. The withering glare Naruto sent him had only made him laugh more. Naruto had bid his team farewell and stalked off home, pausing only to say hello to his mother and explain his current state of undress and the permeating odor of cow shit in her house. He fumed on his way up the stairs to his room. She hadn't had to laugh so damn hard at him. He had sighed happily as the hot water hit him, washing away the troubles and cow patties of the day. His mind went from the mission of the day to his budding love life and what he was going to have to do to get that date. He couldn't very well offer her one and then just not follow up. He stepped out of the shower and toweled off before heading back to his bedroom. He'd need to be dressed accordingly to see Hiashi. He could only hope he'd be able to sneak out of the house without seeing his mother. Fate, it seemed, had deemed him her bitch however. And where are you going, all dressed up young men? Naruto cringed as he spun to face his mother, her hands on her hips, her face in an amused smirk. Does my little Naru-chan have a date? Naruto sighed and looked up at her with soulful eyes. I don't yet know, but I'm going to ask Hiashi-sama if I can take Hinata-chan on one. His mother's excited squeal grated on his ears and he gasped as she enveloped him in a hug. Oh I'm so happy. You two will make a cute couple. I can't wait to tell your father. Mom? I'm just going to ask him if I can. Nothing is official yet. I'll have to call up the family and let them know our little Naru-chan is growing up. Naruto sighed and walked outside, shutting the door quietly behind him while his mother ranted on and straightened out his gray kimono. He hated the thing, but he knew that Hiashi thrived on formality. Hell, when the man took a piss, everything probably had to be in perfect order. He'd just have to do this and get it over with. No sense in beating around the bush. He nodded to the two guards on duty, mildly wondering what their barely heard snickering was all about as he was ushered to Hiashi's study. The Hyuga leading him nodded and knocked twice on the door. Enter. Naruto gulped and steeled himself as he walked inside. The Ashi knew that the blonde would come one day. He just hadn't thought it would be so soon. He was just like his mother in that respect, way too impatient. Hinata had told him of their little arrangement and what had brought it about. He nearly laughed at the absurdity of it. His daughter, timid little Hinata, leads Uzumaki Naruto around by the short hairs. It was entirely laughable. Upon seeing the boy's state of dress and the way he carried himself, he could easily see that he was at least taking this seriously. That was good. He needed to take this seriously. This was Hiashi's eldest daughter they were discussing after all. Naruto-san, welcome. What can I do for you? Naruto knelt down on the pillow before Hiashi's desk and gave the man a quick bow before straightening up again. The Ashi-sama, I would like to ask you something concerning Hinata-chan. Chapter 19. The Ashi-sama, I would like to ask you something concerning Hinata-chan. The Ashi curled his eyebrow ever so slightly and folded his arms. This was the first time he had ever gotten to play the protective father to one of his daughters, and he was going to enjoy it. The problem was that Naruto was not a shy person about asking for something, and the boy didn't scare easily. That made Hiashi's job a little harder, but would make the end result all the sweeter. And what would that be, Naruto-san? The blonde sighed heavily and looked off to the side. I'm sure Hinata has spoken to you about an arrangement we made. She might have. Tell me what this arrangement is to jog my memory. Well, I opened my mouth and made Hinata-chan angry, and the only thing I could think of at the moment to appease her was to take her on a date. She informed me that you were very traditional and that I would have to ask you first. What I'm asking is, do I have your permission to take her on a date? The Ashi sat for a while with his eyes closed. He had already made his decision when Hinata told him, but wanted to tell the children himself. He opened his eyes and turned to the door, calling out to the guard at the door. Have Hinata brought here, please. The guard bowed and left to retrieve her. Naruto fidgeted a bit and readjusted his legs. He hated this formal position of sitting. The Ashi-sama, can't you just tell me your decision? The Ashi cracked one eye open and frowned slightly. Hush. This concerns both of you, and as such, I believe you should both be told my decision at the same time. While his visage remained stern on the outside, on the inside Hiashi was cracking up. This was the most fun he'd had in a while, making the boy squirm. The door creaked open and Hinata stepped in and took a seat next to Naruto. Hiashi opened both eyes and looked at both of them long and hard. I made my decision when my daughter first informed me of your arrangement. I remember being young and the feeling of attraction to girls my age. Hinata and Naruto both winced, seeing that this was headed for a reminiscent speech of great magnitudes. But I also remember the awkwardness of that age and the fact that no one is truly ready for anything on that level. My answer to the two of you is no, you may not go on a date at the moment. When Naruto leaned forward and opened his mouth to protest, Hiashi raised his hand to silence him. He frowned at the despondent look on Hinata's face and knew that an explanation was at hand. Understand, you two, that I am in no way putting a halt on any future relationship the two of you may have. I am simply saying that the two of you have many more responsibilities that you need to grow into, and a relationship takes time and effort to work. It is my belief that you two should wait at least a couple more years. But father. The Ashi sighed and put his hands in the sleeves of his robe, silently wishing his wife was still alive to help him explain the situation. Hinata, please. I know what you are going to say, and the answer is still no. I know I am harsh on you in your studies, but this is not me talking as a clan leader. This is me speaking as your father. The two of you are too young to think about things of this magnitude at the moment. Naruto's eyes grew hard and he stood, making both Hinata's and Hiashi's eyes go wide. He was breaking decorum and he knew it, but he had a question that he needed answered. The Ashi-sama, come with me to another room please. I have a question for you. Hinata-chan, do not look in on us with your Byakugan. He'll be active to make sure you aren't peeping. She nodded somewhat fearfully and watched as her father followed the blonde boy into another room. The Ashi smiled as he followed Naruto to the next room. The boy could have a commanding presence when need be, and that no doubt came from being around the Sandaime all his life. Once the door was sufficiently locked, the look on Naruto's face became dire as he faced Hiashi. I want you to answer me truthfully, Hiashi-sama. I will stand by your decision no matter what, but I want you to be honest with me. Are you saying no because you are being a concerned father and want to protect both of us from something we might not be ready for? Or are you doing this because of it? The Ashi's eyes widened exponentially at the question, and for a moment he had no idea how to answer without getting in trouble. Naruto sighed and shook his head. I started the topic and you are absolved from any blame at the moment. Once we leave this room it's another story, but for now answer my question. Is it because of what I carry that you won't let me date Hinata-chan? The Ashi's eyes hardened and he glared at the blonde before him. He noticed with some pride, having known the boy his whole life, that Naruto didn't even flinch. Yes, one day he might make a fine suitor for Hinata. For the moment however. I am shocked and appalled that you would put me in such a company as Naruto. I have invited you into my home since you were little and have thought no ill of you. I have let you play with my daughter. The two of you grew up together. I'm hurt, I truly am. You still haven't answered my question. No. I don't blame you for what you hold. I don't hold it against you, and it is in no way a factor of you dating my daughter. I say no to the two of you dating because you are both 13 and have no idea what you are doing. You are both new gen and as such, have duties that will interfere with your lives. You need to experience life a little more before you delve into the dating scene. Naruto frowned and hung his head slightly. But practice makes perfect, right? What if we're meant for each other and this is our mischance? Hiashi put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and looked the boy in the eye. If the two of you are meant to be, then you are meant to be and a couple years will not make a difference. You two need to find out what your lives as ninjas are going to be like before you try a love life. Trust me, I know how hard it is to live life as a ninja and as the significant other of someone. Hinata's mother was not a ninja and it was hard on her. Imagine the two of you having conflicting schedules and not seeing each other for days on end. It would be hard. Naruto sighed and nodded his head. Everything Hiashi had said was true. Perhaps waiting would be the best thing. Until then, he and Hinata could hang out with each other in their downtime. Romance could come later. Would it still be acceptable to go out to dinner as friends? Perfectly acceptable. Just save the romance for when you're older. You'll know if the two of you are meant to be together when the time is right. Young people are always in a rush to grow up and romance is no exception. Enjoy your youth, for it is fleeting. He looked at Naruto quizzically when the boy groaned and rubbed his eyes. What is the matter? You sounded like Guy Sensei when you spoke about youth. Hiashi's face hardened and he motioned for Naruto to leave the room. I'll thank you never to mention that again or to say that I sound like Mido Guy. The man is a capable ninja, but I don't believe his mental state is sound. Now come. We've kept Hinata waiting long enough. Naruto nodded and filed through the door ahead of the Hyuga clan leader. Hinata looked up when the door opened and stared at Naruto as he took his seat beside her. Hiashi coughed to get their attention and locked eyes with Hinata when they turned to him. Hinata, I want you to understand that I will still allow the two of you to see each other as friends. I am in no way hampering your friendship. I just ask that you wait at least a couple of years before the two of you try to enter into any relationship. Do you understand? Hinata bowed her head and folded her hands in her lap. Hi, father. I understand. Naruto let out a deep breath and smiled at her. Hinata-chan, don't be sad. Time will pass before you know it and we can see what happens then. At least he didn't say no indefinitely. She gave him a small smile and nodded her head. Hi, that's true. I suppose I can wait until we are a bit older. Hiashi nodded his head and smiled at the two. I'm glad you were both mature about this. Now then, the evening is still young. Why don't the two of you go to a restaurant and eat? Just no romance. Learn things about each other and have a pleasant time. Naruto cocked his head and blinked. Isn't it a date for Hiashi-sama? Hiashi smiled as he stood and straightened out his robes. A date is where you go out with another person with the intent to further a romantic relationship or to try to bring about a romantic relationship. You two will just be enjoying a dinner together and galvanizing your friendship. Won't you? Hinata and Naruto both squeaked and nodded their heads quickly. The glare left Hiashi's face as he left the room. Good. You two enjoy yourselves. Hinata, you have a mission early tomorrow. Do not be late in getting home. The two children bowed as one. Thank you, father. Thank you, Hiashi-sama. Let's go before I change my mind. The two were out the door in an instant and Hiashi walked back to his quarters. The Hyuga clan head sat on his bed and pulled a picture out of a drawer by his bedside. He sighed heavily as he stared at the picture of him and Himiko on their wedding day. Our little girl is growing up in Himiko. She's getting interested in boys now and the one she's picked is the one who would probably be best for her, but I fear that if they pursue a relationship, it will be a long hard road because of who and what Naruto is. The tears slid down his cheek and dripped onto his wife's face. Hiashi wiped it away and took a deep breath. I wish you were here, Himiko. It's so hard trying to be both a clan head and a father without hurting our daughters. Hinata tries, but she is still behind Niji in her training. She simply does not have the heart to hurt anyone and as a Hyuga clan head, that would be an unacceptable thing. She cannot show mercy or she will be viewed as weak. You used to tell me that she had other virtues. That her kindness was not a hindrance, but a gift. That her mind was her best asset, not her body. She is a sharp girl, very bright, but being a Hyuga demands more. Hiashi put his head in his hands and sighed. The elders will demand more and more of her as time goes on, and Hinata is such a kind, gentle soul. I've already had to start training Hanabi in case Hinata is not deemed suitable as heiress. Oh Himiko, what am I to do? He stood and wiped the tears from his eyes, setting his face into the infamous Hyuga stoicness. This would be harder than turning the children down. I had best go and explain myself to Iri-san. She won't be happy if she finds out what happened from Naruto. That woman would automatically assume the worst. Naruto sighed as he sat down beside a tree at his team's training ground and waited for the others to arrive. It had been a hell of a day yesterday and he was still exhausted from it. He'd wrangled cows and then gone and asked to take a girl he liked on a date. He was more nervous than he had let on, but he thought he did admirably, considering he was asking Hyuga Hiashi. He was disappointed that he had been turned down, but he had not been turned away. Hiashi had made that abundantly clear to both him and his mother. Naruto was more than welcome to court Hinata at a later date, but now was not the time. Hinata had been told that they were denied the right to date, and Naruto had made it his mission to make her smile the rest of the evening. He regaled her with his tale of their cow wrangling mission and proudly watched as she laughed so hard she cried at his tale of riding Ino while she was in the cow's body. Overall, even if it wasn't a date, dinner was a success because they got a little closer. She had given him a tight hug when he took her back home, and both children had blushed like crazy, giving the guards at the gate something else to chuckle about. He waited until she was inside the house and began his trudge back home. His first thought when he heard yelling coming from the house was that Konohamaru had done something to upset his mother and, wanting to avoid getting dragged into the argument, he melted into the ground. As he shifted into the wood of the house, he was surprised to see a very pale Hiashi sitting in a chair while his mother stood over the man wagging a finger in his face. His father sat to their left, his head in his hands as he shook it. "I don't care if you don't think they're ready, Hiashi. That's not your call. You had no right to deny those two the chance to just date. It's not like he'd get Hinata pregnant." Naruto had blanched when he heard that and moved a little closer until he was behind Hiashi in the wall. "Iri-san, I was just saying that they are too young to date or be serious about a relationship. They're kids. They need to be kids as long as they can. So they're allowed to kill, but they're not allowed to date. What kind of backwards-ass thinking is that, Hyuga-san? Iri, leave him be. If Hiashi says no, then it means no. I agree with him. These kids are new ninja, and they already have enough to deal with without adding hormones into the mix." Iri turned to her husband in a fury, but Yuhiko didn't even flinch, having been on the receiving end of more than a few of these tirades. "You know that Naruto might never find a girl as sweet as Hinata, Yuhiko. With what he carries, it'll be hard for him to even get a girl to look his way. I know that. Hiashi knows that. And Naruto knows that. Eventually he'll have to tell Hinata what he carries if he does want to pursue a relationship with her. Do you think she'll take it well?" Hiashi nodded his head and smiled. "My daughter is quite taken with your son. I don't believe that a demon in his belly will deter her from liking him, maybe even loving him in the future. But that is the future and children are fickle. Love is fickle. They may decide it is better to be friends than lovers." "I agree. Aren't you, Naruto?" The blonde gasped and melted out of the wall, much to the surprise of Hiashi, who chalked it up to a cloaking. He hadn't had his eyes activated after all. "How'd you see me, Dad? Great secret. You need to be more careful next time if you're going to eavesdrop." Naruto frowned and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "I wouldn't have had to eavesdrop if you weren't talking about me. I couldn't help it." He turned to Hiashi and locked eyes with the man. "Do you truly think that Hinata will still like me if she finds out what I carry?" "Yes, I do. Hinata is quite taken with you, and I don't believe she would hold it against you. That's all I need to know." Naruto opened his eyes when he heard the sound of Kiba and Akamaru moving toward him and smiled when the puppy leapt into his lap, wanting his ears rubbed. Naruto acquiesced and grinned as he rubbed the dog's ears, laughing when Akamaru's leg began to kick. Kiba sat down next to him and grinned. "How'd your date go last night, lover boy?" Naruto glared at his canine-like friend and ceased rubbing Akamaru, much to the puppy's chagrin. "I wasn't on a date last night. Hinata and I just got a bite to eat." "Sounds like a date to me. We're just friends. Besides, her dad said I can't date her right now." Kiba winced and patted Akamaru on the head as he clambered into his lap. "Ouch. Sorry man. I didn't know. It's cool. He just said that I can't date her now. That sucks." Naruto nodded and leaned back against a tree again, just in time for them to see Ino coming over the horizon. The large grin on her face was somewhat unsettling and put both boys on edge as she sauntered up in front of them and put her hands on her hips. "Good morning, boys. Beautiful morning, isn't it? No cows to herd, no cow patties to fall in, the sweet smell of love in the air." Kiba edged away from Naruto a bit, seeing where this was going, leaving his friend to fend for himself. Naruto's brows furrowed but he played along anyway. "Oh, is it? So what crackpot plan are you going to use to get Sasuke's attention today?" "Oh, I'm not talking about Sasuke. I'm talking about a certain blonde boy and blue-haired girl that were eating together at a certain restaurant last night." Naruto sighed and leaned back against the tree, pulling his field knife from its scabbard and flipping it in his hand. "It wasn't a date for Ino. We were just eating out." Kiba snickered and Naruto glared at him. The dog boy covered his mouth, but his shoulders still shook with mirth. Ino smiled and sat down beside Naruto, scooting closer as she pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them, batting her eyelashes at him. "It sure looked like a date to me." Naruto rubbed his temples, a trait he'd picked up from his father, and growled. How many people know about last night due to your blabbermouth Ino? She giggled and looked away from him. Not many. Then everyone knows. Great. Before they could argue any further, there was a shimmer next to them and Kurenai appeared, a bright smile on her face. Hello team. I heard about your mission yesterday and I have to say I'm proud of all of you. You all performed admirably. Naruto, I hope you remembered to shower before you came here today. He mumbled bite me under his breath and Kurenai's smile grew a little strained. What was that? I didn't quite catch it. Can we start training now? She grinned and motioned for them all to stand. Of course we can. Now Kiba and Ino square off first and then I'll spar with Naruto. After that, we'll go get our mission for the day. Get going you two. For the next few months it was all routine. Team 8 progressed quite nicely and Kurenai couldn't have been prouder. D rank still sucked but those missions were expected of a genuine team and Team 8 did most of them quickly and efficiently. Kurenai had promised them the moment they reached the requisite goal of D ranks, she would request a C rank for them. The day was the day. Today was, if the gods of fate didn't hate them, going to be their first C rank. Kiba and Ino were almost bouncing as they walked to the Hokage office and Naruto wasn't much better. He knew what to expect of a C rank mission. Serving as escorts, fighting off bandits, perhaps breaking up a local gang. They weren't illustrious missions, but they were still actual ninja missions nonetheless. As they popped open the door of the Hokage tower, Naruto thought back on all that had transpired in the past few months. He and Hinata had grown closer and they both realized what Hiashi had been talking about. At times, when one or the other wanted to grab a bite to eat or do something, one would be too tired to do anything and the other was left feeling dejected. If they had been dating, that might have stung a little harder. Their schedules conflicted more often than not. Just because D ranks weren't actual ninja missions did not mean that they could all be done during the day. Sometimes it meant a stakeout at night to kill a local marauding wolf or to catch a snake that was raiding a henhouse. Relationships in the ninja world were difficult and harsh. Anko popped up every now and then, mostly to test his reflexes and make sure he stayed sharp on his assassin abilities. She had explained to him that, unfortunately, there had been no low-level assassin tasks and therefore she couldn't take him with her to practice. Naruto was both frustrated and relieved at the same time. Frustrated because he knew that that was a way he could serve his village, relieved because he didn't know if he was ready to kill again. Anko had told him that the first time was the hardest time and he had probably had the best first experience she had ever seen. He had performed beautifully and his reaction afterward was not uncommon. If he hadn't felt anything, then she would have been worried. All in all, it had been a good few months. Naruto was now very proficient with his knife. In spars, he was forbidden to use it unless they were sparring. Kiba had better luck than Ino in finding him because of Akamaru and his overly sensitive nose. Kurenai usually found him by waiting for him when he emerged. Teammate was ready physically. The question was, were they ready mentally? They filed into the waiting room outside the assignment room and Naruto groaned mentally when he saw the team ahead of them. Team 7 stood before them in their usual fashion, Kakashi reading his porn, Sakura chattering away at Sasuke pointedly ignoring her, and Shino hanging toward the back of the group trying to look inconspicuous. Naruto saw Shino's eyebrows shoot upward when they walked up and he could tell the boy was glad for the opportunity to talk to someone sane. The glasses-clad genin walked toward them and stopped before Naruto and Kiba. I am glad to see the both of you well. How has your training been going? Kiba grinned and flexed an arm while Akamaru yipped happily. Our training is great. We've all gotten stronger, even Ino. We've already gotten all the required D ranks to request a C rank and today is our day. Naruto frowned and nudged Kiba with his elbow. Kiba, keep your voice down. We don't want to broadcast that at the moment. Huh? Why not? Naruto nodded subtly toward Sasuke, who was currently caught in a tug-of-war between Sakura and Ino, and tapped the side of his head. Think about it, Mutt. If Sasuke hears that we've already qualified he might raise a stink about it. I don't want any trouble. I just want to see if Gigi has a mission for us, do it and get back to it. If we go about this the right way, we may be able to do a lot more C ranks from this point on. Naruto thought he heard Shino sigh and looked at the boy quizzically. What's the matter with Shino? I sometimes wish I had been put on a different team. Sasuke is capable but is more antisocial than I am. Sakura is sociable enough, but I cannot critique Sasuke about anything to try to help him improve without her speaking up on his behalf. Nor can I critique her without her screeching or falling into a depression. It is most vexing. Naruto and Kiba frowned and shrugged their shoulders. Sorry man, but them's the breaks. I wish you could have gotten on with one of our friends, but you just drew the unlucky number apparently. Shino nodded and turned around when Kakashi called to him. Team 7 was almost up. Excuse me. I'll catch you guys later. Ino sauntered back over frowning and took her place next to Naruto in the line. He couldn't resist teasing her. Oh, what's the matter Ino-chan? Sasuke-kun not taking a liking to your advances. Shut up asshole. Kurenai smirked at her genin's banter and sidled up alongside the porn-reading Kakashi, speaking low so the genin couldn't hear them. Do we still have that bet on Kakashi? You're not going to back out. Millimeters. She sighed and crossed her arms. Kakashi, are you even taking me seriously or is this a joke to you? His visible eye rolled toward her and he earmarked his book before closing it with a snap. Kurenai, I am taking you seriously. Despite my aloof disposition, I do take notice of some things. I know that Naruto is very talented. So is Sasuke. Both were at the top of the class in their year. Both have an excellent pedigree. It will make for an entertaining match. What I want to know is why you are so eager to see this match. The look Kurenai gave Kakashi put him off somewhat. It was something between awe and confusion. Kurenai was new and had almost immediately leapt into taking a team. Surely she wasn't doing this to prove herself. I just want to see what happens when the pariah of Konoha goes up against one of the sons of a mighty clan. Kakashi stuck his hands in his pockets and stared at her lazily. Naruto is from a mighty clan as well, you know. He was raised in the Sarutobi household, yes, but how often is he recognized as part of that clan? Never, not once. If Naruto was put out on the streets tomorrow, it would not matter to the people of Konoha. He would still be seen as a plague on this village. I want to see what happens when a pariah meets an avenger. Kakashi closed his eyes, giving her his infamous eye smile. I would like to see that as well. Now that I know your motivation for this, I look forward to it as well. Now if you'll excuse me, my team has to get their daily D rank. Kurenai nodded and smirked as he walked off to stand at attention with his team. I beat you again, Kakashi. My team will hopefully get their first C rank today. She wandered back to stand beside her team and watched with amusement through the crack in the door as Sasuke swallowed a bitter pill when Sarutobi assigned them Tora the cat once again. Kakashi began to lead them out and was almost to the door when Sarutobi greeted teammate. Ah, welcome teammate. It's a momentous day for you. Your first C rank as a team. Kakashi swore silently that he hadn't hurried his team along faster and watched as Sasuke turned back to the room in a fury. The raven-haired boy kept his tone respectful, but everyone could sense the tension in his voice. Hokage-sama, might I ask why teammate is deemed ready for a C rank mission when my team is not thought of as ready yet? Sarutobi smiled and laced his fingers under his chin, his pipe billowing smoke. Teammate has finished more than the requisite number of D ranks to accept a C rank, and I deem them as ready. More importantly, their commander deems them as ready. There is a pecking order one must go through to get more difficult and rewarding missions, Sasuke. Sasuke turned to Kakashi and glared at the man. So you don't deem Team 7 as worthy of a C rank, Kakashi? What happened to all that those who break the rules are trash crap? Kakashi leveled an even gaze at Sasuke and kept his voice low, although there was an underlying tone of authority. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who would abandon their comrades are worse than trash. That is my creed. I have broken no rules and I have abandoned no one. When you are ready for a C rank, I will ask the Hokage to assign you one. Team 7's teamwork is not at the level I desire yet, so you will not receive a higher ranking mission. End of discussion. Now, let's go. Kurenai blinked and watched as Kakashi ushered a stunned Sasuke out. Her respect for the man rose slightly. She knew he had been a commander of the Anbu, but his presence, even when he was merely admonishing someone, was quite a spectacle. She was glad to know that he was stern with his students when they got out of line. Now then, teammate. I have awaited the day for your first C rank for quite some time and have one I believe you can all handle. There is a nest of bandits on the border of the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire. They have cut off the trade routes our merchants use to get to the boats to trade with the Land of Waves. Your mission is to wipe them out and find out who is giving them orders. Kiba raised his hand and Sarutobi nodded in his direction. Hokage-sama, what do you mean by wipe them out? I mean that you should not let them do this again. A sad but necessary part of being a ninja is taking life occasionally. Naruto has already experienced this. You and Ino have not. This particular nest of bandits needs to be eliminated. You are to eliminate them. Kiba nodded nervously and stepped back to his place. Ino raised her hand and Sarutobi nodded again. Hokage-sama, why would someone try to block the trade between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire? Could it be another ninja village? Sarutobi sighed and shook his head. The girl was sharp, there was no denying that. Truthfully, we have had no word from the Land of Waves for quite some time. They do not have a ninja village, and thus, they have no home defense against pillagers, relying instead on their economic allies to provide some form of defense. We believe that these bandits are taking orders from someone hoping to hurt the Land of Waves. Kurenai nodded her head and turned to her students. I will get a few more details from Hokage-sama about our mission. You three run home and prepare for a mission at least 1 week long. Meet me at the gates in 1 hour. Kiba and Ino bowed to the Hokage and hurried out the door. Naruto bowed to his grandfather and formed the seal for Shunshin. Thank you for giving us this mission, Jiji. Sarutobi smiled and shuffled the papers before him. I didn't give you anything, Naruto. Teammate earned a C rank. The blonde smiled and disappeared quickly, leaving Kurenai with the Hokage. Sarutobi turned to Kurenai, his smile gone. Now that they are gone, I can tell you a little more. This is to be an information gathering session as well. Our reports from our scouts in the area reveal that the bandits are led by a level missing nin from Sunagaker. He isn't powerful per se and you should be able to take him down with little trouble. He has information and I wanted. Have Naruto interrogate him. The boy has a knack for getting what he wants out of people. Kurenai nodded, but a frown marred her pretty face. So I've heard from Anko. He uses a mixture of hers and Ibiki's methods, although he leans more toward mental torture. I take it this is more training for him. What do you want him to glean from this man? I want him to learn who is the mastermind behind all this. The merchants in Wave have not spoken to us in months, and that is cause for concern. I have my suspicions, but I need solid proof before I send in a contingency to take care of the problem. Kurenai bowed and straightened up. Will that be all, Hokage-sama? Yes, that will be all. Good luck, Kurenai, though I don't think you'll need it. Your team is more than ready. She nodded again before exiting the office and sliding the door closed behind her before rushing home. Kurenai was surprised to find teammate at the gates by the time she got there, in a huddle on the ground. She had thought she would get there a little early and probably beat them there, but that hadn't worked. She'd have to teach them not to be so early, but to be right on time. The only thing she had done was to put on a pair of pants instead of the short shorts she usually wore under her wrappings and to grab her already prepared pack. She crept forward to see what they were doing and her eyes widened with surprise. Naruto had a scroll on the ground opened up and 2 bowls of ink beside him. He handed his knife to Ino and she took it gingerly. Cut your thumb and pour the blood into the bowl. Mix it with the ink. Kiba, are you through yet? The dog boy wiped the blood from his thumb on his pants and sucked on it to get the coagulation going. Yeah, I'm through. What you gonna do? I'm making a sealing scroll for each of you guys that will only respond to you. It will take your blood to open it. Just bite or cut one of your fingers and run the blood over the seal. Seal your whole pack in there and later I'll make seals for individual things. It'll do for now. Ino sucked on her thumb and watched as he fluidly put Kiba's mixture on the paper. The squiggly lines made no sense to her, but they seemed to dance onto the paper as Naruto moved his wrist this way and that, humming as he drew. Kiba watched in fascination as the blonde added a finishing touch and then whipped the scroll into the air, twirling it round and round to dry the ink. Kurenai giggled when the gate guards wandered over to watch the spectacle and winked at them, making the 2 blush. Naruto threw the scroll back to the ground with a snap and stepped away from it, moving over to Ino's. Kurenai saw that the boy had noticed his audience but was pointedly ignoring them to finish his task. When Kiba tapped him on the shoulder, he didn't even look back. Just sit your pack on top of the seal and make sure some part of your hand touches the ink as you channel chakra. Think about the pack sinking into the ink and it'll make the process go faster. Kiba nodded and moved away as Naruto performed his tasks with Ino's scroll. She watched again, somewhat detached, as his hands danced across the parchment, the individual markings coming together to form a seal somewhat different from Kiba's. A triumphant shout from her canine-loving companion made her jump and she turned to see the small puff of smoke, signifying Kiba's success in sealing. Ino turned back in time to watch Naruto do his twirls with the scroll and she had to admit that it was somewhat hypnotizing. His eyes were closed as he spun the parchment about him and he snapped it back to the ground as his blue eyes flashed open. He stepped back and smiled at Ino. You're up, Ino. Kurenai-sensei is waiting, so hurry up. She nodded quickly and sat her pack in the center of the seal, placing her fingers along the outer edge. She concentrated on her chakra and watched as the pack poofed out of existence and the scroll rolled shut with a sharp snap. Ino squealed with glee and pulled the strap of the scroll tight. Thank you, Naruto. Now we'll be able to move more quickly. Kurenai nodded and stepped forward, finally gaining acknowledgement of her presence from her genin. That's a good idea, Naruto. Sealing is a very efficient way to carry things, but what if you need something from your packs? You can't very well reach for a scroll in the heat of battle. Naruto grinned and patted the field knife on his leg and the shuriken bag above it. That's why we carry all the weapons we can in these holsters and bags. Sealing just takes care of our clothing and food and stuff. Want me to seal your pack, sensei? Thank you, Naruto, but no. I like knowing that my things are on my person. And if need be, I can use the pack and the things inside of it as a shield in case of ambush. The kids nodded in understanding and Kurenai shouldered her bag and turned to the guards. Teammate withdrawing from mission. Jounin Sensei Yuhi Kurenai reported a leave time of 1400 hours. The guard on the right smiled and jotted down the team and the time before waving his hand to the gate. Teammate clear for departure. Be safe on your mission. Thank you. Well, let's go. She took off in a dash, her team right behind her. Kurenai watched her team carefully as they prepared the camp for the evening. She was surprised that they had all kept up with a moderate pace and had increased the speed gradually to find their limits. Ino was the first to drop back slightly with Kiba following. To her shock, Naruto only seemed to pick up the pace as she did. She had decided that this trip would be a test of her team's endurance because she wanted to know where a certain blonde's limits lay. Once the kids were gathered round the fire, Kurenai began to explain what they would do. The first thing we need to do is contact our scouts here on the border. They would have the most up-to-date information on the bandit camp and how many we're facing. The Hokage told me that there is a rank missing in running the show, but he works for someone else. Our job is to capture him alive, and then Naruto will extract the information we need from him. The kids all nodded and waited for more. Once we have information from the scouts, Naruto will use this to find out exactly what we're up against and the location of anything we can use, whether they have hostages or not, and whether there is anything of value hidden in the camp. Ino, I want you to stick close to me while we infiltrate the camp. Once I locate the missing nin, I will incapacitate him and hold him while you enter his mind and take him to an assigned spot to await interrogation. Ino nodded and twiddled her thumbs nervously. Naruto put a reassuring hand on her shoulder and smiled, gaining a weak smile in return. Kiba, you and Naruto will be the tanks. Your mission is to take out as many bandits as you can between the two of you. I know you've been training hard in your clan style. There will be no holding back when we begin the attack. I need all of you to be on top of your game. This is for real, guys. The three kids sat in silence for a while until Naruto spoke up. How am I supposed to extract the information from our target? By any means necessary. You have full authorization from the Hokage to use force. My only concession is that your teammates watch. Kiba and Ino turned their heads to Naruto, who looked somewhat nervous. He nodded his head slowly and turned to Ino. While you're in his head, see if you can find out what he fears. It will help greatly in my interrogation. Ino nodded and cocked her head to the side. How will that help you? Hibiki Sensei told me that the quickest way to get information from someone was to play on their fears. Unlike Sensei, we don't have the luxury of time to break someone, so I need you to get all you can on the guy. Can you do that? It might take a little more effort, but I should be able to find out something. Kurenai coughed into her hand to get the attention of her genin. Kiba, Ino, I need to know that you will more than likely have to kill on this mission. It will be you or them, and these men have no problem with killing you. Ino, you are in a more precarious position than the boys, unless there are some men among them that like little boys. All three children's eyes widened and Kurenai's face became grave. It's a sad fact that there are sick people in the world. Rape for Kunoichi is a well-known fact, but lesser known is that there are some men out there that will take whatever they can get. It's the dark part of fighting evil men. That is another reason to kill them, so they can't do anything else to anyone. You can't let them do that to you or anyone else. Her team nodded resolutely and Kurenai gave them a small smile. We still have a couple of days to go before we arrive at the scouts post. I'll take the first watch, then Ino, then Kiba, then Naruto. I'll wake you in a few hours. She had purposely chosen that order because she wanted to see how Naruto would handle the stress of being awake longer than anyone else for the next day. It probably wouldn't even bother the boy, but she was curious. True to form, it didn't even bother Naruto. He ran the whole next day, and after he took the first shift, he went into a deep sleep and didn't wake up until the next day. Kurenai curled an eyebrow when he was fresh as a daisy after the first hour. She knew the kid had near limitless energy, but damn. They arrived at the scouts post late the third evening and were greeted by a man wearing a civilian outfit, but he carried himself like a shinobi. He looked familiar to Naruto, but he couldn't place his face. It looks like it might rain later. Trouble usually comes with the rain. Kurenai nodded and smiled. True. But the silver lining to the clouds is always the solution on the horizon. The kids looked back and forth as the civilian produced a Konoha headband and tied it to his forehead, pulling the cloth back into a bandana and popping it into his mouth. Naruto grinned and saluted the man. Genma-san. It's been quite a while. So this is where Jiji has you stationed. Genma squinted his eyes and laughed. Good to see you, kiddo. Finally got out of that office, huh? Yeah, your grandpa's got me stuck out here on the border for the moment. My relief should be coming within a week. What are you guys doing out here, Kurenai-san? Kurenai explained their situation and Genma listened while chewing on him. He assessed the situation and told them what he knew. The bandits shouldn't be a problem for Kiba and Naruto. They'll plow through them with no problem. My advice to you kids is that when you kill someone you hang on to them immediately, but keep your headband visible so you don't kill each other. Naruto and Kiba nodded. That was a good idea. They'd more than likely forget to do that in the heat of battle, but it was sound advice. Naruto filed it away for future infiltration missions. Genma turned to Kurenai and rolled him to the other side of his mouth. As far as the Kusa ninja, I don't know much. He's a ringleader, rarely ever leaves the camp unless it's a big job. He's paranoid, although I don't know why. His record in the bingo book is that he's a small fish, hardly any bounty on him. He must know something since he left Kusa to be so nervous. Kurenai thanked Genma for his information and told her team to rest for the night. Tomorrow was their baptism as ninjas. The bandits were down below them as teammate watched from the trees. Kurenai was nervous as hell. Not for herself but for her team. This would be their first serious mission and she wondered why the Hokage had given them such a dangerous mission first. Perhaps he was sure of her abilities as a teacher to have the kids ready or maybe he thought that they could handle it even if it meant winging it. She wasn't sure. With a shuddering breath she turned to her students and whispered quietly. Okay guys, this is crunch time. Naruto, you know what to do. He nodded and they watched as he melted into the tree. Ino shook her head and looked back over the encampment. It still freaks me out when he does that. You never know where he's going to pop up. Biba was about to reply, but Kurenai shushed them and they sat in silence for several minutes. To them, each second that went by was torture. Even Akamaru was being quiet, but the poor puppy was fidgeting all the same. Kiba ran a reassuring hand down his back and nearly jumped out of his skin when Naruto emerged from the tree beside and spoke in a hushed voice. There's about 30 of them. Some are sleeping right now and I can take them out, putting the numbers down to about 25. The leader is in the yellow-colored tent in the middle with a couple guards around him. He's definitely a ninja and judging by the weapons he keeps, an expert. He has a katana leaning against the wall and the scabbard is worn but well kept. Kurenai nodded and looked to make sure the other two understood the situation. What do you propose? Let me go in and take out those that are sleeping. That will help the numbers some. Once they're all disposed of, I'll set off an explosive tag. Kiba and Akamaru will come charging in and take them from the front while I come from behind and flank them. Kurenai Sensei and Ino will take the leader while taking out any stragglers. Kurenai smiled and nodded her head. It was a good plan. Very well, we'll wait for your signal. Ino and I will circle around and get closer to the tent so we can extract the target with more ease. Kiba, Akamaru. Go in swinging. Don't stop until your enemy is on the ground, understood? Kiba nodded his head and gulped before putting Akamaru into his jacket and walking down the tree slowly to his position. He was never more happy that Kurenai had taken a vested interest in their training because being able to walk on any surface was handy. It certainly made less noise than scrambling down the tree. Kurenai clasped a hand on Ino's shoulder and gave Naruto a small grin. Go get them, Naruto. We'll wait for your signal. The blonde boy nodded and melted into the tree again. Kurenai took a deep breath and looked into her eyes. Stay close to me and if anyone comes close to you, take them out. We don't need anyone creeping up on us while we capture this ninja. Your body will be incapacitated and I'll have my hands full with it so anyone who gets in our way has to die or we will. Understand? Ino gulped and nodded her head frantically. She was very nervous about this and didn't want to let her team down. For a moment, she was worried that she had shirked her training a bit too much. Unfortunately, when Kurenai motioned for her to follow, she realized there was no time to think about it now. She'd just have to try her best and hope everything worked out all right. Naruto moved through the ground at his fastest speed, wanting to get the task ahead of him out of the way. His thoughts wandered back to his first two victims before he had tortured and killed Mizuki, but he quickly squashed them. These men were hurting not just one person but a whole community. They had stolen and killed and more than likely raped, all in the pursuit of hurting people and making a bit of money. He stopped underneath the tent where the men were sleeping and slowly eased himself upward. There were now 6 men knocked out on cots in the tent, one having stumbled in a drunken stupor. The one man was still trying to pull his shoes off and was making a decent amount of noise. Once he had laid down and began to snore, Naruto moved all the way to the surface and into the drunken man. He'd see if Genma's advice would work or not. Slowly he made his way to the drunk's cot and removed his field knife from its scabbard before clapping a hand over the man's mouth and quickly slitting his throat. He watched as life left the man's eyes and felt a little sick but pushed it to the back of his mind as he took a huge gulp of air. He had to do this. He'd already killed one of their comrades. Now it would be them or his team. He moved over the rest of the cots and one by one killed them by either slitting their throats or jamming the knife into their temple. He sat on the ground for a moment and fought back the bile in his throat before he noticed the dress on the wall. It was a little girl's dress, bloody and torn, hung over one of the men's cots like a trophy. His eyes tealed and he stood to his feet, reaching for one of his homemade explosive tags. There would be no mercy now. Mercy is for the weak. Naruto shook his head and growled. He didn't need the damn fox waking up now. He pumped enough chakra into the tag to blow up the tents around him while sparing the leader's tent and melted into the ground to wait for the ball to start rolling. The ground shook from the explosion and he heard the bandits running around, taking orders from a deep voice coming from the center. It was showtime. Hiba and Akamaru sat in some bushes just off to the side and watched with wide eyes as one of the tents went up in a ball of fire. With caution thrown to the wind, Akamaru leapt to Kiba's back and they performed the Juijin Bunshin, with Akamaru becoming a picture-perfect copy of Kiba. Okay boy, let's go. Remember, no survivors. We can't let Kurenai-sensei down. Let's try the move that mom's been teaching us if we can do it, okay? Akamaru growled in response and the two rushed forward, claws and fangs bared. There they are. Over here. Hiba mentally swore that they had been seen already, but kicked the man in the jaw hard and watched as Akamaru clawed at the man's throat. The bandit was dead before he hit the ground and Akamaru growled at Kiba, telling him to get with the program. Kiba set his jaw and waved the dog back as more men came running. This one's mine is Akamaru. I have to do this. Akamaru held back and watched as Kiba lurched forward with his fingers held tightly together, his claws presented, and he sliced through the first man's throat before leaping back, panting heavily. The knowledge that he had just killed another man weighed heavily on his mind, and he froze slightly until Akamaru pulled him away with a jerk to avoid a jab with a spear. The growl woke Kiba from his stupor, and he dropped into his low jutsu stance. Sorry boy. I'll have to worry about it later, huh? The bandits readied themselves, and one that reeked of liquor laughed a bit. It's just two damn kids. Twins from the looks of it. I've always wanted to go at twins. Kiba's face drained of blood slightly as what Kurenai-sensei had told them flooded back to his mind. His teeth ground tightly and he glared at the man. He would be the next kill. He'd never touch another child, him or otherwise. Oh, the little kiddies. Maybe I should help him with that attitude. The growl came from behind the group and they turned to see Naruto melting out of the ground, his features more pronounced with the anger running through him after hearing the one man's plans for Kiba. His whisker marks were deeper, his growl more guttural, and his eyes had taken on more elongated irises. They stared at the bloodied field knife, and one sneered. Another one, and it appears he's the one who blew up the sleeping tent. Damn one of ninja kids. They think they can do anything because of their magic. Naruto and Kiba both growled, and the bandit split into watching both boys at once, their backs together. Naruto flipped his knife to his other hand, while Kiba pulled out kunai. Naruto smirked and formed the cross seal before crying out Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and a horde of blondes surrounded the now nervous bandits. They're not magic assholes, they're called. You do well to remember it. Now Kiba. Kiba and Akamaru leapt forward with snarls and began to cut and swipe at anything in their path. Naruto and his clones ran into the fray and began carving up any bandit they came in contact with. The more blood that landed on Naruto, the more he had to fight down the feeling he was getting from the Kyuubi that was trying to leak its way into him. Pure joy. Joy of the kill. Joy of the slaughter. Joy of blood. Kill them. Slaughter them. Drain them of life. Bathe in their blood. The rest of the bandits had come running to help and ended up slaughtered by the two boys and the dog. Kiba and Akamaru sat panting off to the side, both covered in blood, as Kiba rubbed a reassuring hand along a normal Akamaru's back, more to calm himself than anything. Naruto stood beside them, panting heavily and fighting back the growing bloodlust until his features returned to normal. Hey Naruto. He looked down at Kiba, still trying to catch his breath. Yeah Kiba. They took a deep breath and looked at the ground. Was your first time this hard? Naruto sat down beside Kiba and hung his head. Yeah. The only difference was mine was more personal. I knew my victim. I consider Mizuki my first true kill. I watched his life drained from him. It was hard. That was the only way he could think to describe it as he stood back up and offered a hand to Kiba. I want you to talk to Sensei or your mom about it, Kiba. Don't hold it inside you forever. That's a bad thing. Don't let it eat at you or it'll consume you. Anko-sensei told me that. Kiba nodded and took the offered hand, righting himself. We should go find Sensei and Ino now and take care of any stragglers. Naruto nodded and they bolted off in the direction of the center tent. Kurenai had watched with awe as the tent exploded in a contained fireball, completely missing the leader's tent. She applauded her student in her mind and motioned for Ino to follow her. Ino stayed as close as possible as they made their way through the rows of tents, masked in to avoid detection. She watched with horror as Kurenai snuck up behind a bandit and plunged a kunai into his throat from behind. Kurenai turned to the girl who was holding her mouth to keep from screaming and grabbed her shoulders. Ino, this is the world you've put yourself in. It's kill or be killed. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Your teammates are out there fighting right now, fulfilling their role. You have a role to fulfill as well. Don't let them or me down, understand? Ino nodded weakly and followed along behind her teacher carefully as they approached the tent. Kurenai slipped inside and watched as the man ran back and forth, gathering his things. She crept up behind him when she felt a knife touch her throat and cut her eyes to find the man standing behind her and Ino nowhere to be seen. She had been fooled by it. So, they send a woman to finish me off. Such a waste of beauty. I bet they told you that I specialize in them, didn't they? That I was horrible at that's why we're ninjas, women. We practice deception. Jinjutsu is actually my strong suit. Oh? Then why don't you realize that I have you trapped in as well? The man grinned and pushed the knife a little closer. Oh am I? Kurenai grinned as her body began to waver and drift away as if in a mist. Yes, you are. The man grunted when a foot met his stomach and suddenly a kunai was thrust into his side. He fell to one knee and looked up at the now revealed kunai. Looking through her legs, he saw one of his men sneaking up silently with his sword at the ready. He kept his smirk down and coughed up blood, looking into her eyes to keep her occupied. "I'm gonna kill you for that bitch. I'm gonna kill you slowly." "Oh? And how are you gonna do that? Kurenai-sensei." Kurenai turned in time to see the man sneaking up on her with his sword raised and put her arms up in defense, only for the man to fall to his knees with a kunai buried in the back of his skull, revealing a crying Ino who was hyperventilating. Kurenai turned and kicked the still hacking ninja in the side of the head, knocking him senseless but still conscious and tied him up before kneeling before Ino. "Ino, listen to me. What you did saved my life. Don't feel bad because they were bad men, okay?" The girl hiccuped and took several deep breaths before nodding her head. Kurenai stood and grasped Ino's chin, making the girl look at her. "Ino, we still have a job to do. I need you to focus, okay?" The girl nodded and stood up, shakily making the signs for her Shintention no Jutsu. Outside, they could still hear Naruto and Kiba performing the cleanup and she shuddered a little as she spoke. Shintention no Jutsu. The world of pain exploded in her skull as she entered the man's mind and Ino made to grab for her head only to find her arms bound. She looked up at Kurenai, who held her body in her arms and winced. "Sensei, could you unbind his arms? My head hurt so much." Kurenai nodded and gingerly sat Ino's body down before cutting the ropes and helping the girl in the man's body to her feet. Ino wobbled a bit before stumbling forward to the tent flap. She opened it and stared outside to see Kiba and Naruto walking toward them. Kurenai came up behind her carrying her body bridal style and nudged her forward. "Let's go. We have to dispose of the bodies and then interrogate this man." Naruto spoke up and looked back to the camp. "My clones are taking care of that, sensei. They're burying the bodies as we speak. Ino, can you search his mind to find out what he fears?" She concentrated for a bit before shaking her head. "His mind is all a jumble right now. I think sensei rattled his brain too much." Naruto sighed and rubbed his hands up and down his pants legs. "I guess I was hoping for too much. We've checked the remaining tents. There's nothing of value here. I guess if there was, I incinerated it when I blew up my tag." Kurenai nodded and looked around. "I'll get Genma to come back and burn everything he can. He's better with Kaiten than I am. Let's head back to the outpost. You can do the interrogation there." The three kids nodded and began the journey back to the outpost. As they left the encampment, Kurenai smiled at them. "I'm proud of all of you. You performed admirably." That softened the blow of their first mission a lot. Genma took one look at teammate and asked Kurenai if he needed to go run damage control. She informed him the camp needed to be torched and he nodded before hurrying off. Ino sat down in a chair and Kiba tied the man up as Ino went back into her body. The headache went away when she went back and she sat up with a sigh. Kurenai helped her up and looked at both her and Kiba. "I'll talk with each of you about our mission individually when we get back. I'd suggest you speak to your parents as well. What you did was part of your job and is nothing to feel ashamed about. They were bad men and contributed nothing to society. Now Naruto, do your thing." He nodded and turned to the man in the chair as Kurenai, Ino, and Kiba stood behind him with Akamaru on Kiba's head. Naruto drew his hand back and smacked the man across the face several times until he felt his head rolling on its own. "WH. Where am I? Who the hell are you?" "We're ninjas from Konoha and we want a few questions answered. Cooperate and I won't hurt you very badly. Tell me what I want when I ask and you won't have to be hurt at all." The man glared at Naruto and spit on his face. "Little punkus brat. I ain't tellin' you shit. You little worthless wannabe genin. You don't know anything about being a ninja. I bet today was your first kills, huh? And a woman is a sensei. Konoha has lost its damn mind." The spine-chilling growl filled the room and the man's eyes grew wide as he took in Naruto's visage. The blue eyes were gone, replaced with red ones, and his whisker marks were more defined. Kiba and Ino shivered and Kurenai's eyebrows reached her headband. Ino leaned to Kiba and whispered. "Damn it, I hate when he growls like that. It reminds me of a wild beast." "Yeah, I know. But look at the reaction from the guy. I think he wet his pants." Naruto pulled his knife from his scabbard and waved it in front of the man's eyes, making sure he saw the serrated edge. "Who do you work for?" "Fuck you." Naruto responded by bludgeoning the man with the pommel of the knife in the side of the head. The man's head jerked right and he sat back up, his head lolling. "Who told you to block the trade routes?" "I ain't telling you shit." Naruto grinned and stepped back several steps. The others watched with interest as he put his hands behind his back, making the cross seal. "Tell me, does Sun Agakure have legends like we do in Konoha? Ujiman stories like that of the Kyuubi?" Kurenai's eyes widened to inhuman proportions. Surely he didn't mean to. In Konoha the Kyuubi is the ultimate monster in the closet, a bedtime story told to bad children that it will come get you in the night. If I wasn't here. I believe in my studies of the countries of the world that I came across a book with Kusagakure's mythology and stories. You fear the Irachi, don't you? A serpent that attacks without notice and is prone to young maidens or warriors of power to test its strength. You grew up with those stories, yes? The man scoffed and sat up a bit straighter. Yeah, so what? Those are just fairy tales. Naruto clucked his tongue and wagged his finger. He hated to admit it, but he really did get into the role of interrogator. Treating others as if they were children while he broke them was exciting. He could see why Ibiki enjoyed it. Perhaps Kyuubi had given him a sadistic streak. No, normally he hated to hurt people or see people hurt. It was just while he was interrogating people. The feeling of power over the powerless is quite invigorating, is it not? Naruto shook his head and resumed grinning. My sensei back home is the one who taught me how to break people. She's also the holder of the serpent contract. He walked over behind the man so he could whisper in his ear. He noticed the looks on his team's face and turned away. Their looks would not help him now. The Irachi is not a fairy tale. I hold that contract as well. I don't have enough chakra to summon the Irachi, but I can summon its children. They do not take disrespect very well. Shall I show you? The man grit his teeth and tried to lunge for Naruto as he walked back around to the front. You little shit. You don't have a contract like that. The only one who does is Orochimaru and he hasn't been with Konoha in years. Naruto leaned down to the man's face and his grin threatened to split his face. Who do you think my sensei was? She was the apprentice of Orochimaru, Mitarashi Anko. And I believe some of her sadism rubbed off on me. He ran through some fake seals and finished in the cross seal. Last chance, monkey boy. Go fuck yourself, brat. Fine. He opted not to call out the name of the, instead concentrating hard on the chakra flow and forming the cage bunshin. Before it formed, he mentally chanted that while the smoke was still there he wanted it to change into a large snake with fangs. A smaller burst came from the smoke and he knew it had done it. The man in the chair's eyes widened with fear as he stared at the large ancient-looking serpent that sat before him coiled up, its tongue flickering out of its mouth. He struggled in the chair, straining at the ropes. Kurenai clapped a hand over her mouth to halt her gasp. He's a genius. The man already looks about ready to break. The hanged clone turned to Naruto and bowed its head. Naruto-sama, how may I help you today? I need you to sink your fangs into this man over here. Perhaps his tongue will loosen if he is poisoned. The clone hissed in a menacing manner and slithered over to the man, who tensed when it began to wind its way around him and began to constrict. Naruto slowly walked forward as the clone flicked its tongue in the man's ear. The ninja was whimpering and had his eyes screwed shut. This is an ancient race of serpents, no longer seen in our world. They are descendants of the Irachi, constrictors that also have poison. He answers to me and only me. Now answer my question. Who are you working for? This is your last chance before he bites you. The man began to hyperventilate as he watched the clone open its mouth to reveal extremely large fangs and the saliva dripping off of them. When he didn't answer, Naruto sighed and turned away. Item. The clone began to descend and right before its fangs were to sink into the man's legs, he screamed. I'll talk. I'll talk. Just get this thing away from me. I don't want to die. Naruto grinned and waved his hand and the clone slithered away towards the Konoha ninja. It noticed that Genma had arrived at some point and was also watching the proceedings with great interest. Naruto grasped the man's chin in his hands and growled at him. Sadist. Took you long enough. Now tell me what I want to know. Revel in the feeling of power. Realize the power that you could have forever. The man sobbed and choked back some bile in his throat. All right, the man who employed us is named. It had been a slow trip getting back to Konoha, but teammate finally reported in. They had dragged the ninja back with them for Ibiki to play with and find out anything Naruto could not, which wasn't much. The man had been willing to tell the boy anything as long as he kept the serpent away from him. Gemma had burned the bodies and all of the camp and had commended the boys on a job well done. He had told them he would see them in Konoha soon and they had left the border. Ino and Kiba had looked at Naruto with a sense of awe and wonder the whole way back after seeing a completely different side of their blonde friend. It was eye-opening as to how different Naruto was than the rest of them, the amount of responsibility thrust on him before he even became a genin. Kurenai had talked with both Kiba and Ino on the trip back, explaining that what they had done was part of their jobs and that they had done nothing wrong. It was up to them how they coped with their first kills, but they had to understand that she was there to help them and that she was proud of them. They had given her small smiles and promised to work harder. Once they had reported to the Hokage and the man had been taken to Ibiki, teammate had gone their separate ways to be with their families and relax after being given the next day off. Kurenai had told them to show up in the morning for practice and a team meeting, but they would not have a mission. Teammate was fast on their way to being the team to watch out for. Sarutobi sat in his chair, going over the report from Kurenai and the one from Naruto, reading back and forth between them. It was amazing the things that boy could do when he used his imagination. He was a master at using one's childhood fears against them to get what he wanted. He smiled and blew on his pipe. The boy would go far. He read the report again about the mastermind behind the attacks on the trade route and laced his finger under his chin while he thought. This man was a bother to not only him but an entire country. He would have to go. If left unchecked, he could choke an entire economy, and while Konoha didn't necessarily need the trade with Wave, it was not unwelcome. He pulled a paper from his drawer and began to write up a mission statement for assassination. Double-checking to make sure everything was watertight, he signed the names at the bottom of the page for the ones going in. It would be a very good mission for these two and would allow more practice. Special Jounin Mitarashi Anko. Genin Uzumaki Naruto. He smiled as he put the paper in the pile out and sent a message for Anko and Naruto to be in his office in 2 days at 9 in the morning before sitting back and knocking out his pipe. He reloaded it and leaned back in his chair, glancing at the target's name on the paper. He sighed and rested his right leg on his left knee. The man had built up quite an empire and Konoha had turned a blind eye to him for too long. Now he had messed with their trade routes and for that, he had to go. Too bad for you, Gato. I don't think Naruto will show you much mercy. Nor will Anko. Especially when I debrief them in your black market activities. He looked back to the pile and found, to his surprise, a mission statement from a bridge builder from Wave for protection while he was traveling home. He quickly checked the mission status and found Team 7 clear. Kakashi and Team 7 would be good to send along with the bridge builder. I have a feeling that there is more to this situation in Wave than meets the eye. Chapter 20. Naruto and Anko had accepted their mission gratefully. Anko was ecstatic to be on a mission with Naruto again and see him in action. Naruto was happy to ply his given trade again. Both were eager to take Gato out. The mission file that Sarutobi gave them was nearly an inch thick with all of Gato's legal and illegal activities. Naruto had not known it was possible to have your hand in that many cookie jars at once, but somehow the short fat little man managed to do it. He and Anko both had snarled when they came to the section about his black market slave ring. When Naruto asked why a man as evil as Gato was allowed to live this long, Sarutobi pulled his hat down over his eyes and sighed heavily. We're ninja, Naruto, not superheroes. We can't defeat every bad person out there. Our services go to the highest bidder and sometimes we have to do things we don't want to do for the sake of our village. Naruto's jaw dropped slightly and his brow furrowed. So, if Gato had hired a team of ninja to enslave a small village, would you have assigned them? Sarutobi shook his head. No. I want no part in something like that. I still have a right to refuse missions as I see fit. The reason we have never dealt with Gato before is because he didn't step on our toes. This time he did and that transgression can't be allowed to go unpunished. It's just icing on the cake that he is an immoral, inhumane man. You can be proud of this kill since you'll be helping thousands. Naruto nodded his head and a grim grin slowly crossed his face. We're going to take everything. Gato Enterprises will fall by the time I'm finished. If his corporate headquarters is in Wave, then so are all his files more than likely. We'll bleed him dry and then kill him. Anko's grin threatened to split her face as she slapped Naruto on the back and laughed. I knew there was something I liked about you, kid. You're always looking to stomp the nuts after you have someone down. Sarutobi smiled and laced his fingers together, leaning his chin on them. Now that's not a bad idea. If you just killed him, then there would be chaos in that company while his underlings fought for the top spot. Take all the time you need to complete your task. Just be sure that Konoha gets a fair share of the profit. Naruto nodded and flipped through the paperwork, looking for Gato's assets. He whistled when he saw the zeros. I think half should do it. The man has enough money to pay all our shinobi through 2 seasons and give them fat bonuses. The rest can go to boost the Wave's economy and get them back on their feet. Sarutobi nodded and leaned back in his chair as his pipe billowed smoke around his head. What about the rest of his holdings? Naruto grinned and nudged Anko in the side. Leave it to us, Hokage-sama. We'll take care of everything. Naruto sighed as he answered the door to let Anko in. She had been so hyper about going on a mission with him and it was hard not to get swept up in her enthusiasm. He cracked the door and was met by a beige cloak-wearing Anko. The Kunoichi grinned at him and waved. Hiya, kiddo. Ready to go? Naruto nodded and stepped outside the door. Anko wrapped her arm around his shoulder and dug inside her cloak. I know the old man told us to wear cloaks and masks, but I wanted a little flair for the two of us. So, I had some masks made up to suit our status. She pulled out 2 Anbu issue masks and handed Naruto one. It had black lines like tears running from the eyeholes and a mouth shaped into a frown. He turned it this way and that and curled his eyebrow at her. The tragedy mask. He placed it over his face as it clicked into place. Anko grinned and nodded while placing her own mask over her face. Yup. You're a tragedy and I'm. He looked at her mask's paint. There were dark circles under the eyes and the mouth was a huge grin. You're a comedy. Fitting I suppose. I don't like to kill and you revel in it. Did Gigi approve these changes? Anko laughed nervously as they ran toward the gates. Well, I wouldn't say approved. He doesn't know about it. But he told Kakashi that we'd be following him in Anbu issue apparel, so it's fine. A couple renovations to the masks won't matter. We're here. Naruto nodded and they landed beside Kakashi as he stood on the wall, waiting for his students to arrive. Naruto watched as Anko took her mask off and walked up to the one-eyed ninja as he eyeballed her. Well, hello Anko. I see you're here to follow us to your objective. He leaned forward to look around her at her smaller companion, standing quietly. He blinked slowly and took in the black cloak and white tragedy mask. His visible eye narrowed slightly. Who's your companion? I've never seen anyone with a mask painted like that. A tragedy mask isn't exactly a standard Anbu issue. Anko grinned and put her own mask back in place. He's not your typical Anbu. He's sort of an assassin in training. Kakashi curled an eyebrow, looked at the short figure again, shrugged, and went back to reading. Anko huffed and put her hands on her hips, her cloak billowing out slightly. How much longer till your team and the old goat gets here? I'm getting antsy. Kakashi shrugged and flipped to the next page of his book. I dunno. Usually I make them wait a couple hours. But since the Hokage said this might be important, I decided to only make them wait 10 minutes. They should be arriving any time. Anko nodded and walked back to stand beside Naruto. Kakashi watched as the two blended back into the shadows and he searched for his team. It wasn't long before Shino arrived, followed by Sasuke, and a few minutes later Sakura. All three kids looked around for Kakashi and the old man called Tazuna. Naruto and Anko watched as the old drunkard stumbled toward the gate and Kakashi leapt down to follow closely behind him, reading in his book. The two watched with amusement as the old drunk didn't even notice Kakashi behind him and walked up to the three kids waiting on them. Where the hell is I promised? You brats can't possibly go by yourselves. The three in front of him just glared and Sakura pointed behind him. Tazuna turned to find Kakashi with an eye smile. Actually, I've been behind you since you left your hotel, Tazuna-san. I wouldn't have been late for once if someone hadn't overslept. Anko snorted and her shoulders shook with mirth as Kakashi smoothly talked to his client and students. Sakura folded her arms and glared at her sensei. Oh really? No excuses today? Kakashi chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Well, I would have rushed Azuna-san along to our meeting place, but I came across an open ladder convention while I was following him and had to go around it to avoid bad luck. They all stared at the man in disbelief until Sakura broke the silence. Liar. Naruto and Anko giggled and Naruto turned his crying mask to Anko. Maybe I should have been on Kakashi's team. It definitely doesn't seem boring. Anko blew a raspberry and watched the team finally leave out the gates. Yeah, if you'd been on his team you'd be with Sasuke and Sakura. Think of the fun times. Naruto winced and readied himself to leap off the wall. I'll stick with Ino and Kiba, thank you very much. They'd been on the road for over 2 days now and Anko couldn't remember being this bored even with Naruto along for the trip. Wearing the hot cloak and mask wasn't helping either. On the road again, going places that I've never been, seeing things that I may never see again, I can't wait to get on the road again. Anko's eyebrow shifted dangerously. She'd been bored as hell while following Team 7 at a civilian's pace and now Naruto had started singing. Badly. On the road again, like a band of gypsies we go down the highway. We're the best of friends, insisting that the world keep turning our way. And our way. Anko's patience finally broke and she turned her head slightly to Naruto. Naru-chan, who sings that song? Some guy named Willie Nelson. Why? Let's fucking keep it that way, then, huh? The growl came from her diminutive sidekick and Anko grinned. At least if he was arguing with her it wasn't boring. What the hell are you talking about? I sing great. I'll have you know that my mom says I have a beautiful singing voice. Anko guffawed and turned her mask to Naruto. The huge grin on her mask wasn't helping her case. She's your mom, you dumbus. Of course she's gonna say you have a beautiful voice. Oh, fuck you. Anko's eyes shone, even through her mask. You promise? Naruto spluttered and Anko wrapped her arm around his shoulder, drawing him in close as she whispered huskily. I'm gonna break you. You'll go back home and never see the world the same way again. Gee. Get off me, you crazy psycho. Anko laughed and leapt away as he swiped at her with his loose arm. The mirth could practically be felt rolling off her as she swayed her hips and spoke in a sing-songy voice. I'm gonna take your virginity. Like hell you will. I'm saving that for someone special. Anko stopped her prancing and draped herself over Naruto's shoulders, crying dramatically as he kept walking, dragging her along with him. But Naru-chan. I thought I was special to you. I thought we had something. Naruto sighed and kept walking, barely noticing the extra weight on his shoulders. Anko was mildly surprised, but then again, the boy had trained with Mido Guy in his formative years. Anko-sensei, you are very special to me, but you can't just claim my virginity. He could feel the deviousness as it rolled off her. Oh? Well, by the time I'm finished with you, you won't care that you just lost your virginity. Hell, you might not even know your name. Naruto stopped suddenly, and Anko slid from his shoulders, both ready to go at any second. They crept forward just in time to see Kakashi sliced in half by a sharp chain held by two mist nins. Naruto started to leap forward, but Anko grabbed his shoulder, shaking her head. He huffed and sat back again, watching what unfolded. He listened as Sakura screamed out her sensei's name, and Sasuke and Shino leapt into action. The sound of breathing on his left caught his attention, and he turned his head slightly to find Kakashi. "Shouldn't you be down there helping your team, Kakashi-san?" Kakashi shrugged and watched as Sasuke kicked one ninja in the face, while Shino had his swarm the other. "They'll never learn if I protect them all the time. The demon brothers are known for their teamwork, and I figured it would be a good measure of their capacity." He watched as Sasuke was shoved aside, and the two missing ninja ran for Tazuna. "Well, I better go. Things look like they're getting kind of heated." Anko sighed as he flashed away and clotheslined the two in the neck, knocking them out. "Guess we'll have to make sure that they don't get away. He'll more than likely send a message to the village, and they'll send a couple to get them. At least we'll be able to travel fast to catch up to them." Naruto grunted and watched as Kakashi had heated words with Tazuna, snickering when the old man laid a guilt trip on the copy ninja that even Konohamaru wouldn't have fallen for. Kakashi cursed the Hokage for all he was worth. If he hadn't been explicitly told that he was to take this mission no matter what, he would have left the old man high and dry in the middle of the road, damn the consequences. His team wasn't ready for something of this magnitude. They still weren't up to the level of teamwork that he wished, and he knew that next time it wouldn't be. It would be a jounin. Or worse. "Fine, Tazuna-san. We'll go along with you and protect you. But when this is all over, you will pay us an undisclosed amount for your protection, to be discussed later." "Understood." Tazuna nodded vigorously, nearly wetting himself from the stern look in Kakashi's eye. The copy ninja was not amused with his situation, and his frustration reflected in his manner. "Team 7, fall in. We're continuing on to wave." He looked back over his shoulder as they continued on ahead of him and nodded to the two cloaked figures in the tree. Anko nodded back, and she and Naruto began to move closer toward the tied-up demon brothers. It would be a while until Konoha ninjas got there to retrieve them. It had been a long wait for Anko and Naruto. Team 7 had left over 4 hours ago, and they were both bored. To pass the time, Naruto had unsealed his shogi board given to him by Guy and had begun to teach Anko how to play. She sucked. But then, nobody started out a champion. For Anko, it was just nice to have somebody willing to do something with her that didn't involve killing her blood. The kid was a pretty good teacher besides, making sure to correct her mistakes and being as patient as he could with her. They heard the telltale sounds of someone landing in the clearing behind them and looked through the branches to see a couple of Konoha ninjas picking up the demon brothers. They waited until the ninjas were gone and took off after Kakashi and Team 7. After a few hours of running they found the Team 7's footprints ended at the edge of the water. They looked at the unfinished bridge, and Naruto whistled. "That's damn impressive. Who would have thought the old lush was actually a good builder?" Anko nodded and let out a deep breath. "Yeah, that's impressive. Now, we have to run across the expanse of ocean. Try not to falter, okay?" Naruto grunted in acceptance and leapt after her, their cloaks billowing behind them as they rushed over the water's surface. Several times they had to jump over waves crashing toward them, and Naruto grinned when he looked down to see a school of dolphins swimming along underneath and beside them. Such curious creatures they were. Anko ducked as a dolphin leapt over her head and splashed water at her playfully. She growled and picked up her speed slightly. They didn't have time to mess around with these uncooked tuna. Anko cursed as they reached land and stopped to catch their breath. Running over the ocean was no easy task. Damn it, we lost their trail. It'll take forever to find them now and we're several hours behind them. No doubt they came over on a boat and we don't know where they came to shore. Naruto nodded and the two started to walk off when they felt a huge surge of chakra. Anko swore and ran toward the source. Naruto made a couple of big leaps and pulled alongside her. Seems they found the demon brothers' boss or at least a more powerful ninja. Kakashi should be able to handle it. Anko nodded and kept running. But what if there's more than one? Gato's rich enough to hire several ninjas and not all are as discerning as to who hires them as Konoha is. The man could afford several. Naruto bit his lip and picked up his pace slightly. We'd better get there quickly then. Naruto and Anko skidded to a stop in a clearing and looked around frantically. There were several signs of a battle between two ninjas of high caliber, but no bodies. They found where Team 7 had taken up position around Tazuna and where Kakashi had fought the other ninja. What had Anko baffled was that Kakashi had apparently won, but there was no blood signifying his victory. The extra pair of footprints weren't helping her suspicion either. She turned to Naruto, her comedy mask not at all going along with her demeanor. "Come on, we have to find Kakashi and find out what the situation is. If that other ninja had helped and made a tactical retreat, we need to know who he is and what he's capable of." Naruto nodded and they ran off, following the footprints of the bridge builder. Anko growled as another person they'd ask directions from simply turned away without a word. She was not impressed with this village. Seriously, who just takes it on the chin without fighting back? Naruto was appalled at the dismal attitude and abysmal look of the land of waves. These people were destitute and didn't seem to want to do anything to help themselves. He swatted away a thief's hand that tried to reach into his pouch and glared at the man, not that he could see it. Anko tapped him on the shoulder and jerked her thumb in the direction behind her. "Come on, squirt. I finally found someone willing to tell me where Tazuna is. His house is in this direction." Naruto nodded and they walked off in the direction she had pointed. "Why are these people like this, Anko-sensei? It's almost like they've given up on life. That's what happens when you have no backbone, kid. You let a person step on you once and then they walk a damn mudhole in your back. They don't have a ninja village because they think they're secluded and they don't like violence, but the sad truth is that without someone to police the peace all that's left is chaos." Naruto grinned and turned so that his mask was facing her. "That's pretty deep, especially for you, sensei." Anko swatted him on the back of the head as they came upon the water's edge again and turned toward the fishermen's section of the village. "It's just something I've learned over the years, Naruto. You can't let people walk all over you. It's like your situation with the demon. If you let the people walk all over you and don't fight back, they'd keep taking advantage of you until there's nothing left but an empty shell. Is that why you act the way you do?" A sigh came from her and he looked over to find her comedy mask turned in his direction. "It's one of the reasons. Besides my love of fucking with people, it's one of the biggest reasons. I don't want to talk about it right now." Naruto scowled as they walked past the first houses, aiming for the last one sitting by the edge of the forest. "You always say that. You need to talk about it. It'll just keep eating away at you if you don't." Anko smiled in spite of herself and tousled his hair. "You'll make a girl real happy one day, brat. Who knows, maybe it'll be me." Naruto scoffed and batted her hand away playfully. "Yeah, right. Like I'd ever choose you over any other woman." Anko giggled and raised her mask slightly so he could catch her wink. "I've had my eye on you since I first met you. You've already been marked as mine. You just don't know it yet." "Oh? And what about Hinata?" Anko shrugged and let her mask fall back into place. "She's cute. And I've always wanted to try a threesome." Naruto blanched as she led them up to the doorway of what he assumed was Tazuna's house. "You're not serious. Are you?" Anko growled playfully as she knocked on the door. "You'll find out when you're older. You're not ripe enough yet." They straightened up when the door latch was undone and a pretty black-haired woman cracked the door open. She gasped when she saw the two masked and cloaked figures. Can I help you?" Anko nodded her head. "Yes, we're ninjas of Konoha and we need to know if you're housing Hada Kakashi and his team of genin." The woman cracked the door open a little more. "Do you have any proof that you're a ninja of his village?" Anko slipped her hand inside her cloak slowly and pulled out her 8. The woman nodded and opened the door all the way. Anko stepped inside and motioned for Naruto to follow her. The woman locked the door behind them. "My name is Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter. Welcome to my home. Thank you for having us in, Tsunami-san. Now, if you could direct us to Kakashi, we'll get out of your hair." The woman nodded and led them down the hallway and through the living room where Team 7 sat. Sasuke and Sakura leapt to their feet immediately upon noticing the masks, while Shino remained seated, though his colony had risen behind him. Anko showed them her headband and they settled down. Sakura, being the politest, clasped her hands in front of her and bowed. "Anbu-san, may I ask what you're doing here?" Anko nodded and smirked behind her mask. The girl could at least pretend to be polite. "We were in the area and felt a large surge of chakra. We followed the footprints back here. Your sensei is Hada Kakashi, correct?" The girl nodded her head in affirmation. "We need to see him. Can you take us to him please?" Sakura nodded and began to walk up the stairs with Anko and Naruto following behind. Naruto cast a glance back to see Sasuke with his eyes narrowed and Shino looking up at them with his eyebrows raised. Naruto sighed to himself. Shino would undoubtedly be suspicious and have his bugs about the room. Sakura led them up to Kakashi's room and opened the door. Anko snorted when she saw the man sleeping soundly and motioned for Naruto to go in and sit as she turned to Sakura. "Who did this?" It was a missing nin named Mamachi Zabuza. He fought Kakashi-sensei because he wanted to kill Tazuna-san, but Kakashi-sensei never let him get close. He was killed by an Anbu from the mist." Anko's eyes narrowed behind her mask. "How did he kill him?" "He put 2 through Zabuza's neck and he slumped over dead. Then, he carried Zabuza's body off to dispose of it." Anko merely nodded and waved the girl away. "We'll wait for a while to see if he wakes up and then we leave. If he doesn't wake up in a couple of hours, we'll leave anyway. We have a mission to accomplish." Sakura nodded and shut the door behind her. Anko started to take her mask off when Naruto stopped her. "Hamidi, don't take your mask off. The Aburam boy probably has this room bugged heavily." Anko's hand stopped on its way to her face and dropped back to her side. "Well then, tragedy, what should we do?" This is your show. Kakashi will probably be out of it for quite a while. Fighting Momochi's Abusa is no mean feat and he probably isn't dead. Aren't known for their killing ability. More than likely it was an accomplice who saved his ass. Probably. But we're here for another purpose. I'd suggest we get started as soon as possible. Anko nodded and stood from her position while Naruto followed her out. They met Team 7 and Tazuna's family in the living room. We'll be going now. We have a mission to accomplish, but more than likely we'll be back soon. If you don't mind, Tazuna-san, we'd like to use your house as a base of operations since there are friendly people here. Tazuna grunted his approval and took another swig of sake. Tsunami smiled and bowed her head in consent as she led the two out of the room. Anko asked her for directions to Gato's headquarters and Tsunami gave them reluctantly. Team 7 heard the footsteps of the two masked figures stop and the one with the tragedy mask walked back in with three of his fingers held out with little black dots held between them. He walked up to Shino and looked down at the seated boy. It isn't polite to put your bugs on allies, Aburam-san. Kindly don't do it again. Shino nodded his head and held out his hand for his too. I beg your pardon, Tragedy-san, but I thought it wise since I wasn't sure if I could trust you in Comedy-san. It won't happen again. Naruto nodded and walked away. Make sure it doesn't. Shino's eyes narrowed as he listened to his two tell him what they'd heard and felt. His eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch as they disappeared back inside his sleeves. What are you doing here, Naruto? Anko and Naruto ran towards town again to begin their search for Gato when Naruto spoke. I'm pretty sure that Shino knows who we are. His bugs know my chakra signature. Anko frowned and came to a stop in front of a store. Well, that complicates things. You'll have to have a talk with him when we return. Now, first things first, we find Gato's headquarters and you scope out the place. I'll wait outside for your report. Naruto nodded, but on the inside he was nervous as hell. This would be his first true solo mission and he wouldn't have Kurenai-sensei or Anko-sensei holding his hand. He could only hope he lived up to the expectations that they all had for him. He followed Anko as she ran off again and eventually stopped in the woods outside the perimeter of a building with a high fence and a lot of guards. Naruto just stared out over the property until Anko shook his shoulder and handed him a communicator. Take this. If you run into any trouble, Kami forbid, call me and I'll come. But if you stick to using yours, you shouldn't have any problems. Naruto nodded and took a deep breath. If I find anything incriminating, should I bring it back? Yes. If you can get your hands on any files, bring them back. Seal them away in a scroll or… Did you bring a backpack with you? Naruto pulled out a scroll and unsealed a pack. Anko nodded approvingly. Wear that and put the files in there instead. Scrolls unleash a small amount of chakra when you seal or unseal something, so just put everything in that pack. A good ninja could sense that burst of chakra and we don't know who he has in his employ yet. I guess I'll be going then, sensei. Is there anything else? Anko grinned and pulled her mask up while pursing her lips. A good luck kiss perhaps. Naruto yelped and melted into the ground. Anko folded her arms and walked up a tree to sit on a branch so she could observe. One day, kiddo. One day. Maybe. Naruto looked around as he moved underneath the fence and observed the rotations of the guards. They weren't trained, that was for certain. They were just mercenaries hired to look tough. Academy students could probably take them down. He moved further along and toward the building. With no problem, he moved into the stone of the building and to the first room. It was just a normal room with a couch and a couple of tables and chairs. He imagined it must be a meeting room for his employees or one that Gato used to meet with people who didn't know about his illicit affairs. He moved on to the next room. Several rooms later, Naruto was feeling somewhat dumb. There was nothing incriminating against the man so far, just a bunch of offices with normal secretaries and people taking dictation. He had glanced at some of the files lying about and found them to be the legal activities. Then, his mark burst through the door and people cringed. A worker came up to ask him a question and Gato sent the female flying back with a slap. Naruto frowned and forced himself not to growl. He hated people who acted like that and the two wannabe samurai that threatened the woman pissed him off more. They should be the first to die. He ignored the fox with practiced ease and followed along in the wall as Gato stormed to his office. He noticed that the man was cradling his arm and wondered how he got the fresh injury. It didn't take long for him to get his answers. Gato threw open the door to his office and yelled at his secretary that he would be taking no calls the rest of the evening. The terrified woman nodded her head shakily and went back to writing her reports. Gato flopped down into his chair and rubbed his broken wrist while his two bodyguards closed the door behind them. Damn Zabuza and that asshole partner of his. If it wasn't for that little bastard's speed and strength, I'd have killed that worthless pile of garbage. He was practically comatose. Wow. Kakashi must have worked him over well. Looks like his partner doesn't like Gato. The shorter guard frowned and fingered his sword. That kid's too fast, boss. We can't keep up with him, so if you want him killed, you'd probably want to hire another ninja. Gato slammed his fist onto the desk and snarled. What the hell do I pay you two for? You're supposed to be feared samurai, known for your ruthlessness. Do you mean to tell me that you can't take a kid half your age? The two samurai narrowed their eyes, and the taller one with scars spoke slowly. Tell me, Gato-sama, are you trained in the art of the sword or any art of the body? Gato snorted. Of course not. That's why I hired you idiots. Two swords swung from their scabbards and impacted on either side of his hand. Gato looked up to see his unamused guards. We may be disgraced samurai, but we still have our pride, Gato-sama. We kill because you pay us to. We protect you because we are paid to. Do not mistake us for your spineless little slaves or your timid secretaries. Gato gulped but kept his composure. He had dealt with shady characters all his life. He blinked slowly and slid his hand from between the blades. Fine. But, if the opportunity presents itself, you are to kill that boy or Zabuza if possible later on. As for now, we overheard that Zabuza would take about a week to recover. When he goes back to finish off Tazuna and those Konoha ninjas, we move in and enact our contingency plan. The taller samurai grinned and slid his blade back into its scabbard. We kidnapped Tazuna's daughter, just in case Zabuza doesn't finish the job. He normally accomplishes everything we send him to do, you know. This ninja must be pretty good to beat one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The kid should even things out though. Gato nodded and laughed. At least I'll be rid of them all, one way or the other. Naruto narrowed his eyes and grit his teeth. He wanted to kill the bastards, all 3 of them, right then and there. Kyuubi was talking away in the back of his mind, trying to convince him of the merits of doing it, but he shrugged it off. He just had to ignore the damn thing, and maybe it would get bored and go away. He waited for nearly an hour before Gato decided to go home for the evening. The man flipped the lights off and locked the door behind him. Naruto followed him along the wall as the man walked out. He noticed that Gato's office was down a long corridor and there were no other rooms along the way. That was perfect for what he planned to do. The man stopped at the door at the end of the hallway and slid it open. Naruto listened as it closed. It clanked shut. Perfect. He moved back to the office and looked around for any sign of a camera and found one hidden in the spine of a book in a bookcase. He smirked and his arm melted out of the wall, yanking the wires from the back of the camera. He searched for several more minutes, disarming 4 more before melting completely out of the wall. He sat at Gato's desk, turned on the desk lamp, and flipped through the folders. His anger and disgust grew with each one he opened. The first was a list of all the girls kept for the slave trade, aged anywhere from 13 to 40. Naruto slammed the folder into his pack and kept going. He was going to bleed this man dry if it killed him. He didn't have time to go through them all, so he just dumped all the files in his pack and melted back into the floor. Anko was dozing in and out as she leaned against the tree trunk. Naruto had been in there for over 2 hours and she was bored as all got out. She was just about to radio him when she caught movement out of the corner of her eye and the tragedy mask-clad Naruto melted out of the trunk. Did you get the files? Naruto nodded and swung the pack from his shoulder. Yeah, I got them. This is one dirty son of a bitch we have here. Tomorrow night, I'm going to start siphoning his funds to Konoha. I'm going to watch him and copy his signature. If I can find a ledger with a record of his funds, then I'll be able to funnel them into fake accounts we can set up to divert attention from Konoha. Anko nodded her head and tousled his hair. Very good, kiddo. Let's go back now and get something to eat. Then, we'll review these files and you can tell me what you heard. Naruto nodded and they set off. If he hadn't had his mask on, Anko would have seen the proud smile adorning his face. They arrived back at Tazuna's house and were ushered inside by Tsunami, who gave them what was left over from dinner. Anko and Naruto ate quickly and excused themselves up to Kakashi's room where they began to review the files. The two were not pleased by what they read. The gods, I can't believe this man has lived so long. He's traded slaves from every country in the elemental nations. He's killed, laundered money, profited from drugs, sold people into slavery, ran prostitution rings, and bought off officials everywhere. It's sickening that people like him exist. Naruto nodded and flipped through a few more pages of the folder he currently had. It detailed the different drugs that Gato was involved in. He was amazed at the amount of money the man made in that trade. It was almost surreal. He makes more money in drug trafficking in 1 month than most of us make in a damn year. He accounts for most of the sales in Fire Country. We take him out and the drug trade will crumble. At least until the next asshole comes along. Anko clucked her tongue and her eye caught movement by her left leg. She stiffened and watched as a hand groped around until it settled on Kakashi's kunai pouch and fished out a familiar orange book. Naruto chuckled and looked up from his file. It's good to see you awake, Kakashi-san. Sleep well. Kakashi grunted and slowly dragged himself to a sitting position before flipping open his book, speaking irritably. Where were you two? I thought you would have caught up to us by the time we reached Wave. Anko huffed and leaned against the wall as she took her mask off. We would have been along sooner if Konoha weren't so damn lazy. It took them hours to get there. By that time, you were well on your way. We hurried as fast as we could. Kakashi nodded tiredly and cut his eye to the tragedy mask ninja. You can take your mask off, you know. It must be stifling. Naruto-san. Naruto's head snapped up. How did you know? Kakashi gave him an eye smile and sniffed the air audibly. Your scent. Everyone has a distinct scent. For example, Anko smells of snakes. And you smell of foxes. It's quite a distinct imprint. Naruto sighed and shed his tragedy mask as Anko gave Kakashi a hard stare. You realize, of course, that you weren't supposed to know. And that you'll be punished if you tell anyone. Kakashi turned a page in his book and glanced up at her boredly. I can keep secrets, Anko-san. Besides, there aren't many dedicated assassins in Konoha. It's nice to see someone taking up the trade. Anko flipped over to sit behind Naruto, pulling him to her chest and hugging him like a doll with a stupid grin on her face as he growled and fought to get loose. Yup. He's my own little prodigy. And he's cute too. Kakashi chuckled and read a little further into his book, trying to enjoy the scene that the two cloaked figures were giving him while finding out exactly what Akiko was able to do with her mouth. Anko stopped cuddling an irate Naruto and snapped her fingers. Oh yeah, Kakashi. We heard you fought Momochi's abuser. How did that go? It went well for a while. I got caught in his Suru no Jutsu when I tried to recuperate underwater and Sasuke and Shino worked to distract him so I could get away. I ought to run those two in for insubordination since I told them to run away, but they did save me. Naruto looked over and blinked. That's it. Kakashi shrugged and flipped another page of his book. Well, he showed up. We fought for a while using clones to try to get behind the other. He kicked me in the side and I dove into the water. He caught me, formed a clone, and attacked my team. I told them to run, they basically told me that was against what I told them, and fought his clone. Once it was beaten they rushed in. Sasuke distracted Zabuza while Shino sent his bugs after him. It was either have his chakra eaten or let me go. The result would have been the same. What about the end of the fight? Ah, yes. I had him beat, nailed to a tree with kunai, and was about to kill him when a hunter nin from Mist put two through his neck and took him away. Kakashi's eyes widened exponentially as he realized his mistake. His head whipped around to face Anko, and he groaned in pain. Zabuza isn't dead. Hunter nins are supposed to dispose of the body on sight. Damn it, that means he'll come for the bridge builder again. I'm nowhere near ready enough if he comes back now. Anko was about to tell him what Naruto had heard when he sighed. But those pierced his neck and likely hit pressure points to put him in a death-like state, so he'll be out of commission for at least a week. His partner is unknown, so I'll have to train the kids up to face him. Anko, can you back me up or would that interfere with your mission? He ignored the angry look on the woman's face as she replied. I was just about to tell you that Naruto overheard that Zabuza would be out for about a week. Our target isn't going anywhere and we're going to bleed him dry on funds, so I should be able to back you up. I'll just stay in the shadows and wait to strike. Kakashi sighed in relief and leaned back, closing his eyes. He stiffened when he heard footsteps coming up a stairway and coughed into his hand. You two might want to put your masks back on. My students seem to be coming to check up on me. Anko and Naruto swiftly put their masks back in place and Kakashi lay back down and closed his eyes. A few more hours of rest before putting up with his team would do him good. The door latch clicked and it swung open to reveal Sasuke and Sakura with Shino leaning against the wall opposite the door. The pink-haired girl looked at the two ninjas and then at the files spread everywhere as she walked to her sensei. Has he shown any sign of waking up yet? Anko shook her head no. It's chakra exhaustion. He'll be out until at least tomorrow morning. You three should get some sleep too. I'm sure he'll work you into the ground when he wakes up. Sakura nodded and walked out the door while Sasuke remained for a moment. When he wakes up, tell him I want training. The other two are holding me back and I'm not getting any closer to my goal. Anko snorted and went back to reading her files, ignoring the boy. It's an attitude like that's the reason you're no closer to your goal. Tell him yourself when he wakes up. I'm not your goddamn messenger. Sasuke looked like he was about to say something, but the blank stare from the tragedy mask gave him pause. He decided instead to take the high road and walked out with his chin upturned. Naruto sighed and leaned back against the wall. Anko curled over and sat beside him, leaning against his shoulder. Naruto was too tired to even put up a fight. So, kiddo, how you gonna go about this? Naruto grinned and reached over for his pack, dragging out what looked like a bank booklet. Anko curled an eyebrow and leaned in more to see. Naruto flipped the book to her and it landed in her lap. I set up a bank account while we were in Konoha under the name Shizuo Akira. He's 20 years old and an aspiring businessman in the field of electronics. He's looking for business partners and people willing to grant him money to get his business off the ground. Anko nudged him in the side. When did you have time to set all this up? Making a fake identity should take some time. It's not like Henge, Neri-chan. Naruto grinned and flipped the booklet open more. Well, I did have a lot of free time sometimes in the Hokage tower. I learned how to do certain things while waiting for Gigi to finish up so we could go home. Really and truly, all it takes is the ability to instill a citizen into Konoha. There are lots of people that make fresh starts in ninja villages and don't have the proper identification for several reasons. It's just a matter of setting up a fake henge for a picture and falsifying documentation. Anko gaped for a moment and an appreciative grunt was heard from Kakashi. That's pretty damn good, kid. But, Gato has a lot of money. How do you plan to get it all away before he's eliminated? Naruto sighed again and folded the book up, putting it back in the bag. I plan to assassinate Gato and then transfer the funds before the world knows of his death. I'll take the money that is placed into Akira's accounts and distribute it into several fake businesses I'll set up in Konoha. His finances won't be checked out for quite some time when it's found out he's dead. By that time, I'll have killed Shizuku Akira and liquidated the accounts into the coffers of Konoha. We win, he dies poor. Anko shook her head and clapped him on the back. Remind me never to let you hold my damn pocketbook. You're ruthless, Neri-chan. The chuckle came from Kakashi's palate. That's devious, kid. I don't think Hibiki's that cold-hearted. Naruto grinned at the praise and yawned. Yeah, that's great, but I'm sleepy now. I have a company to destroy and a man to humble. I'll see you guys in the morning. Naruto pulled his mask down over his face and curled up in a corner of the room, using his pack as a pillow and his cloak as a blanket. Anko watched him with a smile as Kakashi sat back up. He can really use his mind to devastating effect, huh? Anko nodded and fished a blanket out of her pack. He's been trained all his life to do things like this, Kakashi. Personally, I think he's being nice to Gato. He could have just killed him today. At least he's letting him live for a while longer. I hope Hokage-sama will approve this little soiree he's proposing. It seems risky. Anko laid her head back against her pack and pulled her mask down over her face. It wasn't really stifling. In fact, it didn't even seem to be there. Hokage-sama trusts Naruto. Besides, if the kid says he can do it, then he can do it. And if it makes Konoha richer, then by all means let him have his fun. Kakashi lay back again and flipped a few more pages in his book. That's not the way normal assassinations are done, Anko. He should have killed Gato at the first chance he had. This is outside the norm. Anko snorted and rolled over to her side. Neri-chan's not normal, Kakashi. But being different and doing things differently isn't necessarily a bad thing. And that's another thing. Why the hell are you calling him Neri-chan all the time? Anko grinned and folded her arms. I'll call him by his name when I think he's earned it. Until then, he's still a baby. Kakashi sat for a moment in thought and was about to reply when he heard the soft snores coming from his two roommates. Sighing, he read a few more pages and then flipped the light off. He had to start training his team tomorrow. Anko and Naruto watched as Kakashi hobbled off to the forest on a crutch with his team, silently bidding the copy ninja good luck. The snake mistress turned to her smaller companion and put her hands on her hips. So, what are you going to do today? Naruto put his hands together and focused his chakra. Anko watched as he grew taller and shed his cloak and mask, revealing a totally different person in a business suit. She frowned and looked at him with scrutiny before shaking her head. She didn't like the brown-haired man with no whiskers and muddy brown eyes. He looked so plain. Not her style at all. Nope, no good. I like you better as a blonde. And with whiskers. And blue eyes. We can't introduce that henge as for play in the future. I just couldn't do you. Akira sighed and shook his head. Can't you be serious for 2 seconds, Anko-sensei? I'm going to go talk to Gato and see if I can appropriate any funds legally. Wanna come? Anko grinned and put her hands together. Naruto watched as she shed the cloak and mask, revealing a now blonde-haired Anko with glasses. Naruto looked her up and down, taking in the short-skirted business suit and the high heels. Anko smirked and cocked her hip. Like what you see. Perhaps you'd like to see what's under the skirt later. Naruto, not wanting to be outdone, ran a hand through his unruly brown hair. Maybe later. I'm pretty sure that there's nothing of interest for me under there. Baby, it'd blow your mind. Anko locked arms with him and they started off to Gato's headquarters. They attracted attention the whole way there. After all, there weren't very many well-to-do business people walking through Wave. Naruto was sure that Gato would be aware of their coming and would want to meet with them, out of interest if nothing else. They walked up to the gates and were ushered inside by a rough-looking man in a black shirt. Naruto kept his face as straight as possible as they were led to one of the rooms he had visited the other night. They were instructed to sit on the couch and wait for Gato. As they waited for the pudgy little man to arrive, Naruto gave Anko a rundown of what he planned to do. He was just into the part about transferring the funds when the door cracked open and Gato walked in. His sleazy smile didn't do either ninja any favors. Ah, Shizuya-san, welcome to the humble headquarters of the Gato Enterprises. I hope the facilities have been to your liking. Akira nodded his head and stood, offering his hand to Gato, who shook it heartily. He kept the smile on his face, but he felt sick on the inside, as if the man's taint had somehow infected him. He decided not to ask about the arm. Akira already knew it would be a lie. Gato-san, it is a pleasure to meet you finally. I've been trying to get an audience with you for quite some time, but for some reason or another could never catch you. You're quite the busy man. Gato nodded and sat down in the chair opposite the couch, the two sitting as he did. Anko sat and crossed her legs, hoping the man died a violent death as he leered at her shapely legs. Naruto noticed the man looking and promised to make sure his death was painful. Unfortunately, running a business as large as mine takes up a good deal of my time, Shizuya-san. Now then, what can I help you with? Naruto coughed into his hand and pulled out the plans he had drawn up hastily that morning for some advanced electronics. For the next hour, he put on his best bullshitting game, charming Gato, while Anko put in her 2 cents. The man was impressed by the two. It sounds like a sound venture. I don't delve into electronics much, seeing as I'm more into shipping, but I'm always looking to expand. Do you have a contract and a bid ready? Akira nodded and whipped out some more paperwork, laying it all out on the table. Just sign here, initial here, and sign here one more time, Gato-san. The bid is the paper underneath. Gato picked up the bid and read it carefully, making sure that there were no loopholes. He sat it down and smiled at Akira before swiftly signing the contract and handing it back to Akira. Their bid called for 10 million to get started, but I like you. You have an honest face and I always like to see a young man build himself an empire. Reminds me of myself in my youth. I'll give you 20 million and I expect to see progress reports monthly. If after 6 months there is no progress, I'll expect you to pay back the money owed and the contract is void. Deal? Akira nodded and stood from his seat, bowing to Gato before offering his hand. Gato shook it and whipped out his checkbook, signing out a check like it was nothing. Akira took it and placed it inside his folder. Thank you, Gato-san. I shall send you evidence of our progress within the month. We'll set up shop in Fire Country and I'll make sure you get photos of the offices and factory. Will you be making a visit? Gato gave Akira a weird smile and knocked on the door. The two samurai entered and pushed their swords slightly forward. Akira and Anko pretended to be nervous as Gato fingered Anko's hair. If no progress is seen in 6 months then I shall have to take payment. Somehow. One way or the other, I will get my money back. For your sake, I hope that your business pans out. Do we have an understanding? Akira nodded slowly while Anko jerked back from Gato's grip, her stomach tightening and her ire growing at his lecherous grin. The two samurai stood to either side of the door and Gato waved to the doorway. Well, you have what you came for. If you'd be so kind as to leave now because I have other engagements. The two bowed hastily and made their way outside the building. Once they were safely away, they dropped the hinges and Anko shuddered. Oh gods, it was like being touched by grease. Pure grease. I need a damn shower, I feel dirty. Naruto nodded and handed her her cloak and mask. Anko took the items gratefully and put them back on. He shook his head and sealed the papers away. Come on, we have to go across the water again to the nearest town with a bank. Tomorrow, I'll start appropriating checks and signing things away. Anko grinned as they took off. This was turning out to be quite fun. Seeing as they had more than enough money, Naruto treated Anko to lunch at a restaurant of her choosing. Of course, he had thought she'd go for a ritzy fancy place. Not another dango stand. He had deposited the money into the account he had set up and shook the hand of the bank manager, telling him he'd be back later with more since he was setting up several partners to get his business off the ground. The man was more than happy to accommodate Akira and his secretary. They had gone back to Tezuna's house after Anko had stuffed herself too near exploding to find Team 7 tearing into dinner. They were just about to excuse themselves to Kakashi's room when Tezuna's grandson walked in and stared at all of them. Well, it was more like a childish glare. Why do you all try so hard? You're all just going to die. I'll kill you. Naruto had to force himself to stay calm and not growl at the boy. That would have been a dead giveaway as to who he was. He was shocked instead when Shino slowly let his head rise to give the boy an even stare as he pushed his glasses further up his nose. I believe your name is Inari, correct? Why do you say these things to us? You don't know our capabilities or us, so it is illogical to believe that you know we will die. Inari grit his teeth and slammed his hands down on the table. You don't know who you're up against. Gato is too powerful. He can't be beat. Sasuke snorted and took another bite of rice. If you've given up on life, then be quiet. Let those of us who still want to live try to do our job. Inari's eyes began to water as he slammed back from the table and stood, pointing at Sasuke. He's going to kill you. You have no idea. You don't even know. Shino calmly spoke up again, further infuriating the little boy. Their way of thinking is illogical and incomprehensible. You don't know how we will go about things, so our deaths being a certainty is unfounded. We are trained for battle from a young age, and all Konoha ninjas present are taught death is an eventuality. We do not accept death when it comes though. Those who are weak accept death. Sakura glared at the Aburam boy. Shino. Be nice. Shino turned to the two standing cloaked figures and a hint of sarcasm could be heard in his voice. Do you not agree, Tragedy-san? Naruto nodded slowly and Inari began to sob before running out the door. Tazuna and Tsunami apologized for the boy's behavior and told the gathered ninjas the sad story of Inari's adopted father and how the man was executed for opposing Gato. The tale only seemed to galvanize everyone's resolve that Gato was an evil man. For Naruto and Anko, it was further proof that bleeding the man dry before assassinating him was the best thing to do. The two walked up the stairs as Kakashi excused himself and went outside. Team 7 continued to eat in silence and kept their thoughts to themselves. Naruto leaned against the wall and slowly took his mask off. I'm going to get his checkbook tonight. I'm sure he leaves it locked up in that office. Then I'll begin siphoning funds into that account. It'll be too late by the time he notices. Anko nodded and sighed. That guy deserves it. He wrote that check for 20 million like it was nothing. It takes me months to even see a portion of that. How are you going to assassinate him? Naruto shrugged. I dunno. Probably in his sleep, barring the fact that he might hire more bodyguards. It'll be more difficult then, but I'll accomplish my mission. This was all my idea to take his money after all. I could have just killed him. Anko snorted and lay down on the pallet she'd made. But this is so much more interesting. I can't believe we don't do it more often. Of course, it's not often we assassinate businessmen stupid enough to try to mess with a ninja village's economy. It's interesting to watch. The door clicked open and they swept their masks back into place as Kakashi walked through the door. The tired copy ninja flopped onto his bed and pulled out his trusty book. So? How did your day go? Anko grinned and recounted their little adventure. Kakashi grunted his approval and kept reading. Anko asked how his team was doing. He shrugged and said fine. No more information was shared. Kakashi never was very good with sharing though. Anko smiled as Naruto melted out of the ground and tossed her a bankbook. She caught it and squealed with glee as she counted the zeros. We're having dango again for lunch, right? 5 days after his fight with Zabuza, Kakashi was able to move around freely again. It helped that Tsunami's cooking was especially good and he was allowed to rest while grilling his team. They were able to tree walk with ease now and he was quite proud of them. Anko was itching to remind him that Naruto could do that when he was 5 but didn't want to burst his bubble. He might cry after all. They watched as Team 7 and Kakashi followed Tazuna to his bridge and went their own way after bidding Tsunami and Inari goodbye. Once they reached their usual stopping point, Naruto melted into the ground and moved toward the building. In 5 days, he and Anko had managed to bleed Gato of nearly 3 billion. 3 billion. That was more than he'd likely see again in his lifetime. And it was all in his name. The man still had 2 billion in his account and Naruto intended for that to go to Wave. Seeing as how an undisclosed amount would go to Konoha anyway. He was just about to go to Gato's office when he noticed an unusual amount of people in a conference room, all with weapons. He stopped for a moment to listen. And now is the time to strike. Zabuza is already at the bridge waiting. I want you all to kill Zabuza and his accomplice and the ninjas who he's fighting with. The man who brings me Zabuza's head will get a nice fat bonus. My personal bodyguard is going to convince Tazuna's daughter to visit us here, just in case you idiots fail in killing those ninjas. Now, move out. I want them dead by this afternoon. Naruto's heart leapt to his throat and he flew through the ground to Anko. He popped up right beside her and grabbed her shoulder, nearly making her shriek. Go to the bridge. Gato's moving early. He's going to enact his plan today. Anko took in his frantic gestures and almost panicked. But I thought Zabuza was still injured. He recuperated early. He miraculously healed. It doesn't matter, just get to the bridge. I'll go take care of those 2 samurai. Anko nodded and watched as he rushed off into the distance. She took a deep breath and took off toward the bridge. Going up against a member of the legendary 7 Swordsmen of the Mist was not something that was on her to-do list. Being an apprentice of one of the legendary Sannin was something to brag about, but she wasn't a member of an elite group of assassins. And that's what Zabuza was, an elite assassin. There was none better. But she would have to be. As Naruto ran through the forest back to the house, his thoughts were in turmoil. He knew he could take the one-up samurai, no problem there. What he was worried about was his fellow Konoha ninjas and if they were ready for someone of Zabuza's level. Hell, he was pretty sure he wasn't. Anko was good, but Zabuza was legendary. Kakashi was better, but he was injured. Why worry about them? Just kill these 2 and then go and slaughter the others. Naruto shook off the thoughts and kept running. Why did that damned fox always have to come out when he was stressed? He heard Tsunami scream and prayed that they hadn't killed her or Inari. He melted into the ground and watched as the 2 samurai dragged the woman out without a struggle. Inari stood in the doorway, obviously having a battle with himself, before screaming and rushing the 2 men. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched the tall one begin to unsheath his sword and he moved through the ground with blinding speed. He watched as the sword swung down and the shocked look on Inari's face as it inched ever closer to his nose. An audible clang rang out and the little boy opened his eyes to find a black cloak in front of his eyes, the sword stopped by a huge knife. The tall samurai grunted and jumped back. Well, what have we here? A midget ninja. Naruto snorted and pushed Inari to the ground. Stay there. I'll get your mother. The short samurai put his sword to Tsunami's throat and pushed slightly, making it bleed when her heart beat. Don't move. If you do, I'll slit her throat. The unfeeling mask of tragedy unnerved the two samurai, its frown and tears seeming to glow red in the sunlight, resembling blood. She is unimportant to my mission. Whether she lives or dies is inconsequential. You two will die here today. Commendable. The short samurai began to sweat and his nerves got the better of him. He started to pull the sword across her throat, but his arm wouldn't move. He looked over his shoulder to find another ninja with a tragedy mask holding his arm in a vice-like grip. Ruthless. Just because she is unimportant to my mission does not mean that I will let her die, however. The man's eyes widened as that giant field knife sunk itself into his temple and he fell to the ground, dead. The clone grabbed Tsunami and lowered her to the ground slowly so she wouldn't go further into shock. He wasn't nearly on my level. You'll find me to be not nearly good enough. His eyes rolled in the back of his head and he fell to the ground, landing on his sword. The clone behind him took its field knife out of the back of his head and wiped it on the dead man's pants before dispelling itself. Naruto turned around to Inari and sheathed his knife. Take care of your mother. Take her inside and get her some tea. What you did was foolish, Inari. You rushed them without a weapon when they obviously had you beat. Inari put his head down and began to sniffle. The thought of being useless again was crushing. Naruto sighed and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. But it was a brave thing. You saw your mother in trouble and wanted to help. That was admirable. Foolish, but admirable. I did something like that once when my mother was in danger. The difference was my opponent was outnumbered and I had the element of surprise. Don't ever do anything so foolish again. Giving hope is not advisable now. He leapt away, running toward the bridge, leaving an astounded and inspired Inari. Outnumbered and surprised, huh? Naruto ran as fast as he could. What bothered him was the damnable fog that had rolled in. It was almost like Kurigakure no Jutsu. Almost. It is, you fool. His eyes widened and he picked up the speed more. This was bad, very bad. If Zabuza was using this, then he had the advantage. He had to get there and help. He blew out of the forest and ran up to the bridge. He could barely make out the form of Sakura and Tazuna standing at the edge and ran past them into the fog. The sound of clanging could be heard, along with Anko's curses, so he knew she was still fine. He needed to look for the missing members of Team 7. A chill ran through the air and he turned his head to the left to find a mirror. He tilted his head in surprise and reached out to touch it when it pierced his hand. Naruto jumped back and saw a figure sticking out of the mirror, wearing an Anbu-style mask and a teal kimono. Another one? I don't have time for this. Give me a moment please, and I'll be right with you. Naruto blinked at the politeness of the masked ninja and cautiously crept forward. Suddenly, cries came from within the dome of mirrors and several thunks like metal impacting flesh. The mirrors shattered and fell away, revealing the masked ninja and two bodies on the floor. Naruto's bottom lip quivered and he ran to the bodies. It was Sasuke and Shino. And neither one was moving. The masked ninja brushed his shoulders off and tilted his head slightly. They were comrades of yours, yes. I tried to get them to retreat, but they would not. I tried to be kind, but they stood in the way of Zabuza-sama's dream. I could not let them stop his ambitions. Naruto's shoulders shook. He may not have liked Sasuke, but he was a comrade in arms. Shino was a very good friend of his. He'd known him since they were little. He knelt down and put his ear to each boy's mouth. No breathing. He stood slowly, his head pointed toward the ground. Show him no mercy. Kill him. Naruto growled and bared his teeth at the ninja as he slid his knife from its sheath. He pointed it at the boy. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What is yours? The masked boy fingered several and crossed his arms over his chest. My name is Haku. Why do you ask? Naruto bent low, ready to spring. Because the condemned should know the name of their executioner. I like that. He leapt for the boy and swiped his knife. Haku moved to the side and sent three to Naruto's neck. They were all parried and sliced in half. Haku skidded for a few feet and stood ready. That is a most unusual knife. Can we not talk like civilized people? Naruto thrust his knife into Haku's throat and growled. Why are you helping Gato? It is not that we wish to. He simply pays the most and Zabuza-sama needs money for his dream. It is a means to an end. Means to an end. Naruto growled and shook his head as he dodged another volley of and moved closer. Why couldn't the damn fox just shut up? It was becoming harder to ignore it, especially in the heat of battle. People are dying because of this. Don't you care? Haku locked him with Naruto's knife in a deadlock. They stand between Zabuza-sama and his dream, as do you. I cannot allow that. With us deadlocked, I have the advantage. I can still make hand signs. And you cannot. Naruto watched as the boy stomped his foot and water rose around them into the air, forming thousands upon thousands of needles. His eyes widened exponentially. Haku said the name of the and it didn't register to Naruto. He tried to melt into the ground. But couldn't. He stared quickly at the ground in horror. Water. Water everywhere. He couldn't melt into water. And it was blocking the stone beneath. He was stuck. With no conscious thought he thrust his arms out and screamed to the heavens. Duetin. Datapa. Haku sprang away as the ice needles blew in all directions. He stopped several feet away and watched as Naruto looked around frantically. That was close. Perhaps you should listen to me and kill him now. Naruto formed clones and sent them to Haku, who quickly dispatched them and ran for the blonde. Naruto grunted as he was kicked in the gut and landed on his back in the water. I'm tired of you ignoring my advice, boy. Listen to me. Naruto growled and stood up. Shut up. Haku cocked his head to the side in confusion. I didn't say anything. Naruto lunged for him, trying to land a punch, and was knocked aside again by Haku's superior speed. He's faster than you. At this rate, you'll be killed. Be quiet. Haku was beginning to get a little rattled by the blonde fighting him. He appeared to be having an argument with himself. Again, I didn't say anything. Naruto ran in close, trying to use Kalaripe Adu to disable Haku, but the boy blocked all his blows and punched him in the face. Naruto's mask cracked over the right eye, but didn't split, and he rolled across the ground and into the middle of the Jounins fight. Zabuza tried to behead him, and Anko jerked him aside while Kakashi parried the blow. Pathetic. Get serious, boy, or you're finished. Damn it, Naru-chan. What the hell are you thinking? If you don't do something, you're all going to die. Naruto grabbed his head and whimpered. Shut up. Anko blinked and glared at him. What did you say? He'll kill her first after he's done with you. Shut up. Please, shut up. Anko was starting to get worried as the blonde's hood fell away, revealing his fists in his hair. Naru-chan. He'll carve her into bits and then this entire land will fall. And it will all be your fault because you weren't serious enough. Naruto's face twisted into a look of agony as he threw his head back and howled to the heavens, his eyes clenched so hard that he was crying. The sound was unsettling and gave even Zabuza pause. Anko moved to protect him from the approaching Haku when Naruto leapt to his feet and screamed, making everyone stop and look at him. Shut the fuck up, Fox. A sinister chuckle was heard in his mind, and Naruto knew his mistake instantly, as that small voice in the back of his head was suddenly very loud and audible. Gotcha. The entire bridge was silent and no one moved, all watching the blonde as his eyes rolled back and his head lolled to the side as he stood on the cobblestones. Anko watched in horror as a pulse of red chakra came from Naruto, blowing away the mist and revealing everyone standing around the blonde-haired, masked ninja. Oh gods. He acknowledged it. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.